right? If you take the time to process it, the mountain of a father starts to look different. It's not a mountain anymore. It's another human being that worked 3 jobs to get his ice cream shit off the ice cream truck, off the thing in Brooklyn for him to move his family out to Long Island, to give his son Pro Tools and to be able to afford it by the time. He's a guy that, like, my dad be telling me stories about his father and his grandfather that I'm like, my father is a miracle. A miracle. I think it has to do a lot with Jesus in his life, but my father is a miracle. All the good things I want from him in droves, and more good things than bad things with my father, because my dad was amazing. He was around every corner. My father did the right things around it, and especially having children now, I know what he sacrificed to be present with me. I want all that stuff. And then the other stuff that I didn't ask for, that's deep rooted all the way into the grandfather. I didn't ask for it, but it's my job to process this. So I don't look at him as an unattainable thing, the reason I am successful or not successful, a figure that I can't mold myself into. I look at him as somebody trying to figure out just like I am. And with the tools he was given, he did a pretty damn good job. Because when I go to retreats and I'm around people that have made mistakes in their life or accomplished incredible things and won the PGA Tour and yada yada yada, it all lines to daddy. There's a really strong, thick through line of men with their fathers and what it ends up being and what it doesn't end up being and whatever, but like, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I guess what I'm trying to say is I look at my father now, right now, like today, and there's no like, thank you for everything, and I don't blame you for anything. Thank you for what you did give me, and it's 90%. It's all good. It's all good. It's like the biggest lie of it all is that you can't connect back with your father. Your father might be too successful, you can't connect with him. Your father might be too much of a drunk, you can't connect with him. Your father might be... It might not even be healthy for some people to actually connect with their parents because they're in such fucked up positions and whatever. You will never be able to figure much out without going headfirst into uncovering what the story and lineage is with your parents and facing that, whether you ask for it or not. That might not involve you even seeing your parents. But I can tell you that your life will open up if you can process that. I don't even know how I got to there from the question that you asked me, and we're gonna have to edit all that space out and whatever. But
no, the space is going nowhere. Sorry.
I just think fathers are very important. I think that I might think that there's not much more importance than a mother and a father. Whatever we have to do culturally. I ain't no fucking politician, none of that shit, but whatever we have to do culturally to re-establish the importance of that is important to me. That doesn't leave me on any side of the political spectrum.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I would go to war for the idea that fathers are important. I mean, cosmically, DNA, from Saturn to here and back levels of, since the primordial soup of cavemen, fathers, and depending on how this goes, is where this whole thing will fall or stand. I'm speaking very symbolically, but I know how we treat the unit, how we treat the leader, in micro leader of every home culturally across the thing. What we do with this will determine what it all looks like top to bottom, because it begins and ends with that. why it's tough for me to go on podcasts. I don't really even know what I mean. I just know what I mean by that. Whatever that means is what it means.
Everybody knows what you mean.
Yeah, it's gonna get tough, man. It's gonna get tough. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. In the process of trying to get justice, don't burn. You can't burn the whole fucking thing down. Parents are important. You can't burn the whole thing down in the pursuit that you believe to be righteous. It's and I don't know what it's not left, that's not right. I'm just saying, in the pursuit, you can't fucking burn the house down in the winter. You still gotta have a roof over your head. Since there's a hole in the wall in a room and cold air's coming in and people are trying to go fix the hole, you can't just sit in the house all day and say, well, the hole wouldn't be there if you didn't fucking da-da-da-da-da. I know, but there's still a fucking hole, so can you come with me to come and fix the hole? If we don't fix the hole, it's gonna get cold. It's gonna get cold in this motherfucker. Cold. And there ain't not a lot of amount of millionaires are gonna change that.
I brought this up with Bernie on Sunday. It's my second time in New York in a week. And he's big into inequality. As am I. I grew up working class. I grew up as working class as is possible. And I wanted to get his thoughts on a few statistics that I'll say to you now as well. I basically put forward the idea that fatherlessness is the real inequality. Boys who grew up apart from their biological father are about 2 times more likely to land in prison or jail by age 30. Fatherlessness is a better predictor of incarceration than race or growing up poor. Young men are more likely to end up in prison or jail in the US than they are to graduate from college if they are raised in any non-intact family setup. More likely to end up in prison or jail than they are to graduate college if they grow up in any non-intact family setup.
And that's like across the world.
Just the US. Just the US.
Wow.
Regardless of family income, children in intact families are half as likely to be diagnosed with depression. And girls who grow up without fathers are 10 times more likely to be diagnosed with depression.
What do you gather from that?
It's politically very unpalatable to talk about fatherlessness because it feels like you are putting blame on something very intimate and very closely associated to people's sense of self-worth. I think that there are probably some breakouts by demographic here too, which are politically unpalatable for people to talk about too, that there are going to be subcultures and areas of the country in which this is worse and better. And that's also something that people don't really want to point the finger at because it sounds a lot like blaming. It sounds a lot like it's a slippery slope to get toward a type of conversation that's not too nice.
Absolutely.
And yet, exactly as you said there, we cannot deny the raw reality that growing up without a father in the home is not good for daughters and sons and mothers and the local community. And the fact that people are so unprepared to be able to hold 2 facts in their mind at one time, which is fathers are important and mothers can be independent.
Absolutely.
You know how there's an uncertainty principle in quantum physics? You have what's called a superposition. The particle can be in 2 places at once, essentially. Thinking in superpositions, allowing yourself to hold 2 thoughts in your mind at one time.
Yep.
And unfortunately, we have a world that refuses to think in superpositions, and it collapses down the space.
If you're in this, that means this.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you want to give empathy to men, that means you're taking it away from another more deserving group. If you're saying that fathers are important, you're implicitly saying that mothers are incapable. If you're saying that, you pick your one-dimensional argument of choice. And I think that you are right. I think that there are many things that need to be looked at. Inequality is a big one of them. Poverty is a huge one. Class, the focus on the diversion away from the focus on class and into other, ways to delineate people from other people is a big problem. But removing focus from the family and from fathers and their role in the home, in the hopes that by reminding people, or by trying to convince people that fathers aren't important, that somehow pedestalizes women, that somehow makes them more independent.
Yeah, like, I don't know, there's no one, like you said, like the super, yeah.
We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can have a superposition in terms of our thoughts. And I think it's very prescient, dude. I think this weird position that you're in, where you're talking, your album is a tribute to your father and an offering to your sons.
Yes.
At the same time.
Absolutely.
It's going in both directions.
Absolutely.
I don't think we need to be ashamed. I don't think we need to do this fucking land acknowledgement each time before we do this. I talk about men and the problems of men an awful lot, and it will never not fatigue me to have to do, well, we must remember that women have fell behind for all of this time, and it's also important to remember that it's only not been long since Like, guys, I get it. I wish I could just say it once. Or like have a disclaimer on my website and be like, I understand completely the challenges that we're talking about. I am not saying any of this huge list of things. Remember what we were talking about before. If you have to try and justify why you're in the room in order to be able to do the thing, and you water it down and you have the caveat, which is exactly what I'm doing right now.
No.
You'd never get yourself.
Yes, no. This is. I don't see this as caveat. This is like.
You understand what I mean?
The excavation of the thing.
Yeah.
I think people are deathly afraid of the excavation. You just don't know what the fuck you're gonna find. So it's a lot safer to just not excavate it. You say this, you mean this. If you say this, you mean this. And now I get to go home and live my life and whatever. Because if we were both to excavate, shit, I might actually like you. I might actually agree with you. We might actually be on the same page. Then I'm gonna have to revert everything that makes my life easier. It's easier to not excavate. It's easier to not excavate. If you have to excavate everything, that means you might have to really face yourself to find out what you truly believe at a gut level. Most people, I just don't think people, it's a lot easier to just not to excavate the problem. If you excavate the problem, you might have to ruffle some feathers. Like, I'm dealing with abuse in my family. Abuse runs in my family. We just don't talk about that. It's like, might be a little bit easier for now to not excavate it, because if I excavate it, I might die facing that type of. But the only way you get anything is you gotta have the discourse, I guess. And I guess discourse is not it's just risky, dude. It's risky.
It's becoming increasingly less risky, which I like.
Yes.
And I think that this doesn't mean we need to have mask off, you can shitpost whatever you want.
Totally.
Obviously.
Caveat.
Yeah, fuck. God damn it. Yeah, we should call each other out every time we do it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But it seems to me like the trend is moving in the right direction now. I think people are prepared to say what is accurate and caring and holistic, and makes the world a better place.
It's
just with less of a concern about how it's going to land.
That will help art greatly.
Why?
Yeah, I mean, if there's no, it's just like when the Italians and the blacks and the Jews get together, it's magic. It is. Like, it's just like we're all. You can learn. There's art is like you take the Africa with the Europe with the thing to then make the thing that says this is the most newest European African thing I've ever. Like, you gotta be able to, like, you know. But I think it's like tribalism. And to be honest with you, I have taken the stance of kind of like, I gotta make sure like my house is clean. Like I don't know what I mean by this, but like I have to make sure that my like shoes are lined up at the door and my underwear's in the hamper for my wife before I'm like, because there are all these voices that's like, how dare you make an album about your father about being a father figure and trying to be better when you lost your patience with your kid. Yes. And there's this like, But
That is humility, though.
there's grace. There has to be some sort of grace to be able to stumble into art. There's grace and stumbling. It's grace. It's stumbling. It's learning what you did wrong or refining the product or whatever. But if there's people you're not welcome in a space to create, we've already cut the art at the legs. So, like you said, if as a cultural whole, people are more excited about, I'm just going to do what I feel and let the chips fall where they fall, the potency of art will 100% change. It won't be watered down or homogenized or whatever. But I'll tell you what, I don't know how much time we got. I'm having a blast. Not to just like expound on expounding, but like, you know what, the last conversation with my wife for the last 6 days and my therapist this morning was just like, I also just like don't I don't want the smoke. I don't need the smoke. I don't care. You just like, I don't. It's not even my. When I go on social media, I'm like whipped up into this frenzy to believe that like, it's my role to speak out, to join the ranks of the thing. I'm just gonna shut social media off today and make sure I threw my underwear in the hamper for my wife. Like, let's just like start there. Like, let's just like take a fucking second to. I have strong beliefs about a lot of things, and a lot of things that I'll expound upon with people in the studio for 4 hours. People who lean super left, and people who lean super right, and people who don't believe the government's real. All of those things combined, I will have the nuanced conversation with. I struggle with just like, I have a moral obligation in my art to like say what I believe in, but I don't need it to. Like, I like going to the store and just like fucking like hanging out, buying my shit, going home, eating dinner, working on music, coming back.
Well, you have to remember,
I struggle in that. That's the best way to put it. I have no answer. I struggle deeply with who I'm called to be.
It's the balance again, dude. It's the balance board.
Wow.
It is.
Wow.
It keeps on coming up. And the reason that it keeps on coming up is that you have no obligation as a recording artist to do anything that you don't want to do.
Yep.
You have worked this hard to afford yourself the opportunity to not have to do anything that you don't want to do and say anything that you don't want to say.
Yeah, I even think sometimes I say, you may have been conditioned by too much content to grow to be angry at me for expecting what you think my output should be. That's not my fault. Like, it's like somebody being like, well, you don't get good ticket sale splits on your money because that's just the way the industry works. It's like, that's not my issue. Don't shit on me because that's just the, like, the artist is just, it's in a weird, it's weird.
I want to,
like, I owe you my music, maybe, if that.
Kind of, yeah, if you're lucky.
The gratefulness that pours out of me for people that like look back at me at a stadium is like a whole other level of appreciation. You took time out of your day and you spent money to come and do this, and I am so deeply thankful for that. But it's not my, like, I don't whatever you've come to expect from artists, I'm not going to be unhealthy to fit myself into that if it just doesn't work for me. If my pace is 4 albums, 1 album every 4 years, and you get the best of me, and I'm like a healthy father because of it and whatever, like, you might have to like, sorry, I'm not going to be doing 2 albums a year, double-sided deluxe with the thing, with the performance at the thing, with the... And I also don't need to be right. I don't need to prove to the... I do the thing I love every day. And in that service, it's between me and the creator. I create with collaborators, and it's between me and him. And as long as I'm here, and I'm doing the thing, and I'm doing the crayon, and giving it to my daddy for him to put on the refrigerator, oh, look at this little creator thinking he made a masterpiece, and it's like, I made the whole universe. As long as I'm here saying, hey, daddy, I made this for you, there's not much else I could give to you. Because anything else beyond that to me, it's not in my alignment. It's not in my, like, it's not in my, the deeper I am in my purpose, I will provide more utility for the long term of the world. And I can only determine what I believe my deepest utility to be. So I have to operate within where I think I'm humming at my highest frequency of utility. For someone to say you're not utilitizing the way I want you to utilize, it's like, well, like what are we? It's a rough go of it for artists right now. It's a rough go of it. It is. It's insane. Analysis paralysis. I do not know how they do it. Kids, I have no idea. Motherfuckers out here 11 years old talking about so blessed to win the Athlete of the Year award. Comments, he ain't so-and-so from Houston. It's like, you're 11, dude. They're gonna look at this like cigarettes. And artists are the main cigarette smokers because we gotta use that to get streaming services is shitting on us, so we have to double down by using the platforms that only need us to use it because it makes users use the platform. They don't actually care about the artist, so then we have to change our behavior as artists to succeed on a platform that only cares about the platform getting eyes, so then we turn into like stupid monkeys performing for Instagram. You motherfuckers doing the Carlton out on TikTok to be like, listen to my song. Do you think motherfuckers 20 years ago were like, this is where it's gonna go? But it's like once you invent the thing, TikTok just needs you to act like TikTok needs you to act to get the most eyes to keep the most people on the app. TikTok's not helping you get to your fans to you. They're helping you keep fans on the app. I don't know how to navigate it. I wouldn't know how to navigate if I didn't have money. I'm just making an album, putting it out. And again, caveat, I ain't pure. I ain't the most, I only make music because I'm the most moralistic. No, it's like, I don't, I mean, we're John, we're supposed to talk. It is what it is. I don't know how to, you're just gonna have to create really thick-skinned motherfuckers in the future because it's only gonna get worse. So maybe this will breed a bunch of people who like naturally in the response of overcriticalism by every comment, maybe the generation next row will be totally fucked from social media with self-image and all that stuff. Or it would breed like really resilient, like I don't give a shit that you said I was, that album sucked.
They follow the culture, or they're the counterculture.
You drop a song and a motherfucker is filming themselves as someone is watching them film themselves to react to them filming themselves. Why are we making music? Like, it's almost as if the people trying is just raw content for these people who just want to be seen on the internet to use as a tool for their channel to blow up.
It's a human centipede where everyone's attached to the person before them. It's like a...
you drop a song and a motherfucker's like, watch me listen. Why the fuck would I watch you listen? I don't know, dude. I don't know. You know what? I could be wrong. Sometimes I like watching people listen to an album that I love because I'm like, wow, you're gonna experience it the way that I did, and I'm like, this is a great album. I can't wait to see what you think about it. Dad listens to Nirvana for the first time. Like, those are cool. I don't like mind them, but in general, though, the whole over scrutiny of like 100 comments and 20 of them are bad, and then it.
Did you not always used to have this though with music critics? But it would have been in magazines and stuff like that.
For my shit, or just like in general?
In general, you go back a couple of decades, there would have
been... Yeah,
been...
but it's like, if the newspaper of the New York Times just says like, the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's, overindulgent and slop of a mess and whatever, the New York Times said it, people read it, it wasn't, like, Taylor Swift, Life of a Showgirl. Okay, now, it's not just the New York Times and then people talk about it for 2 days. It's... Here's the dissertation as to why that this album felt redundant and malignant and not in the... I found it to be the exact opposite given its sweet nature and da-da-da-da. By the way, buy my protein shake. It's like, it's everybody is like people are weighing in to such a degree that artists have to become a sensei at just being like, the chips are going to fall where they fall. I cannot be affected by that.
Everybody needs a mindfulness practice. What did you make of the reaction to Taylor Swift's album? I don't think that I've seen a public reaction to that. Political commentators giving their thoughts.
Were they?
Oh yeah. Like there was no one that was beyond. Like, it was honestly, the fact that Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump didn't do reaction videos to it. In fact, did Trump say something about the Taylor Swift? I feel like he did. I feel like he did say something about it.
What was the general gist of the discourse? Was it a split discourse?
I do certainly split. I think a couple of things that were interesting that people picked up on. One was you used to never be able to criticize a Taylor Swift song or album without Swifties calling for your head.
Okay.
And the fact that this time criticisms were put out and the Swifties didn't do that was seen as indicative that even her most ardent fans realized that this might not have been the thing, whatever.
It's like the inside of the box is the inside of the box, which brings the inside of the box.
It's like spiral.
Jesus Christmas. The fans' non-response to the criticism was indicative of what we might believe to be
I'm not
the
kidding. That was a big talking point. We're 3 levels of derivative away from what the actual initial piece of content is now.
Fully vulnerable and transparent. The only clip I saw was over my wife's shoulder. She was scrolling through, and somewhere on some sort of Entertainment Tonight or something, it was her saying, "I'm not the art police and I like it," and like kind of just like leave it at that. And I thought that was pretty cool. That was the whole my level of receiving discourse of like what that was. I listened to it. I listened to it, and I have my opinions musically on. I can get into the minutia of like what I really thought about the wine as it was being stomped on the grapes, like for sure. But I don't know how like a 14-year-old feels about it, or like how it relates to the zeitgeist of her applying to her relevancy. I don't know. I genuinely did not take enough inventory to know. I just know what I thought about the album when I listened to it in my car.
What did you make of the album?
I liked it. I enjoyed it. I think she's a great songwriter.
What a great opinion.
I liked it. I don't know.
Or you could have said,
yeah,
it wasn't for me.
Some songs were, some songs weren't. Like 100% of the albums I listened to. Very rarely across the board am I like stopping an album and I'm like, dog shit. The whole thing was... Taylor Swift must be kidding. Like, I'm like, no. Like, the second pre on that third song was pretty sick. I could probably take something from that, and that's it. Max Martin's a genius. Man, Taylor Swift knows how to write the shit out of a song. Yeah. I wonder what she means by this. I don't agree with that. I'm not like, I don't agree with that. Max Martin's a genius. Make sure everyone knows how I feel about it. I know how I feel about it because I fucking listened to it myself. I don't need you to know that I thought that I listened to it. It's like, but that's what I think Taylor Swift's been Olympic for a long time, and the crazy part is she's writing them too. She's writing them. She's good. She's good. And that type of run, I don't know. What am I gonna be like? Her Fall from Grace should be studied. If people don't like the album, I don't fucking know. I don't look at her that way. I look at her as just like a very high level force Olympic creative that's just like wow, she does it at a really, really high level. And a lot of the songs I end up liking. Like these are catchy. I like this. Catch it on the way to driving my son somewhere. I'm like,
in the Kia.
Kind of going.
What's the sound system like in the Kia?
It's pretty great.
Is it?
I paid the extra $15,000 for the deluxe Bose sound system.
This is turning into an ad read for fucking Kia. I want to talk about the direction of pop music right now. I've seen those videos of Ed Sheeran playing 50 songs over 4 chords. You know, it's the same chord progression of whatever.
Ed is like mind-numbingly talented. It's crazy, but
does that suggest that pop music is formulaic now? Where are we at in the arc of
what do you consider pop music?
I guess anything that hits the charts.
Yeah, formulaic in the sense that bro, sometimes I literally just be like literally in my head, I'd be like, nothing means anything. Like, it's like, what do you... It's like defeats the whole purpose of the podcast, but you're just like, what do you mean, like, pop music formulaic? It's like, the bass that's going to pop music is looking to be fed in a way that is not... That might not even... necessitate breaking the mold.
Right, it doesn't need to be experimental. It can be predictable. Another way instead of formulaic might be predictable.
Yes, and some of the best people in the world are the best at taking something that's completely experimental and still creating, like, if we're all trying to make bikes, you're still trying to make a bike that will last long for you to do the marathon in the country. Pop music, I guess, is just like the most people can ride the bike and enjoy it and whatever. And then there's some people who will be like, I drive a motorcycle, like, you don't even know what biking is like. And it's like, I just like my Huffy, dog. Like, I don't give a shit that you're so angry at the fact that I don't have like answers. Like, the older I get, the more I'm like, oh, this is like a whole fuck ton of everything matters and nothing matters. Like, everything matters and nothing matters. Like, those 6 years while I was gone, I was like, I want hits. I will tap dance for whatever guy that's best friends with the artist that and tell them they're great to just like sneak in and do what I gotta do, because I don't know where this money's gonna come from. Like, I need hits, because songwriters do not get paid. Songwriters do not get paid. They are at whatever the bottom of the barrel is. Ask who's in the basement and who's got barrels in the basement. The bottom of the barrel. So I was like, I need hits in order to really make a living, to still do what I love to do. So my focus is hits. I had to kind of shut off the reverberation of like, maybe in 6 years I'll do a podcast and talk about it, so the top comment could be like, he made a bunch of shitty songs that went number one because pop music sucks. It's like, dude, I don't know. I was trying to make some big songs, and I tried to get in the best rooms to make a living for my family, and the repercussions of that and what I did with pop music. Now, because I have money, I'm able to drive my taste more, and a lot of the shit I'm making is just like cooler and harder and more like fuck you if you don't like it type of shit, because like you said, I'm not as rehearsed, I'm not as whatever, I'm a little bit more on autopilot, and I can take a bit more risk.
Dude, what is the point of having fuck you money if you never say fuck you?
There's no point. There's no point at all. So you say, like, would you say, you're asking a musician on why pop music, can it be formulaic? It's like, yeah, it's formulaic in the idea that one day when we get to heaven, we're gonna find out that the wall was only 5 feet around. Like,
what's that mean?
Like, when we get to heaven, like, all of our lives, like, in this realm of trying to make music, like, all of us, like, in our flesh, these magical things happen, and God enters the room, and you make, like, John Lennon makes Imagine, and, like, these things happen, and they change a generation, and Bob Marley happens, and it's this thing that seems bigger than what our flesh is capable of. And as music creators, like, we're gonna find out that the wall, we're in the wrong, like, dimension of it, and we keep trying to pretend like it's not 5 feet around. And I think a lot of the greats are somewhat have an understanding that's like, you don't have to climb so high to try to, like, hey man, people just want to feel good. Mm-hmm. You know, like when we get to heaven and we have the perspective that's outside of, like, the body trap, get to heaven, next plane, whatever the fuck you believe, great. I don't know if pop music formulaic. I think the world is searching for a lot of the same thing. You know? And then there's the young kid who says, I'm gonna change that thing up there. And then they get too much money and they become depressed and then have to find out who they really are without the success. And it's the same uprising and falling of the same shit over and over and over again.
Oh man, the reason that I keep laughing, we've
all that from you said to me is pop music falling away.
Well, you're the best sort of guest, dude. I flick you once and you're a fucking infinite content, infinite fucking perpetual motion machine that just ticks away.
Like guys like Max Martin, they're concerned about it feeling really good. I don't think they're in the room with The Weeknd. Max can correct me if I'm wrong. I just don't think Max in the room with The Weeknd being like... Yeah, I think he's like, this will keep them listening because it feels good to listen to it. And sometimes that might come off as formulaic, sometimes it might be groundbreaking, sometimes things work because it resonates within... Like, Olivia Rodrigo driver's license, that's not formulaic. But people would consider that somehow pop garbage. I don't understand how you would. That's one of the best, to me, that's one of the best written songs in a very long time. It's so antithesis of what pop is, whatever, but you're still gonna get people being like, because she's in this sphere of artists, it's pop and formulaic and whatever.
Let me give you
like, what is pop? What is cool? What is not? I don't know.
Let me give you an insight that I've played with for a long time. There's a guy called Jack Butcher who made Visualize Value. He was a graphic artist for a very long time, and then he started creating graphic representations of quotes and concepts. Now you'd think, as a graphic artist, what you traffic in are fonts and colors and design. There's a million different degrees of freedom, but he put constraints in. He said it's only ever going to be white on black, it's going to be geometric shapes, and it's going to be one font. What that meant was his constraint bred creativity.
Absolutely.
And I think about this,
which is why, to me, like, Ocarina of Time or Toy Story or like the staples of creative genius were because of the constraints of what it was. Like, now they drop games and it's like, it's too good. Like, I don't even want it to look this real, and I don't want to, like, pay my taxes inside of a video game. It doesn't need to be like life. It was so removed from life that yes, the constraints that the Nintendo 64 had is what birthed Ocarina of Time, because they had to trudge through the limitations that they had, which forced them to do really smart things to make the mountains look bigger in the background
Also,
without doing bandwidth and shit.
What is it that people care about the most? Right? And
Yes.
for instance,
Yeah.
like the analogy that we're talking about here,
Yes.
when let's say that you could only use 4 chords for the rest of that. Let's say there was some weird other universe.
Yeah.
Only 4 chords are allowed to be used in every song.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what do we start to play with then? Well, we start to play with the arrangement. We start to play with the complexity. We start to play with the lyrics. We start to play with the musicality.
It's a never-ending, unfolding, coagulating, resurfacing thing that just keeps eating itself into just everything.
What you can end up with, the reason that I thought it was real interesting, constraint breeds creativity. So if you do have inside of pop music some constraints, some regular formulas or levels of predictability or expectation or whatever it might be, it means, well, perhaps people begin competing in the area which is the highest contribution. And maybe that's the resonance, how much of the artist's soul is put into it, what's the message of the song. And I thought that was really cool. I was thinking about this on walk through Manhattan. I'm like, fuck, like, wow, that constraint that Jack put on himself where he said he wasn't going to allow himself to use different colors, different shapes, all the rest of the stuff, it meant that the only 2 things he thought about was what was the quote I'm choosing and how am I representing it. That's it. He had 2 things to play with. I'm like, well, those are the 2 highest points of contribution.
Yeah.
So perhaps unlimited degrees of freedom
What do you think are the 2 highest points of both
for
points?
him, it was what is the quote that he was choosing from a gazillion
Got it.
he could choose. What's that? And then the second one was how is it going to be represented graphically?
And he believed that to be his highest
Those were the
points of
highest points of contribution. It don't like I can have all the colors in the world and the different fonts and all the rest of the stuff. And I think the same thing can be true of something like music, where you have an infinite number of ways that we can represent this. But perhaps if you bring the constraints in, you focus on what do people care about the most, and where do I get lost in the source? Utility.
What's the utility of this? Are we making a song? Sometimes you'll be an hour in, you're like, are we just making a song because we're making one? What are we doing here? What's the purpose here? Where does this get played? Who's going to listen to this? Who's going to like that? It does come into your mind. Lately, I've just been, I can only stomach making something that I'm just like, I will listen to this in my free time. There's been other times where I haven't. There's just other times where I just haven't. I've just gone along with who's in the room. Whatever gets the cut, and their fans will like it, and it's big, and it's just like whatever, and I can use my talents to kind of treat it like a day at work, and making X amount of dollars off of just me spending 8 hours by helping this person do this thing. It's like, cool. But lately, it's tough for me to feel, for some reason. 6 years ago when I was making hits, I just wanted hits and it excited me. I just wanted to figure out the code to get to the top of radio with the biggest artists with the thing. And then that becomes just like everything else. It all becomes disenchanting. It's like the artist thing. I'm walking away. And then I just want hits. And then when I just want hits, I made enough money to where I'm like, oh, I'm not interested in making hits right now. I want to make an album. And I make an album and go play Forest Hills. And that's really interesting. So now
What's interesting to you now?
Shutting off as many things on the outside world as possible and making something that I am 15-year-old John going batshit crazy about in my car. And then maybe again bringing that to the world one more time. That's what's really interesting to me right now. It's just like shutting down. It's like open eyes, wake up, coffee, music. Kids go to sleep, wake up. Music. Kids get music. Kids go to sleep, wake up, and it's been interesting to see what artists have just like came into my universe from me just doing that. Because now I'm sending out songs that I'm like, I didn't even consider this, and this, but somehow makes it more interesting for artists of different artistic calibers and how the world views them and blah, 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 blah. I don't know shit about shit. I really love what I do. So right now, taking the necessary steps, whether that be living healthily, living Olympically, processing trauma, in order for my balance to not take too much out of me. That's what I'm enjoying right now, is enjoying myself.
I'm so happy for you, man.
Thank you.
I'm so fucking happy for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that deeply.
And you did it all from fucking Long Island.
Yeah. And are there days where you want to strong arm the perspective and you don't feel like you're getting the just due of it comes and goes. It comes and goes. But a normal life is a great life. I'm positive of it. Because in the details is where you find infinity. Infinity's in the details. It's not in the... It's just like not in the headline. It's just not. So you see, like, motherfuckers see me, it's like, I live a very odd, me and my wife talk about it a lot. We are smack dab in the middle of regular life, and we're also smack dab in the middle of not. Like, there's no, and I'm not even sure that what I'm doing is the right way to live. I just know that I'm happy. In an overarching sense. Not every day is perfect at all. But when you almost get wrapped into something and almost lose it all, like going to get smoothies with your kids is like, it's hilarious. The jokes, the development, the way that they see life, the things that they trust you to say, that it's just like, man, if I would have just like lived for me, what a bummer. What a bummer. I know a lot of motherfuckers that got it. Didn't fill the hole. But the industry, I know it's the age-old archetype, but you'll be different. Because your message is the most important. So of course you're going to sacrifice a little bit of family time and a little bit of social time and a little bit of health right now. And of course you're going to do that because what you have to say, when you get your message out into the world, it'll be, and that's what they tell you, and that's the temptation, that's the thing. And then when you get there, you've made so many fucking sacrifices to get there that you're not even the person who began to be in the first place. It's like, I have to become the, I don't know, like metaphorical president. But in order to become the president, of course I'm going to have to slide some money here and do this and because
burn my life down.
My goal is the noble one. So me doing the wrong thing, what's immediately wrong in my present, to get to there, is the sum of all games. It's like...
That was something that I considered. You had this eye-opening moment when you realize how much you're getting screwed on your deal. And from that, I don't want to tour no more. But would you actually even want to tour as a new father if a touring deal was the most perfect you could?
No, they put it on the table right after Forest Hills. They were like, the proverbial they, were like, holy shit, we didn't know he was going to sell it out in 3 hours. We didn't know that it would stream this way. It would chart on Spotify, blah, blah, blah. We had no idea. They put in front of me like multi-million dollar 40-day, just in case you want to see it. I just looked at it as I looked at it like a joke. I just looked at it like, no way.
Why?
It's like a guy like Ed, or like certain artists you have conversations with. They live to be on stage, and it brings them a lot of joy, bringing people joy. In that way, you know, like Ed is just like, he lives and breathes by playing his guitar and singing and being like, playing stadiums, and that brings his life so much joy that it's worth putting in the effort with his children to do that because it's so important to him. It's just not that important to me. People like the shows and they like when I'm on stage and I have fun and it's my adrenaline pumps, but I don't like the come down. I don't like the 2 days of staring at the ceiling of being like, what drug did I just take? I don't like the drug. The drug's it doesn't feel normal for me, and I don't know how to regulate that. You do enough shows and you learn how to like not give it everything. I'm on stage losing my fucking mind. And then by the time I get off stage, I'm reeling for 2 days. I don't enjoy it. I barely enjoy the album release process. I don't like going into this thing where it's like, you're about to release this thing and this podcast is coming out and will you get clipped and will it become this thing? I don't enjoy any of that. None of that is like, it's not exciting to me. But I'm lit up when someone plays just a mean honking chord over just some ill fucking drums, and I'm just like, I could just do this for the rest of my life. This is great. There's other stuff that comes with it because you have to make a living and your relevancy and play the game to some degree because you can't abandon the game completely. That's just like that's me at a young age. I'm burning the whole thing down. It just doesn't work that way for me, at least.
Nice pipe dream.
Not possible. But Yeah. It's I love what I do. I really do love what I do. The touring, to answer your question, I don't enjoy it. I don't even enjoy. I don't even really enjoy like the fanfare or the praise. I don't like it.
How's it feel?
You know, it's like a selfish thing. You want it how you want it. It's like, dude, listen to my music and be affected by it, and like think I'm the greatest, but like don't like put too much pressure on me, because like I'm not that, like, it's not that serious. But it is very serious. But it's not very serious. But it is very serious. And it's like, how to even operate in it. I still have no idea. No idea. Well, I have an idea, because I know that if you put a $7 million tour in front of me, it ain't 40 million. Or if you put a 7, I'm like, I'm good, because I just know myself at this point. I've walked away long enough to be like, finally I'm back, and they're accepting
They want me.
and I can go on this sold out tour if they want me. It's like, dude, I made an album about being a dad to 3 boys. Like, I wasn't trying to apply to everybody.
Can you imagine playing that live? Being like, I'm working really hard as a dad, but not for the next 39 days. Thank you for coming to the opening night.
Honest to the Lord, that is the conundrum of my existence. That is the conundrum.
Yeah. So just to give you a little bit of insight there, you know Aaron Gillespie from Under Oath? He's the drummer and singer from Under Oath metal band.
I know Under Oath.
So he's the drummer, singer from that. He struggles a lot with performance anxiety generally. I think he said on the pod that he's been to the emergency room hundreds of times while he's been on tour. He's adamant he's having a heart attack, health anxiety stuff. And as I was sort of listening to him talk about it, and I'm hearing sort of you say the same thing, he has a particular type of obsession which has caused him to get some outcomes that he's not happy with. Having to go off tour to go to an emergency room and telling the nurses what scans to get, because it's the same scans that he got last time, because he's been so many times. Like going to a pub and ordering the usual, despite the fact that he's never been to this hospital before, but he already knows what he needs to prove to himself that he hasn't got the thing. And I'm like, you do understand that the level of obsession that is tormenting you with regards to your health is the reason that you're in one of the most famous and successful metal bands of all time.
Yes.
And the same thing for you with this.
Yes. I run into all of these reminders every day that feel counterintuitive to ambition, success, whatever. It's almost like this John guy's crazy. He's coming here preaching mediocrity. There's times in my life where I say, I could finish this song today, and I know that so-and-so needs it, and I know this could really be a big win, and da-da-da, and it's just a graduation. It's just Christmas Eve. It's just a random day in July going in the pool and my kids are going there. I'll be 3 hours late. I run into that a lot, where I'm just like, this feels unimportant. But the thing I tell myself in my head, I just go follow that. And a lot of times I'm doing things that don't feel... As a father, a lot of times I'm doing things that don't feel... they don't feel fun. They don't feel important. And I don't realize their importance until like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months later. So a lot of it's just like kind of feeling out in the dark to like, I'm actually walking toward... It's the exact opposite of a self-help podcast. I walk toward mediocrity very aggressively, because I find that the nuance inside of the mediocrity gives you a stronger baseline for a longer level of happiness. Mm-hmm. When your ambition is so, like, I'm not going to throw any names under the bus of like giant athletes or whatever, but the ambition is so obsessive and so whatever. Just look at the fruits of the thing.
Did ultimately your career is a marathon, not a sprint?
It has to be.
And
why do you think every fucking artist goes on a podcast over and over, and it's the same story? It's the same story. I was at the height of my career and the loneliest I've ever been. It's like at a certain point, I might be mildly not too dumb to look at that and just be like, I'm gonna believe all of them, and never look over the fence, and never chase after the thing that, no, if I got it, because enough people have told me that it's not the end all be all.
I'm gonna have to do this. I didn't want to have to fucking pull this one out, but I'm gonna have to read you. I'm gonna have to read you an essay. I'm sorry.
I'm in.
Okay.
I'm so in.
Okay. Here we go.
Such a good conversation.
I came up with this insight about a year ago, and it's exactly what you've been talking about. And I called it unteachable lessons. Basically, what I realized was that there is a certain category of lesson that no matter how often people learn it, we refuse to be able to hold on to.
Yes.
I've been thinking about a special category of lesson, one which you cannot discover without experiencing it firsthand. There is a certain subset of advice that for some reason we all refuse to learn through instruction. Unteachable lessons. No matter how arduous or costly or effortful it's going to be for us to find out for ourselves, we prefer to disregard the mountains of warnings from our elders, songs, literature, historical catastrophes, public scandals, and instead think some version of, yeah, that might be true for them, but not for me.
Absolutely.
We decide to learn the hard lessons the hard way, over and over again. Unfortunately, they all seem to be the big things, too. It's never insights about how to put up level shelves or charmingly introduce yourself at a cocktail party. Instead, we spend most of our lives learning firsthand the most important lessons that the previous generation already warned us about. Things like, money won't make you happy. Fame won't fix your self-worth. You don't love that pretty girl, she's just hot and difficult to get.
Yep.
Nothing is as important as you think it is when you're thinking about it. You will regret working too much. Worrying is not improving your performance. All your fears are a waste of time. You should see your parents more. You will be fine after the breakup and be grateful that you did it. It's perfectly okay to cut toxic people out of your life. And even reading this list back, I'm rolling my eyes at how fucking trite it is. These are all basic, bitch, obvious insights that everyone has heard before. But if they're so basic, why does everyone so reliably fall prey to them throughout our lives? And if they're so obvious, why do people who have recently become famous or wealthy or lost a parent or gone through a breakup start to proclaim these facts with the renewed grandiose ceremony of someone who's just gone through religious revelation? It's also a list of very contentious topics to say on the internet. If you interview a billionaire who says that all his money didn't make him happy, or a movie star who said that her fame felt like a prison, the internet will tear them apart for being ungrateful and out of touch. So not only do we refuse to learn these lessons, we even refuse to hear the message from those warning us about them. Even more than that, for every one of these, if I think a bit deeper, I can recall a time, including right now, where I convinced myself that I'm the exception to the rule. That my particular mental makeup or life situation or historical wounds or dreams for the future render me immune to these lessons being applicable. No. My inner landscape would be fixed by skirting around the most well-known wisdom of the ages. No. I can thread this needle properly. Watch me dance through the minefield and avoid all the tripwires that everyone else kicks. And then you kick one. And you share a knowing look between another person, the kind that can only occur between two people who have been hurt in exactly the same way. And a voice in the back of your mind will say, I told you so.
To the T. We could have saved ourselves a whole fucking conversation.
I love it.
That's exact, bro. I could never have related with something more in my entire life. It's like the grass ain't greener. Like, hey man, being present is really good. Like, you don't know until you gotta I give up artistry and I'm walking away from it to be. It's like, wow, I didn't even need it in the first place. Thank God I stripped that of myself.
Dude, I love the fact that you are this weird role model for both ends of the fucking extreme. For the complete dedication, purest art form going forward, and also winning in the weeds of taking your kids to the ice cream to get a fucking, what's that fucking ice shit that everyone on Long Island eats?
Italian ice?
Yeah, Italian ice. Yeah, that's it.
Why'd you gotta throw Italians in there like that?
You
did the British thing.
You fucking did it, dude. Talking to me.
You did the British thing.
Oh, well, I'm going to tell you about this. I think it's like a French ice or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think it's really cool, man. I think that you are, without knowing it, like very on the nose of the zeitgeist of where people are moving. You said before, I think that fathers are important. I think that fathers are going to be increasingly important as we move through the future. And also might be one of the most culturally out of touch people that's been on the podcast. And when two of your different friends tell you, hey man, you got to watch this new series, and they don't know each other and they didn't coordinate to do it, and you go, whoa. Or two people say, have you checked out the new fucking Sleep Token record or the whatever the fuck?
Yep.
You're like, I should probably pay attention to that.
Because a lot of people are telling me, yeah.
Two independent people came up with the same realization. You came up with in Unteachable Lessons. You had some other name for it in your mind. I wrote that essay a year ago.
Yep.
Okay, there's probably something there. I feel like there's something there.
Yeah.
The fact that you, Mr. fucking Faraday cage, sterile laboratory of music production and child rearing, have arrived at the realization, I think fatherhood's important. I think you win in the weeds of life.
Yes.
I think that normality and boring victories and mundane successes day to day are where the juice is to be squeezed from.
Absolutely.
I think the fact that you have done that, and if you look at the zeitgeist, that they're pointing in the same direction too, that people are like, dude, the glitz and the glamour and chasing all of that stuff is becoming gauche. It's becoming cringe. It's becoming an ick. It's becoming shallow.
It is.
In a way that maybe it didn't previously.
Yep.
I think that suggests that you're onto something, man.
Which also takes me to, like, and again, last things, just, I totally agree. The zeitgeist is, there's just a level of consciousness that seems like if I'm conscious like that, then we're all connected, and then like if I feel that way, chances are a lot of other people might feel that way. In the depths of myself, it was songwriting, I recognize that. When I identify something deep inside myself, I say, oh, hold on to that one. And try to always hold on to the way that felt, because you might be able to put that in something to then deliver it to the world, because you're human just like everybody else.
That's why when you start to doubt yourself, it's so dangerous. If you start to caveat for other people, that little whisper, Rick Rubin calls them whispers, right? Yep. Or my therapist said, pay attention to fleeting thoughts. You're like, oh, hold on.
Yes.
Come back.
Yes.
Let's have a little listen to that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's where, he sees me.
Yes.
He sees me.
Yep.
Holy fuck.
Dude, the consciousness of it all, it almost feels like the times are coming to a tied up end. And I don't know what that means. It's just and maybe, nuclear war was always a threat and all this different stuff, but deep in my gut somewhere, it feels like the bedrock of reality is starting to like crack open. Like, is school good? What's college? Who's the president? What's going on? Do we trust the government? I don't know. But it's like coming to this thing because everything's being recorded and truth is quickly getting, thrown to the top of the pile because of our access to it. That you're right. There is some sort of consciousness that's moving in a direction that, I don't know. Hopefully it's toward a...
Honestly, dude, as long as...
You know what I want to return to? I appreciate you giving me the freedom to even feel this comfortable to have this conversation by the end of our conversation, but I almost like want to go back to being stupid, because the dumber I stay, the larger and more aware I am of like in my happiness to some degree. And I don't mean willful ignorance. I don't mean ignoring problems and not addressing things and pretending like things don't exist. Just, I don't know, it felt good to make that song. Or I don't know, like one show. It's like, I don't know, it just felt right with me. It felt right. Well, you're stupid. You didn't get the $7 million deal from your 30 tour. You're back, dude. People are listening to you. The whole world wants you. You're dumb. It's like, I was like, I'm dumb. Like, I'll just be over here, just like in my dumbness, doing nothing, having a popsicle on a Tuesday with my boys. I'm just gonna stick to dumb. Because I think dumb's been mundane and dumb has really saved my life. It's really helped me out. Sitting with the uncomfortability of the things that you don't want to touch, slowing you down, and in the dumbness, you end up coming into grips with that monster. You end up, things kind of just worked out. I've smarted myself into being so stupid. I'm like the smartest dumb person ever. I'd rather be like the dumbest smart person. willfully letting go of like the wisdom. I feel like the more like insane wisdom I get, the more I'm like,
okay, I need to do a bit on you that most people on the internet will know, but given you're not on the internet, you wouldn't have seen it. Do you know what the midwit meme is?
midwit?
Midwit meme. Okay, so imagine a bell curve that you've got here. And on the left-hand side, you have a meme of a guy who
Will
looks
people not believe that I don't know what that is? Like, is it that popular?
probably not. No, I think
Okay.
it's a justifiable level of ignorance.
Okay. The rest I can't speak for.
No, you're hopeless outside of that. Left-hand side, guy that looks a little bit like a caveman.
Okay.
Big brow, and he's sort of stupid like that. And then at the top of the bell curve, which is where most people are, you have this sort of screaming, raging, overcomplicated optimizer person. And then on the right-hand side, you have this guy that looks like a Jedi with his hood up. And the meme, the joke, is that the guy on the left and the guy on the right always agree. They always come to the same conclusion. And it's the person in the middle who overcomplicates everything.
I love that.
So, for example,
I love that.
how do I build muscle? Eat protein, lift weights. Eat protein, lift weights. I must ensure that my pre-digested whey is consumed within a 30-minute window from a grass-fed, grass-sourced, non-GMO, like, right? Okay?
Yes.
And
Yes.
for this, everybody that is, every guy in the middle is a guy on the left trying to be the guy on the right. You cannot be the guy on the right, okay? There's no way to become the Jedi. You can only be the guy on the left. So a question to ask yourself is, what would the guy on the left do? The guy on the left, Tuesday afternoon, we should get lollipops. As opposed to,
Yes.
what is the most optimal way for me to ensure, because that is you trying to be the guy on the right and ending up being the guy in the middle.
Wow.
Chase, have you still got that? Can you lift it up? Okay, so this is what we're talking about. So guy on the left. Guy in the middle, guy on the right. You can't be the guy on the right. It's only possible to be the guy on the left.
Yeah, it's almost like the more you're okay with being the guy on the left, you're kind of like, it all just ends up being all right.
Dude,
Hey, I don't know, man.
dude, I love it. John Bellion, ladies and gentlemen.
Man.
Dude, fuck, I've enjoyed today so much.
That means a ton to me. Over the years, like I try to give people their flowers if I ever meet them and say, if I ever come across that guy, I'll let him know first day, whatever. I just think it's very, very noble. I think it's very, I wish a lot more people thought the way that you did in what they decide to help people with and how they decide to help people. And I've seen you refine it over the years because I've been a fan for a super long time. So I'm in, man.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate you having me. And thanks for doing this all the way where I live.
I got you, man. I got you. Until next time.
Yes, sir.
Why did you get deep-throated by confetti?
That is up-to-date research right there.
Yeah,
I
wow.
respect that.
Yeah, so Gabe really crushes it with our content and comes up with some awesome ideas, and we kind of pitch them and throw it into a pot, and we came in for a content day and wrote this whole script up, and it was for this giveaway we were doing, and he had written in the script that he was going to get pied in the face, and then Dylan shows up, and I don't know, he just changed his mind on the spot. I was like, yeah, Dylan's going to get pied.
I got to be the guy behind the camera, so someone else has got to take the pie. So we pied Dylan in the face quite a bit, and from that night, Dylan plotted his revenge for pie and confetti in Eric's face.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I gotta, shout out We Came as Romans because they went along with it. We get into their trailer and I get a text and they have this ritual before their show. It's whiskey time, and they go, have this little ritual and like, get to the trailer now, whiskey time. So I'm walking in going, whiskey time, pie. Pied again, and now I can't see, and my mouth's open, and I'm just like, whiskey time. And as soon as I said time, I couldn't see anything. I just got a mouthful of I didn't know what. And then, I couldn't breathe for a little bit, and the uvula in the back of my throat turned into a disco ball. It was pretty
Title
great.
of your autobiography.
The uvula in my
Mouthful
throat.
of I don't know what.
I trademarked that. I'm taking that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. I feel like having a confetti bukkake is a good way to start a show.
Yeah. I think it might have to be a ritual, just not on me this time. And Dylan, you're owed one.
There's going to be some behind
Payback.
the scenes warfare for sure. This will start a 2-year war.
Okay, this is the beginning of a vicious retributive cycle.
Yes, definitely.
Wow. I want to know what you guys make of what's happening with the rock and metal scene at the moment, because a lot of artists are rethinking touring. There's some reports that have come out recently that I've read. Pop, hip-hop, country, little touch and go, some in decline, and certainly if you aggregate it, a lot in decline. But rock touring seems to be bigger than ever. So give me your thoughts. Like, you guys been around for a minute.
Yeah.
What do you make of the arc of alternative and heavy music and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think rock and metal, we'll call it modern metal, is just in such it feels like a boom right now, a resurgence. Just having chats with friends, and it's like, I'm 34, but back when I was like 15, 16, 17, I didn't have the funds to go out and see my favorite bands come through Detroit or whatever it may be. And now that we're of the age and have some disposable income, when these bands do these 20-year anniversary shows and come back around, and they have this lineup of all these other bands that you may have grew up listening to on top of having some of these new bands, and it kind of just appeals to our generation. And then, I don't have any kids, but I can imagine my kids, the next generation, it's like a family affair. So they're going out and seeing bands like, we just played when we were young, and Blink-182 and Panic at the Disco are headlining, and then bands
Taking
like
Back Sunday, brand new.
The Used, man, that lineup was just stacked. But now you go out there and you see kids that are like 15 to 18, and then you see dudes our age and older that are out there all in the crowd. And I don't know, I think there's a bit of nostalgia. I think there's I don't know.
It's not just throwback, right?
No.
All new bands with new albums, new music coming out all the time too.
I think people are pretty, I don't know if desperate is the right word, but I'll use it, desperate for experiences. And I think like pop concerts and all that stuff is like sick. You get to see your favorite pop artists, but the reality is how that music is produced is very tracks heavy. Like, a lot of these artists go on stage, it's just them. They have no band playing instruments. And I think it's like a combination of like, you want to see a little bit of that risk factor of like a band really playing, and you might see them mess up, and that's kind of interesting. But also, like, in the rock and the metal community scene in particular, I think audience engagement is actually key to the experience, whether that's crowd surfing, mosh pits, whatever that is, as opposed to if you're going to go see a pop artist or whoever, you're kind of just sitting there and it's fun, it's cool. Like, I've been to pop shows and it's fun, but metal and rock, it's a little bit more visceral, and with everyone, behind computers all day, it's fun to get punched in the face and to like scream your favorite songs at the same time. Makes you feel alive a little bit, I think.
And I think to your point too, with the pop and everything, is like it sounds just like the record, which is great, but there's something about that like push and pull of the live experience of the band all playing together, and I think there's a little bit of that on top of that too.
Yeah.
Especially if you love a track, or you love a band, and they play your favorite track, but there's a twist on it. Oh, maybe there's a longer solo. Maybe they've added an additional chorus at the end. Maybe just the way that the singer that night decides to interpret a way to say the vocals sticks in your mind. I remember going and seeing bands like Bring Me in Newcastle when they first started doing like moderate-sized theaters, and they played a Halloween show. It was just after Jordan had joined the band, and I'd seen an opportunity, kind of like an ex ugly girl who's just had a glow up. I saw the opportunity to like befriend Jordan because he was brand new to the band, and he was having some problem with Ableton. I messaged him about it on Twitter. We became friends, and he said, "Yo, why don't you come to the show that's happening at the O2?" It was on Halloween, and they came out fully face painted up as skeletons. They played the whole show as skeletons. I remember like watching that show from the back and thinking so many of the songs that I knew really well just had little twists and adaptations that had been made. Yeah. And that was great because it is a unique experience. And I guess, well, actually, if you were to say that from the pop side, who nearly fucking killed that? Was it Beyonce that nearly got killed by a car that was over the top of flying over the top of the, I swear it was. Beyonce was doing a show, and she's one of those like floating stage things that, goes right over the crowd, and everyone gets to look up. I'm pretty sure that some shit snapped. And like, imagine if you were the guy that killed Beyonce. You put the carabiner on wrong or something like that. My point being, you do get to see some stuff at pop shows.
Yeah.
I guess sometimes people go upside down when they drum, but that's really kind of the pinnacle of it from like a show experience.
Yeah.
There's a catwalk, maybe there's some cool blocking, maybe there's not, whatever.
Yeah.
It suggests that there's something about rock and heavy music that you get out of that show that you can't recreate with Pink flying around a stadium or the Jonas Brothers with 20 people on stage or whatever it might be.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I think like pop, you're able to do the spectacle a little bit more. You can have Pink, doing trapeze over the audience. It's sick. Like I would love if Eric did the trapeze.
I don't know about that.
You're built for the trapeze.
Yeah.
Am I?
You have the exact body shape of a trapeze artist.
God.
I also think like from a songwriting perspective, like at least when I was growing up, metal was all about like how heavy can you make it, and I still think that's like part of it. But I think now more than ever, metal and pop are fusing in a lot of ways, and fusing in a way that's done very well. Like I think people have tried it a lot where it's like they'll have these heavy breakdowns and they'll go into a very melodic chorus, but it just never like really meshes. But you know, you've got bands who are kind of taking these sounds and putting them all together, like, you know, Sleep Token, Bad Omens, all those bands who are really exploding. I mean, my theory is that they're exploding because they've mastered melody so much. And at the end of the day, people want to listen to a song that maybe makes them feel a certain way, gives them energy at the gym or whatever, but without a melodic chorus, not all the time, but a lot of the time, it's not going to get stuck in their head. They're not going to come back to it. Don't get me wrong. I'm at the gym sometimes listening to ass beaters and I just want to like
Job for a Cowboy.
I just want to go like super hard, and that's really fun too. And even those bands are growing too. So it's almost like, I don't know if these bands all the way at the top are just kind of bringing the whole thing up with them, you know?
Yeah, definitely the verse chorus kind of pop structure of a song with some melody. I mean, say what you want about Sleep Token, dude. Caramel is one of the catchiest
Dude, it's so good.
fucking hooks maybe of all time of that genre.
Yeah.
Like, it is so sticky.
Yep.
And
That's fun. I like that.
it's just, you can't get it out of your head the first time that you hear that. So yeah, I think you're right. And it makes it radio friendly. It makes it, you know, like sort of chart friendly.
Yeah. And it's almost like, you know, I just talked about how so many bands are getting better at blending, but sometimes when you are like, I don't actually care about blending it, like that's a perfect example of a song where the first 3/4 of that song is a pop song, really done well. And then they're just like, and now we're just going to go into like the heaviest shit we've ever done ever. Right. And it's like sicker because it didn't even try to like meld them. It's just like, here's this and then here's this, and what a fun journey for everyone to be on. It's like you're really trying something, I think, more than, I don't know. I don't want to be like metal versus other genres, but
it's something about too, like you blows your expectations out. Like what you got 3/4 of the way through the song, you're like, okay, I kind of get where it's going, and then oh man, there's this switch up at the end. And you know, I think when bands do that very well, it's like you have the listener on the edge of the seat. You know, you don't know what to expect, and you get halfway through the song and you're like, okay, this is cool. And then all of a sudden the bridge comes or the breakdown comes or the outro, whatever it is. There's you know, I don't see that much. You see that in hip hop a bit, but I don't really see that in pop. I feel like pop and country, it's just like you get 30 seconds of the song, you kind of know what you're going to get. Well, the emotion,
you're
the ride.
very rarely surprised.
Right.
The final theory is that maybe we're all just getting a little more fucked up and into like these things that just make us feel like viscerally. Like I feel like horror movies, I don't watch horror movies, but like I feel like those are on the rise also, and like almost the more messed up they are, the more popular they get. Like do
you think the messaging the messaging of metal is tapping into an emotion that's difficult for people to find catharsis with elsewhere?
Yeah, I think so. Some of these like very heavy metal bands, and like just, you know, you look at the lyrics or listen to lyrics, it's just like very fucked up and aggressive, and I think it's just a healthy way to, you know, it's human emotion. It's you know, you're feeling that. It's just a healthy way, I feel like, to get that out, especially when you're in a small club with 200 people listening to just ass beater breakdowns over and over and over, just screaming about the most like dark message, dark stuff. You know, like the Acacia Strain is one band that had some like hateful lyrics back in the day, and it's just, you know, I don't feel that way. I don't feel like, you know, chopping people up or whatever, Cannibal Corpse or anything like that. But to feel that health in a healthy way, I guess, is something I think especially.
It's certainly elevated. If you look at like a Sleep Token or a Bad Omens now, the message is just like poetic emo, right? It's Ohio is for lovers for 2025.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm outside of your window, like that.
Yeah.
It's that sad Nicky FM-y type thing that we all grew up listening to,
Yes.
but just like significantly elevated with much more sophisticated production.
Yeah.
But it still speaks to, I have challenges and sometimes they're hard and nobody understands me and this is difficult and I don't know what I'm doing and there is pressure and I'm growing up and things are changing. It's like these timeless modern problems.
Yeah. I feel like I had the gift of reconnecting with the emotion of metal this year in particular, because I'll be honest, like I've been in this band for 8 years, and this point I'm 33 years old, and I'm like, yeah, you know, like the emotions that I had when I was 14 are different now, right? And I'm kind of like, am I going to sing about being really stressed about work and you know, being married for 11 years or whatever?
Messages.
Yeah, dude, exactly. My inbox is a nightmare.
Yep.
But man, I think for honestly most of us in the band, we've had one individually some of the hardest years that at least that I've ever had in my life. Of yeah, I mean, we lost our manager, our booking agent. He died tragically in a plane accident. 2 days later, I lost my grandpa. 1 week later, someone broke into my house while I was sleeping, and I mean many other things that I probably can't really get into, but I feel like it took me to low places where it was more than just like heavy music is fun at the gym, and it's like I viscerally my emotions are viscerally connecting with this music, and it was a gift in a lot of ways because it allowed me to see through like the fans' eyes of what they're experiencing when they're hearing this music. Because again, 33, I'm like, yeah, I'm just, hey, I like the song's cool, but I'm a drummer. I'm not always listening to lyrics and like connecting, but yeah, I feel like I got to do that this year more so, and I do think like metal and rock has a little bit more of those themes to connect with.
Especially if you're getting kicked in the nuts by life, which, you know, if everything's going great and Grammy nominations and we're on the road and ticket sales are going up, you know, how much are you connecting with it's kind of the like golden prison like velvet fucking handcuffs thing that podcasters or comedians get accused of.
Yeah.
Right? You know, if you're a comedian, Whitney Cummings got this great line where she says, in order for art to imitate life, you have to live a life. And this is why you can tell when comedians are getting too successful.
Yeah.
Because all they talk about are airports, dinners, and shows. Yeah. Because that's all they know.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, if you're touring 200 days out of the year, what life have you got to inject into the art? And I guess for you guys as well, this is my problem with fucking Luke Combs, man. Like, I love that guy's music so much. He was the person that got me into. He was the soundtrack to 2019, which was the year I decided I wanted to move to America. But his music, to me, has got less resonant linearly as his life's got better.
Yeah.
I'm like, I do some cocaine, or like get in a fight, or like lose a leg or something. Like, I need some, you know.
Yeah.
I just want a little bit of sort of great. It's like, you know, everything's going great and I'm getting a bit older and my dad's older than me, but he's really lovely and my wife loves me and my kid loves me. I'm like, fuck, Luke, come on, man.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that you can't make music from a happy place, but that, I don't know, there's something about the friction, I think, that causes people to dig a little bit deeper. Like when you're going against the grain of life, it seems like people tap into emotion a little bit more acutely.
100%.
Yeah. I think on this record for us, there's a few songs that I had to go back and like look at these events or these situations or these difficult times I had in the past and pick open some scabs that didn't really fully heal and that also is finding inspiration and looking back on some difficult times and hard times that I really haven't had, any therapy to get through, and just kind of just let it go for 3 or 4 years. So that's, doesn't always have to be about what's going on in your life right now, but to look back and really, someone put it once, I can't remember how they worded it, but it takes some time to look back and fully have a full thought, or fully grasp what you went through. And that's something too. If I'm not, we're trying to draw from the well of inspiration and looking back on a past failed relationship, or past, you want to call it trauma, to dig at those and really, it's very important for us to write music and every song have come from something that has some real emotion and can be relatable to someone. And yeah, I think that is a big challenge for artists when they start getting bigger and, they're playing arenas and ticket sales are going through the roof. And like you said, Grammy noms, all this stuff. And it's hard to be relatable. And that's what, growing up, I took a lot out of music, and I found, a lot of things to relate to. And when I was a teenager going through like, oh, the world hates me and no one loves me. And once you get to that level, like how do you still write music to relate to your fans? And so for me, specifically, it was like going back and like digging through some things that just didn't work out, and I
We'll get back to talking in just a minute, but first, some things are built for summer. Sunburns, hot girl walks, your ex posting their Euro road trip, and now, lemonade and salt. Element just dropped their brand new lemonade salt flavor, and it's everything that you want on a hot day. Tart, salty, and stupidly refreshing. It's like a grown-up lemonade stand in a stick with actual function behind the flavor. Because, let's be real, if you're sweating through workouts, sauna sessions, or just walking to your car in July, then you are losing more than just water. Element replaces the electrolytes that your body actually needs. Sodium, potassium, and magnesium with no sugar, no junk, and no nonsense. I've been drinking it every single day for years, and in the Texas heat, this lemonade flavor in a cold glass of water is unbelievably good. Best of all, they've got a no questions asked refund policy with an unlimited duration, so you can buy it and try it for as long as you want, and if you don't like it for any reason, they'll give you your money back, and you don't even need to return the box. That's how confident they are that you'll love it. Plus, they offer free shipping in the US. Right now, you can get a free sample pack of Element's most popular flavors with your first purchase by going to the link in the description below or heading to drinklmnt.com/modernwisdom. That's drinklmnt.com/modernwisdom.
What is the process of writing records which deal with deeply emotional, personal topics like that as a group? Because it's like, well, I'm the guy that sings the words, but I'm the guy that makes the melody, but I'm like, I feel sad, but I feel ambivalent, but I'm uncertain. I've got, I'm excited or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're trying to, I spoke to the guys from Under Oath. I think there's an increasing trend of solo acts masquerading as bands, or bands that sort of perform publicly as a democracy, but in terms of production, it's much sort of closer to a dictatorship. And in some ways, I can see why that is a huge fucking hack. Because you don't have to do any of this diplomacy bullshit.
Yeah.
It's like, this is what the song's about. This is how the song's going to sound. You want to track on the record and help me cut it? Brilliant. If not, I got fucking 50 people that are going to come and do it. Sweet.
Yep.
But you often have the opportunity to tap into different people's emotions. So is that tough? You got, 10 tracks on a new album, and you're like, it's not a lot of room for a ton of guys to get their creative, presentation out there.
Yeah, I think being with these guys for the last 10, 11 so years, it's that was a huge plus, to sit down in a room and be like, well, okay, we start working on an instrumental for a song, let's say, and it's kind of pulling at this emotion, and pull out some lyric notes, and okay, this line that I wrote a while ago, this kind of feels like it matches the mood of the instrumental, and okay, well, when I was in this headspace, and there's certain songs we sat down, I was like, I think I can really pull from this, and maybe let's say it was a bad relationship I was going through years ago, and they were around me when that was going on, so it's not like super foreign to them, and sit down and kind of like write some lyrics out, and this is kind of what I was feeling, this is kind of what I was going through, and if you can tap into that and you have something similar, like bounce some ideas off each other, and kind of like we all kind of feel everyone's got unique stories, but there's some overlap. And if you can tap into that and help, generate some lyrics out of that, I'm sure there's going to be something that overlaps. So, I'm just thinking of one song specifically, but.
Have you ever contributed any lyrics ever?
Maybe a single word. Yeah. So we joke that we are business metal. And so that translates to the writing process as well, where it's like we kind of have these different departments, right? So me and John, I would say we're more in the instrumental department, because I'm not trying to play in a sandbox that I don't belong in. I'm like, hey, I grew up, like, I played in so many bands, and even then it's like I can write some like cool instrumental parts or like suggest cool things, and obviously play drums well and write cool drum parts. I'm not a poet. I'm happy to talk about my feelings, but if you're like, now make it like artistic, right. I'm like, I can hit things hard. Yeah. That's my art. And so, yeah, and then Steve and Eric are really good at, like, yeah, like to Eric's point, me and John, really all of us in the room too, contribute to the instrumental, but might set a vibe, and that vibe might create an emotion in Steve or Eric of something that they've been dealing with in the past or recently. And the two of them will almost sometimes separate. The two of them will like go in a different part of the room and just go back and forth. And sometimes they'll be Eric, like, here's what I'm trying to say. And the two of them will try to figure out, how do we get to say that in the most artistic way possible, or the most authentic way possible. Mm-hmm. And then meanwhile, me and John will try to keep laying down like the foundation and come up with parts that we think are cool, and then kind of come back together. And yeah, there are some times where I'm just sitting there like watching them do their thing, and there's sometimes where Eric's just sitting there like watching me be like, okay, move the snare drum over one note and then hit this cymbal like that. It's like, it can get very tedious, but yeah, it's departmental for sure.
When any band creates something deeply emotional and then performs it a few hundred or thousand times, does it still resonate in the same way? Does that drop over time? Does it heal you? Does it reopen old wounds?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think there's different songs and different points in my life and different performances, let's say, that, some of these new songs we just started playing, I have been like, oh God, all right, don't mess up the lyrics. Remember, this is the first verse, this is the second. Okay, here's the note you're hitting. And I lose that for a moment. But yeah, there's a certain point in the tour that you start playing that song that I'm like, I'm reconnecting with it. And then after, a couple tours, sometimes some of these songs are like, I'm emotionally disconnected, and I'm going through the performance. And there's been some times where I'm look out and I see, someone sobbing to a song, and then I'm like brought back immediately to like the emotion that I was feeling in it. And then all of a sudden, then I have a new connection to it again. And I'd like to think after that, I performed the song a little bit better for the rest of the tour. But
so you feel, this is an interesting one. I was talking to Johnny Frank about this. So Bill Murray got that new More Than Hate track, and they have just started performing it live. I think it only came out maybe 8 weeks ago, something like that. And I was talking to him last week in Dallas, and he said, dude, I got to be honest, like when I'm performing the track, I'm so focused on the performance because I've done it live like 15 times. And that's not a lot. That sounds like a lot, but that's not a lot.
Yeah.
So he is still finding new ways to mess up. And he doesn't know all of the potential pitfalls. And that I never really realized, well, fuck, like even if you've done a bunch of like run-throughs and rehearsals or whatever, and even if you added half an hour on sound check so that you can like run new bits a few times over and over, the difference of, okay, and where am I going to be on the stage and what's going to go on? So yeah, I guess when this is something I never considered as an audience member, and I hope I don't screw up everybody's ticket sales here. But if a band is touring a new album and you have the choice between being at the start of the tour and being a little bit deeper into it, I think it's probably a good idea to push your tickets. You can choose between whether the Dallas or Houston show, but for some reason, because of the routing, they're coming to Houston 4 weeks later. Like, maybe you go to the second one. Maybe they're a bit tighter by then. Maybe they know the tracks a little bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's also some excitement to being there in the early stages
high wire
and seeing us like mess up and try like to do our best, you know? Yeah, I think, man, it's like such an interesting balance of like tour life is exhausting. It's like you might start at 100%. I mean, you know this way more than I do, even with all the shit you're dealing with. But like, you might start at 100%, and then okay, the shows are very physical, and then you're sleeping on a tour bus very poorly, and then the shows are more physical, and you're sleeping worse, and it's like, by the end of the tour, I might have 30% in the tank, and I'm working 3 times as hard to play the same part. So it's kind of
That's
this
the thing that you've got to balance the experience with the set with the level of gas left in the tank.
Yes.
Because, and also what you have in the earlier parts of the tour is adrenaline, which also will just like push you
Opposed to fatigue and
Yes.
resentment and boredom and
exactly, because then not only are you more fatigued, but you also are low on adrenaline because you're like, well, I'm kind of bored now. I know how to play everything.
Yeah,
I
nothing's
almost
new.
Yeah, I want that like shot of adrenaline. It would help me get through this physically. So it's a toss up a little bit there.
Going back to the metal world of sort of rock ascendancy that we're seeing at the moment, do you think that you need to be really talented to be a sort of world touring alternative artist now? Basically, how much of it is talent and how much can you ride off the back of social media hype and good marketing?
I had no talent when I was starting this thing. I didn't belong out here, man. I just took, like, I feel like every room I was in, I had this mentality of just be a sponge, just soak up as much as you can. And I think that got me through the first, years of touring and all that. But I do think it takes, you can go in off the hype and off the TikToks and off all that, but you have to quickly figure your shit out real fast. If you're up on stage and there's so many variables, you're not just posting a video you playing. There's so many variables of a live set. And I mean, even the thing where I'm looking out in a crowd and I see up in the front row and someone doesn't know the words to the song and they're just, fish mouthing like just random lyrics. I fucked up lyrics because I was looking at that guy. I was like, what is he saying? Oh shit, what am I saying? Oh, what verse am I in? Where am I? But yeah, I think there's a good mix that
It's unforgiving then in that regard. Like the hype can kind of only carry you so far.
Yeah, I'd argue that
Yeah.
you need a good product, right?
Yeah.
So like first of all, I'd argue that you need a lot of talent to be good at marketing and because you're not the labels and all that, like they will provide that for you, but like I ultimately think the bands that are doing the best are the ones who understand how to market themselves. So one, I'd argue that's a skill. Two, if the product is shitty, right? Like Chris, if this podcast sucks, but you're really good at marketing, like sure, you're going to get it in front of a few more people, but at the end of the day, people aren't going to come back. And now you're working your ass off to just market a shitty product.
Right.
That's not really going to work. So like, I do think, especially in today's landscape, like how it used to be is bands would get discovered by a label, they explode. Like it was very gate kept, right? But if you were through, and all you had to do is like show up and play music. And now you could upload a song to Spotify right now while we're having this conversation, put in a prompt into AI and then upload it to Spotify, right? So like the landscape is more competitive than ever, which I think means that bands who are not always like, there's plenty of very talented bands who don't get traction, but it's very competitive. You need to have like very good songs, very good marketing. Like you have to be more well-rounded than ever, as opposed to, hey, I'm just like a good musician. That might not really get you noticed much.
What do you make of the advent of AI artists?
Oh man, don't get me started. It's a little frightening, man. Just came across a friend of mine went on a rant and posted all these bands on Spotify that were, AI bands, and whether it's a band that's feeding prompts and getting it and playing it, or it's one guy that just used ChatGPT, Grok, whatever to create everything. And then you go look at the monthly listeners and there's 700,000 monthly listeners. And it's not the fear that someone's going to go, I'd rather listen to this AI band over, a real human band. It's the fact that it's just going to get slipped into playlisting, and it's just going to be on your playlist, and it's just going to just accumulate more and more of all these other fake bands, and by the time you go and look through your playlist, you're like, oh, who's this, and there's no real musicians. But my ultimate worry is that, you know, who's to say that someone who owns a streaming platform doesn't just start making music off AI himself or herself and feeding it into the playlisting. And now there's even less of the pie. You know, artists are getting, you know, fractions of a penny on the dollar for streams. Well, now that those playlists that these bands are fighting hard for, who's to say the CEOs of, you know, Apple Music, Spotify, Tidal, whatever, aren't just making their own music, feed it into the algorithm, putting in the place, you know, into the playlisting. And now how are we supposed to fight that?
It'd be like OnlyFans owning the AI girlfriend generator.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You've got the distribution and you've got the source material as well.
100%. Yeah. It's a tricky balance because in one way I'm like, you can't, very difficult to stop a train that's already moving, right? But then also, kind of like what I was talking about with concerts, I'm like, I think people are craving more physical experiences or people to connect with, right? Like, I think it'll be an interesting balance of like, yeah, an AI song could come on and you might not know it's AI and you might not really care that it's AI because it's like, well, the song's good. But I wonder, like, even if that has like a huge boom, that it wouldn't end up going to the other side of like, yeah, but I kind of miss connecting with an artist or with a band or like what they actually had to say, you know, or like if it's AI, there's nothing to really, not much to really connect with, you know. All that said, yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Well, look, I saw what about 2 months ago, there was a bunch of screenshots floating around. Maybe it was the new terms of service that Spotify had that sounded like an adjustment had been made to say that your music can be used in data training sets that can be reproduced in perpetuity with and without credit, etc. All of the legalese. And then I came across this. Spotify announced a collaboration with major labels, Universal Music Group, Sony Music, Warner Music Group, to build an AI-driven features while protecting artists' rights and ensuring fair compensation. Proactive move in the face of rising concerns about generative AI tools using artists' voices and sounds without proper licensing. Streaming giant Spotify states it will involve direct licensing and artist permission frameworks. The partnership signals industry acknowledgement of AI as both an opportunity and a threat. So I don't know where it goes. I certainly know that I'm getting delivered more AI bands in my radio. You press one single. I think I played, this is exactly what happened. I played the new Bad Omens song the day it came out. It was on the day we were filming with McConaughey. We'd finished up and I put it on through the system at Stray Vista where we filmed that shit. And it came on and then the next track came on. And I was like, this is a really interesting sound. This is a funny little track. Like I'll go over and have a little look. I was like, oh, it's what AI band. Like the first Omens, next track was them.
Yeah.
That is fucking premier position.
Yeah.
Algorithmically.
Yeah.
And it's picking up speed. I would say it's, but I mean, obviously the other, and you made a great point that if I use AI to enhance my songwriting and then cut the track myself with my bandmates, who knows?
Yeah.
Right.
Like, how does anybody know where the initial inspiration for this track came from?
Yeah.
Like, hey, write me 20 number one hits in the style of Sleep Token and Bad Omens and I Prevail.
Yep.
And then you go, oh, well, maybe there's our next album.
Yeah, 100%.
We'll get back to talking in just 1 second, but first, if you have been feeling a bit sluggish, your testosterone levels might be the problem. They play a huge role in your energy, your focus, and your performance, but most people have no idea where theirs are or what to do if something's off, which is why I partnered with Function, because I wanted a smarter and more comprehensive way to actually understand what's happening inside of my body. Twice a year, they run lab tests that monitor over 100 biomarkers. They've got a team of expert physicians that analyze the data and give you actionable advice to improve your health and lifespan. And seeing your testosterone levels and tons of other biomarkers charted over the course of a year with actionable insights to actually improve them gives you a clear path to making your life better. Getting your blood work drawn and analyzed like this would usually cost thousands, but with Function, it's just $499. And right now, you can get $100 off, bringing it down to $399. Get the exact same blood panels that I get and save that $100 by going to the link in the description below or heading to functionhealth.com/modernwisdom. That's functionhealth.com/modernwisdom.
Yeah, it's really interesting that way, because there is like, I would imagine that music would start to get a bit watered down. Could be wrong, but that would be my theory on it. And to your point of what you were reading, I think there's a lot of opportunity for like discoverability of like, I think I saw something that ChatGPT and Spotify are coming together, so I could just be like, hey, find me an artist who is really heavy and like good for working out, right? And then they can feed me real artists. Like, that's actually a really cool opportunity where AI can actually support it. But yeah, it can be snuck into songwriting. I feel like that's what the whole writer strikes were about a couple years back in Hollywood, is like not using AI for script writing, because I would imagine, I guess I don't really know if they are using it or not, but that everything would just kind of start to get watered down. But also AI is getting better and better, so will it really get watered down?
Yeah, will it enhance everything? I mean, here's another way to look at it. Everybody gets inspired by something. You know, the way that you construct your particular melodies. Mm-hmm. Well, it's because you grew up listening to Biffy Clyro or Billy Talent or whoever the fuck, like weird My Chemical Romance's first EP or whatever the fuck it is. You go, okay, so do they own the inspiration that came through you? Obviously not. I don't think anybody would say that. But originality is just undetected plagiarism.
Yeah.
Is a kind of way, like, you play the drums. When you hold the sticks in a particular way, you didn't invent the way that you hold the sticks. You didn't invent the way that the drums are put together. So do you always need to pass it back up? And I think there's an interesting ethical challenge here of how much assistance is too much.
Yeah.
Right? How much does it sort of feel like it's being perverted by AI, and how much is it just, well, it's just another tool. You know, it's fucking Pro Tools or Decapitator or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting slippery slope you get down, because you like to think that inspiration you hear, like these bands you mentioned. Yeah, I loved all those bands, and I took influence from them. The style of music we want to play, from lyrics to melody and all that. But it's something that was, back then there was no AI, so it's something that they were inspired by, and then that band was inspired by, and it just waterfalls down, cascades down into our creative process, and then it's up to us to put it through our filter and use our own words and generate the same emotion or feel that we're going for, that we were inspired by. But it all ultimately is through the human experience. And then you have the opposite, where it's you just go to a computer and be like, I'm sad, write a sad song like My Chemical Romance. And it's like, here's the options. And it's like, well, now I'm just picking and choosing. Like, I'm going down the grocery store and going, I'll take that one. I like that brand. I'll take that one. I'll take that one. It's like, where does artistry stop when you start using tools? But then at the same time, Melodyne, pitch correcting on the track, or when you're demoing songs and you program the drums. Bands done that for the last 20 years, and you program the drums, and oh man, actually let's track the drums. Well, the programmed drums I think sound better. Well, you run with it, and well, where's that line? It's a very blurred line right now.
It does seem like every time there's been something that's come into the music industry that's like controversial at first, the convenience ends up winning out, right? Like, I feel like 50 years ago, the idea of someone writing a song, we'd have to go back a little further, but the idea of writing a song for someone else and that pop artist just taking it and then just singing what you gave me, I think was initially like, artists aren't even writing their own songs now. But now when Justin Bieber's singing a song, no one's like, did he write that? Like, no one cares.
Yeah.
They probably think that he did, but most of the time it's someone, here's a song, you have a good voice, sing it, cool. And I can see that, to your point of then pitch correcting in the studio, but then pitch correcting live, or then, quantizing to make the timing of every instrument perfect. And then even samples of, oh, well, I can just take this sample and I can mess around with it, but now it's mine, and I can like build
we'll
the
play
song
to a
around
click
it.
track. We'll have a click in our ears to ensure that everybody's at least on time, even if it's not quantized after the fact. Or
100%.
Rick Beato was telling me about how when digital recording first came in, and it meant that you didn't just have to do things in one take.
Yeah.
On tape.
Yeah.
You go, well, I mean, that wasn't what they recorded.
Yep.
And I know that if you are recording something and your finger just brushes the wrong string, you're like, hey, dude, like, whatever, fourth bar in on that second bit there, I just coded a little bit wrong. Let me just go in and then, bing. Okay, there we are. Slot that one thing in there. Okay, so, like, you could play, and I think you can do this, you could play an entire track one note at a time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just be like,
Yeah.
okay, there's that note. I've got that right. And then I can go in, and then we'll do it again, and we'll do it again, and we'll do it again. You got this Lego brick building block set, and you've constructed a track. So yeah, it's a interesting challenge. I mean, do you guys use AI tools? Have they assisted at all with anything that you guys do?
No.
Never.
Fucking medieval.
Yeah,
What you're
yeah,
doing.
dude. We're grandpas over here. No, the most is we'll be in the back of the bus and we'll think of a really stupid prompt for AI, and then we'll just be like, "Oh, AI, write a song about Eric falling down and his pants coming off and poop goes everywhere." And like we'll see what the AI spits out. But no, in our actual
Entertainment tool. Not
yes,
Yeah, yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Where do you see it? Like, do you feel any type of threat about AI in the podcasting space? Because I know like AI podcasts are.
Notebook LM does a really good job of it. I mean, you can now go and say, I don't know whether you can say it for people, but you can certainly say, I want to learn about the final week of the fall of Berlin in Nazi Germany, make the podcast 20 minutes long and relatively serious. And Notebook LM will spit out a very listenable with breath breaks and ums and ahs and laughter and all the rest of it. And it's very listenable. My sort of position on this is that ultimately the market is going to choose what's best for it. And that's not always great. Ultra-processed, hyper-palatable foods that are calorie-dense, like people will tend to choose those over something else. It's very difficult to get them to choose the thing which is better for them.
Yeah.
But when it comes to this, what's better for them is just what's most accurate, entertaining, educational. So it is going to be incumbent on whoever it is, whatever industry you're in, to just be better. Like if you can be defeated by AI or a robot, I don't know what the leg is that you have to stand on to be able to compete with that. Now, there are certain things that you can do. For instance, you could go live. If you were responding live to messages and comments and stuff from people, that would be the equivalent, my equivalent of doing a show on stage. But even then, AI is just going to get quick enough where it's going to be able to render in real time responses and video and then stream those back to people. So all you're doing is kicking the can down the road with regards to that. And I think you guys do have a good moat. I think all bands have a great moat around their the main moneymaker, which is touring and sort of the associated shit that comes along with that. Because until the robots get as good as you guys on stage, that's not going to happen.
I mean, the Chuck E. Cheese band was pretty sick. That was dope. Those robots were sick.
That is true. Maybe your fucking demise is closer than you think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there's a moat around that, and it'll be a fascinating few years. My like really unpopular with musicians theory is that musicians believe that they should have a special kind of protection around them because it's so hard to be able to do the basics of what you guys do. Anybody can sit down with a microphone in front of them and do a podcast. I mean, anybody can sit down and try and sing and like make a song, but the barrier to entry is significantly higher. Like you need to learn so much and practice for a very long time. And I think that a shortcut to a place which is not very far away doesn't feel like that much of a cheat. A shortcut to a place that's taken a decade or 15 years to get to feels much more unfair. And I think that this is one of the reasons that musicians have a particular bee in their bonnet around why AI needs some sort of restriction on it. It feels particularly unfair that the muggles who haven't spent all of their time learning to sing or play drums or guitar or whatever are just able to type some words in and then do something which is comparable. Whereas as is being demonstrated right now, any idiot can do a podcast, right? Like
You got
any
us
three
here, man.
idiots, any three idiots can do a podcast.
Yeah.
So it's about how can you sort of stay ahead, and you're not. I mean, if you think you're going to slow the behemoth leviathan that is AI, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So it's a case of how you're going to be able to adapt to it.
Yeah, totally. And I try not to just like sit around thinking, well, it's unfair and I hope it doesn't do something bad, you know? Like that's not, I don't think that's really going to take me to the place that I want to go in life. But yeah, to your point, it's like, okay, well, what's in my control? Because I can't control AI. I can control how well I show up or what I choose to spend my time focusing on that I think like is the biggest needle mover in my project or my skill set or whatever that is. But yeah, to analyze all of those things like is difficult, right? Because at a certain point, what got me in the band is not what's going to get the band bigger, right? If I spend all my time 10 hours a day just practicing drums, like if I get 10 times better at drums right now, the band will grow 0%. You know what I mean? It's like I got to a certain point where it's like, cool, I can do the job and I can do it well and I can be creative and try to stand out in my own ways. But now what's the next thing that I can focus on that will actually take me to where I want to go? It got me the audition, which is very cool. But yeah, that's always like a thing I'm trying to think about in my head is like, yeah, what now?
What are some of the other secrets that the music industry should be talking about but isn't?
I think that kind of like what I was saying of how competitive things are. It's not, for the most part, enough to just be a good band anymore. I think you need to be very multifaceted in having your departments in the business, right? So like, for example, if we use I Prevail, for example, we all do our music thing. We all have our own weird skills. This guy can yell really loud and that's like a cool skill, right? But for me, okay, like my department is cool. I can play drums, but I'm also have a ton of experience growing in organic content, media machine or team or whatever that is, and marketing and back-end business and growing the merch sales or whatever that is, right? And then we have our guitar player, Steve, who's very in like the accounting business management world. Yeah, he's a really good lead guitar player, but he's also like a nerd on Excel, right? And it's like you kind of have to have these like other facets that contribute to the overall project. And outside of that, I would just say I used to think that being in a band was like showing up and playing drums and like performing and someone just like hands you a check and it's like, oh, cool. Like, thanks. I played the show. I got paid. See you later. But it's like, oh, actually there are these 9 different arms of how you can make money. But before it comes to you, it's going to go percentage, 10% is going to go over here for the person who booked the tour. 20% is going to go to just the general manager who just handles business stuff. Then all of your music is going to get split into 3 different arms of publishing and then people who try to put it on like freaking video games and stuff and whatever your Spotify cut is, and then how much goes to the label as opposed to the people who wrote the songs. And it's like this ginormous spider web of money going to a million different people. And then you're here at the bottom and you're just like, I'm trying to catch as much as I possibly can.
Yep.
That it's just so complex, right? Like I'm sure it's complex for you too, and I oversimplify it, but I'm like, you do a brand deal and they're like, cool, here you go. Here's your monthly or yearly, whatever.
Significantly more simple. But that is because I've done the equivalent of remaining independent as an artist. I'm not signed. I've never, ever been signed to any network. I'm not owned by a media agency. I'm not even signed. I don't even have an agent.
Wow.
So like everything is just me. Everything is bootstrapped.
Crazy.
Everything is bootstrapped.
That's crazy.
The tour that we put together, bootstrapped. Team that we put together, bootstrapped. Everything. Like we booked our own tour manager. Like this is not.
Wow.
Yeah. So that means that there's a lot more effort that has to go in on the front end, but there's so much more control on the back end.
Yes.
You're like, something isn't working out with whatever partner this is, whatever member of staff this is, whatever contractor we have. There's no obligation.
Yeah.
Beyond loyalty, which counts for a lot, but there's less fuckery, and it is wild to see people just want to go and hear good music from their band that are happy and healthy and playing a show, and hopefully well enough remunerated to keep doing it. And there's just a lot of holes in the Swiss cheese slice that you don't get to see. And I don't know. I hope that it doesn't seem at the moment, at least the genres that I'm interested in, you guys and your cohort, doesn't seem like that many people feel like they're eating shit, because I think live is going so well for so many people. But yeah, if I was a big hip hop fan or something, maybe I'd feel differently. Maybe I'd be worried about the sort of upcoming hip hop artists and whether or not they can make money like they used to back in the day or something.
Yeah.
Before we continue, I've been drinking AG1 every morning for as long as I can remember now, because it is the simplest way I've found to cover my bases and not overthink nutrition, and that is why I partnered with them. Just one scoop gives you 75 vitamins, minerals, probiotics, and whole food ingredients in a single drink. Now, they've taken it a step further with AG1 Next Gen, the same one scoop, once a day ritual, but this time backed by 4 clinical trials. In those trials, it was shown to fill common nutrient gaps, improve key nutrient levels in just 3 months, and increase healthy gut bacteria by 10 times, even in people who already eat well. They've upgraded their formula with better probiotics, more bioavailable nutrients, and clinical validation. Plus, it's still NSF certified for sport, so you know that the quality is legit. Right now, when you first subscribe, you can get a free bottle of D3K2 and AG1 welcome kit, plus bonus AG1 travel packs, and for a limited time, US customers also get a sample of AGZ and a bottle of omega-3s. Just go to the link in the description below or head to drinkag1.com/modernwisdom. That's drinkag1.com/modernwisdom.
And, then the tough part about being in a band too, and I don't want to like complain about money. I'm not trying to complain about money. I'm just trying to say, like, I think it's important to understand how the back end of the business works. And like, yes, now you can be independent if you want to. Like, you can. Like, there are plenty of Spotify artists who they made a good product. Their songs are good, and they develop the skill of organic content or paid ads, or probably not paid ads as much, but like, yeah, marketing themselves. If you have a good product and you can market yourselves and you can push people to the right, whatever you want that to be, buy tickets or go stream the song, like, you can simplify the whole process and just get really good at team building, which is what I assume is the skill that you've had to build to do it all independent.
Horrendous at it, but yeah.
Yeah. But it is like, it's this weird, like, for me, I look at how my life has gone, and I grew up, everyone, hey, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a drummer. And everyone's
Was
like,
that what you said as a kid?
yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
What
What was the response when you said, I want to be a drummer?
You're stupid. Like, I grew up in the suburbs of Michigan. We're still from there, but yeah, there's no professional musicians that I knew of coming out of Michigan. There are, but you've got Kid Rock, you've got Eminem. Like, there's some
Cracker.
big, yeah, Uncle Cracker. There's some big players, but yeah, everyone's like, you're stupid. Go to school. Go to university. For you, I wouldn't say college, but go to college and get a degree in business. And I'm like, I don't care about business. I want to play drums. The ironic thing is that to be able to play drums professionally, I had to learn a lot about business. But then, by my own accord, really fell in love with a lot of it. Because it's like, I think any musician starts to love it because it's very challenging. It's very challenging to develop a skill in songwriting or singing or drumming or whatever that is. And then at a certain point, it's not, you've never arrived. You can always get better, but I think business has that same thing too, right? Where it's like, oh, now it's not just drumming that I have to get better at. Business is an umbrella term, there's accounting, there's marketing, there's blah, 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 blah. So there's endless things to
You have
challenge yourself.
direct input on the lyrics that you write, the melodies that come out. You don't have the same with how well the accounts are put together, and if you negotiate the margin on the merch 10% off. Like, I always used to feel bad when I ran nightclubs in my 20s, because I had this sense that my success, I could always excuse my successes away. I was like a Velcro for criticism, self-criticism, and Teflon for self-praise, because your contribution to the success of a business, anything really within the business operations, even if you come up with the best marketing tagline of all time, you're not the one that delivered it. You're not the one that chose how the audience responded to it. And you're not the one that said that the sales, whatever, created the page that had the conversion rate optimization that did the... and it meant that I always was more easily able to ignore where I'd done well with things like that. And I think one of the great things about what you guys do, and what I think everybody needs in their life, is something where a direct, it's almost one-to-one input to output ratio of effort to reward is available. If you write a fucking slamming song, individually or as a group, like that thing is yours and you made it directly. There was no molestation in between you and this thing happening. And I think a lot of the time people feel out of control and out of connection with what's going on in their lives because there are so many layers of fuckery between them and the shit that is supposed to be the goal on the other side of it.
100%. And that's why I think as much as the business stuff has been enjoyable to really dive into and grow, like that's why I'm still so happy that I'm a musician in a band, because you do have these moments. Like with this last album we made, we blocked off 8 months where basically Mondays from 10 to 6, we show up in the studio every day, and we just walk in. We walk in not knowing what we want to create, and we walk out with something. And that I just don't have that in any other area of my life where it feels like pure creativity. And those short moments are like just so awesome. Like driving home in your car, listening to this 30-second demo that you just wrapped up 5 minutes ago. And then the next day on the way to the studio, you listen to it and you're like, actually it sucks, but the drive home felt so magical. But now we have to improve it. And you constantly, Eric comes in and is like, yeah, that sucks, but let's do this. And then you're like, oh shit, that's awesome now. And it's just like, it feels like pure creativity, and it's incredible.
Yeah, crazy to think that you come in with, 5 dudes come in a room and having talked about what we're going to work on today, and we sit down and you find some central meeting point and you just pull things out of thin air, and then you leave 8 hours later going, we have a 30-second audio file. There's something that came out of nothing, and that bit of creativity and feeling that reward is unlike anything else we have going on in our life. I feel like, you come in with nothing and you leave with something that was created by a group of friends that you're like, there was nothing before this, and now we have this piece of art, and you feel like you got something off your chest, or you feel excited with the direction this thing is going, and then it starts shaping the record, and then you're like, okay, well, we did this. What should be the counterpart of this song? What we did something a little heavier on this. Let's just the whole creative process is so rewarding, in that sense.
What have you learned about navigating a career in an industry that's ripe with burnout and crisis and recovery and stuff like that?
Oh man, for me personally, being on the road specifically, when we do 3.5 weeks in Europe, and then we have 2 days at home, and then we do a 6-week tour in the States, and then we're home for a month, and we go back to Australia for 3 weeks, and then your time zones are all fucked up, and being lost on tour, it just that burnout feel, for me personally is like trying to find those days off when we have them, to feel like a human again. Like I'm big into some trading card games, collecting records, and finding bars or coffee shops that I've been to when we had a day off in that city prior. So to step away off the bus and go explore a city on my own, or go meet up with some friends or other people on tour and play cards, or find a bar, record shop, doing something that makes you feel like a person again, has definitely helped that 4 weeks into a 7-week tour or whatever it is, it's like feeling like a human again is very important. So having those hobbies and having those things to distract yourself from the mental fatigue has been huge for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think like being on the road is a gift in so many ways, and like a dream come true, and also, right, like life happens when you are on the road and you miss it. Like people die, right? We've all lost family members while being on the road, and finding out, I mean, friends and family members, I mean, you'll find out a couple hours before you have to go play, and you're like, okay, I just found out that a huge piece of my life is now gone, and now I have to go like in front of thousands of people, and not that we played smiley music, so it's not like I have to like put on a smile, but man, you have to get through some shit, and that might be in the midst of tension in the band or overall fatigue from tour, where you're like you're physically drained, you're mentally drained, you're in your 30s living with 8 other grown men in a bus the size of this room for months at a time. You haven't seen your family for months at a time. Tragedy happens. Like, it is a lot. and also, like, on the road, there have been so many of, like, I think collectively our lowest moments, but it's also coupled with these moments that are so unique that I personally could never get, and once it's done, it's done. Like, for example, like the creativity of creating a song, I'm just like, I don't think I'm gonna find that somewhere else, or performing in front of people and being like part of a collective experience. Like, sorry, Eric, there have been many moments in my time with the band where I'm like, is this really what I want to do? Like, I am exhausted from the chaos. I miss being home. I love being home. Like, is this really what I want to do? But I think there's these things where it's like, but once it's done, it's done. And also, yes, like there are times where there's like tension in the band, but also you trauma bond together as a group, where when people really need it, like, you are there for each other. And like, there's never another time in my life where I'm gonna be able to have sleepovers with my 30-year-old bros. You know what I mean? But on tour, like, every night, it's like, after the show, I'll see you in the back lounge.
Silly bus time.
Yeah, silly bus time is what we call it. It's just kind of coming down from the adrenaline, cracking a ton of jokes, and then going right to sleep. It's a sleepover, you know? Yeah. But yeah, it's emotional whiplash all the time.
Yeah. And what you're saying about going up and having some kind of loss or turmoil back home and trying to navigate that, and then an hour later you're going on stage, it's important, especially being the performer or singing the words, putting on the show, to remember that, this may be the one concert that kid is going to all year long, or these people, these fans, this group is trying to escape whatever's going on in their life, whether it's all the political stuff they're fed up with seeing online, whether it's their own family issues, whether it's loss, whatever it may be. This is their moment where they're coming for 3-4 hours to forget all of that and to have a good time, drink some beers with their friends, shout the lyrics back to us, and forget everything. So it's also keeping that in mind when we go on stage. Like, this is just as much our moment having fun up here as your moment, your once this month or once this year getting to release or exercise some demons in the pit, or to just forget about all the bullshit that they have going on at home. And then having to remember that when you're going through something yourself, to go up there and go, all right, this is for them. Put the show, we call it getting into our showies. Like, you got the
severance. It's your innie and your outie. It's like our normie and our showy.
Yeah. So it's time to zip into our showy and get out there and give everyone the show that they deserve.
Well, that's what's called being a professional, right? Like, if you're a firefighter and you've had a big argument and a sleepless night with the wife last night, or arguing or something. It's like, I'm not equating rock stars and firefighters in terms of importance.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please, thank you.
Because you're saying that we're more important, right? Yeah. Okay. Good. I just wanted to make sure.
Significantly. But they have to turn up and do a job. And I think it's good to think about it in terms of service. There's certainly, at least sort of from my side, looking from the outside in, because any job that's a lot of fun, or that has just fun as a part of it, starts to see anything that isn't fun as a bug, not a feature. And you go, hey, yeah, I know that sometimes shit's hard, but for some people's jobs, all of it's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fact that, well, you know, I'm tired, or this has been long, or I'm whining to you about how many flights I've got to do this week, and tour for me starts this week. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm going to go and do this thing with my best friends in cities that I love and get to see. And you go, well, I think this is why people have limited sympathy for traveling musicians that whine about how hard it is, because they're complaining that some of the things are difficult. Meanwhile, most people's jobs, all of the things are difficult.
Yeah.
They don't get the positive reinforcement in the way. It's like, you know, I struggle to sleep because the adrenaline is high. You go, well, some people don't ever feel adrenaline. So, like, the reason that you've got that is because of how much positive reinforcement you got earlier in the night.
Yeah.
I guess something I'm interested in, you mentioned it's like it's a sleepover with your bros in your 30s. Everybody's aging, right? Everybody's getting older. At least a bunch of you are married or in relationships, or maybe all of you are. So I'm interested in how you navigate that as everybody grows up, because people have personal lives that aren't going to be as negotiable as they used to be. You don't choose when your kid's born. Your big band, tons of sperm, means lots of potential road bumps for people to navigate. So you're going to have to say, hey, darling, I know that you're really keen on having a baby next year. The wedding was wonderful. Thank you for allowing us to slot it in between Australia and the second run on the US tour. We're not going to be able to start trying until late July, because we've got this new amphitheater run that we've got that's lined up. And, you know, surely this is something that's in the back of your guys' minds as you start to plan your personal future, and then how does this work with blending the band?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going through it right now, planning a wedding in next spring, and just constantly reminding the guys, like, hey, check the calendar. We got a tour offer. When is that tour offer again? Okay, cool. All right, I have a week. I can get married. But yeah, that's I think it's something that we don't talk about, but we all feel and know it's in the back of our mind. Like, our guitarist Steve just had a kid 3 years ago. It was during when we were recording our last record, and he went off, and Melissa had the baby, and then we released the record and went on the road shortly after that. So, you know, missing the you know, early years of his child's life, and it's difficult trying to plan around life events, major life events like that. But, you know, we try our best between the five of us to plan things, the intimate parts of our lives in our little group, and you know, if someone's got to fly home for a weekend, we try to slot some time, you know, days off where it's okay, you can fly home this weekend. All right, cool, we'll meet up with you in, you know, 3 stops from now. But yeah, it's something that I don't know if we have it mastered, but it's something that we I don't want to say struggle with, but it's something that is a difficult thing to have our personal lives and those huge moments, and, you know, having a kid or getting married or, you know, friends' weddings, standing in weddings, whatever it may be, is it's a challenge. It definitely is a challenge.
Yeah, I think it's like you're trading sacrifices, right? So in the early days, the sacrifice is, I'm going to go out and tour for 9 months of the year and make $12, right? That's the sacrifice, and you make it, and then that stops being the sacrifice. It's like, oh, we're touring less and making more than $12. So, okay, cool. But then, yeah, as you get older, there's more sacrifice in a different way. Your parents are getting older. thinking about having kids. How do you navigate that? How do you navigate a marriage where it's long distance? That's pretty uncommon. But also in some ways, like, I think with any sacrifice, it's difficult, but also there are gifts inside of all of it, right? Because what a lot of people experience, kind of like to what you were saying earlier, is of like, oh, their jobs suck all the time. Like, you might always be with your spouse and never kind of have that opportunity to truly miss your spouse. Like, some people just never have the opportunity to actually miss their spouse, which is interesting. And there is like a gift in that of, I'm gonna be gone and I'm gonna have this
And you hit
opportunity
them, bro.
to desperately miss you and to have reconnection time, which yes, can sometimes be an adjustment, right? For sure. I heard you talk to the Underoath guys about this. Very relatable of, yeah, you might come home and your spouse is like, I was kind of used to living here by myself, right? And now
your partner is saying to you, I know that you've come back and you immediately want me to drop into this life that you've imagined.
Yeah.
But I've had to create a life where I can cope with the distance of you being away.
Yeah.
Like, so yeah, I've walled myself off.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah, maybe I'm not as soft or accommodating as you might like me to be. Because you've been playing shows for 6 weeks in front of a few thousand people a night, fucking about on the bus with your friend.
Right.
Yeah, totally. And you're both coping in your own ways, right? And I'm coping by laughing my ass off with my friends, right? And in this weird way where and everything is kind of handed to you on the road, you know. But then coming home, it's like those coping mechanisms don't work in a marriage where it's like, yes, I want time and I want this and I want this. It's like, well, that's just not really a marriage. Like, that's not a give and take. That's just a take. Yeah. But yeah, I do think like what that opens up then is more conversations to grow closer and be like, hey, like, this isn't actually working when I'm gone, or it's actually not working when I come back. Like, how can we navigate this together and use it as an opportunity to grow closer or to create systems in our family or any of my relationships to make this work better without completely overstretching both of ourselves and, you know.
If your sleep's been off, you're taking ages to fall asleep, waking up at random times, feeling groggy in the morning, Momentus's sleep packs are here to help. They are not your typical knock-you-out supplement overloaded with melatonin, just the most evidence-based ingredients, perfect doses to help you fall asleep more quickly, stay asleep throughout the night, and wake up feeling more rested and revitalized in the morning. That is why I take these things every single night when I'm on the road and when I'm at home. It's why I trust Momentus with my life, or at least with my sleep, because they make the highest quality supplements on the planet. And if you're still unsure, they've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can buy it completely risk-free, use it for 29 nights, and if you do not love it for any reason, they will give you your money back. Plus, they ship internationally. Right now, you can get 35% off your first subscription and that 30-day money-back guarantee by going to the link in the description below or heading to livemomentus.com/modernwisdom and using the code modernwisdom at checkout. That's livemomentus.com/modern wisdom and modern wisdom at checkout. Yeah, I understand what you mean. The idea of the beauty of being able to miss someone is an interesting one.
Yeah.
How many months do you reckon you've been on the road on average for the last few years?
As we've gotten older, we've tried to bring it down to around 4 months a year.
4 or 5.
Yeah. Where my first year touring with these guys, I think we were gone for 9.
So you're still talking now about, 3 days out of every week. So you're only home for maybe 4 out of 7. Plus there'll be travel, plus there'll be songwriting, plus there'll be rehearsals, plus there'll be all of the other stuff. So you're talking about, if you do a month with 5 with everything else on top, it's probably closer to 6.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you're talking about 3.5 days out of every single week that you're apart from friends, family, partner, kid, etc. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's a fucking. That was the fascinating thing speaking to Aaron and Tim. Aaron said, did he get married and went on tour, or had a kid and went on tour like 3 days later or something, and just, you got to turn it around because this is what you've got to do. And it's an interesting question. Most people, when they're building a project, what they're looking to do is over time do fewer things that they don't want to do. Like almost everybody's goal in life is to say, I just don't want to do things I don't want to do anymore. Right? That's like where people want to arrive at. But there's an interesting challenge that I've been feeling recently, which is, what do you do when you start to get close to being able to actually making that a reality? Like, what does that look like? And it's difficult because you're used to working at this particular rate and you get reward and reinforcement at that same particular rate. But what was the point of touring for 9 months every year for 5 if you don't then drop it down to doing it at the pace that you want to? And then how do you know what the pace that you want to is? Because you're always going to feel a high after you've come off stage, but then what's accumulating in the background? How many ruptures without repair have occurred in the relationship? How many missed weddings and degraded friendships and funerals that you haven't been able to deal with, and thoughts that you haven't given yourself time to just sit with because you're in the chaos of the show and someone's bringing you cool new food and we're going to go skiing today, we're in Salt Lake, it's going to be great. Like, all of these things are these weird hidden costs that you pay kind of out the back here. And I see, especially with the age, and this is meant complimentarily, the metal scene is not young.
Yeah.
It's not young. Like, you guys are a veteran band who are like middle-aged, I guess, for like metal stars.
Yeah.
Ollie from Bring Me must be 38. I think he's about my age, 36 to like 40 or something like that. I think he might be my age, 37. You're talking like, I don't know what Ronnie Radke is. Ronnie's going to be like, you know,
He's in his 40s, I think.
Ronnie's in his 40s. Like, can you really still crank? You're like 46. We're still cranking it. 4 months on tour. You know, the kids are off to fucking like middle school. You go, oh, if you're not careful, you missed your life. You missed your life. You didn't just like do this thing when you were young and had fucking Under Oath. Right? Like, the guy, I mean, what was it that Tim said? He was like, I've got a 14-year-old daughter, but I only know her as 7.
Oh,
Yeah.
Missed half a life.
Yeah. It's the illusion that, it's the ever-growing illusion that,
One day you'll be done.
yeah, I'm doing as much as I can right now so that I can retire at 40 and have all the
fuck yourself,
time.
dude. You're not retiring at 40.
I know, but I'm saying that's what the illusion is. It's that I'm gonna work really hard right now. I'm gonna get it while I can, because you never know when it's gonna be done. You never know when it's going to
I
end.
understand the haymaking season thing. I get it.
But it's an illusion in a way, right? Like
It's a horizon. Every
Can you
step you
help
take
up
toward
or
it, it gets
up?
one
Can
step
you
further
Exactly,
away.
and it's weird because I'm
Up.
aware of it, and I also play into it, and I feel like I can't escape it, even though I've been told, and I see, and I'm like, I see that
Can
it's
you
an
push
illusion.
up?
In your defense, that's the
Missing
same
what?
with junk
Missing stuff,
food,
you're
it's the
gonna
same with
die, stop
overusing
eating.
your phone on social media, it's the same with staying up late every single night you've ever stayed up late. I know I need to go to bed early, but you don't, and you know the lesson, and you can feel it unfolding in front of you. And then the next day you forget it and redo it again. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
We're just simple creatures, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is man, that is something that is a little scary to think about sometimes, where it's like, we've been doing this for 11 years, and I look back and I'm like, man, remember that tour? That was 7 years ago. I was 23. I'm 34. Like, where did my life go? But then you're able to look around, you know, our house, like, this house I paid for by screaming at people, and I have these awesome little trinkets on the wall, you know, whether they're a gold plaque or a photo of us playing at Red Rocks or whatever. And it's tough to think that, like you're saying, it's the horizon just keeps going. When are we going to be content? I don't know. I guess the only thing I can hope for is to build this up as big as possible, so we can bring our loved ones out on the road more often. We can have these shared experiences more often out on the road. Or
You're then
whatever.
asking a lot of your loved ones, right?
Exactly.
You're saying, hey, honey, you know your life?
Exactly.
How do you feel about not having
Yeah.
it?
Right.
Yeah.
How do you feel about your life being... How about my life is your life?
Yeah, it's a difficult balance. And also, like, with what you're saying, if, like, you missed your life, I'm thinking about that, and I'm like, maybe I see that point, and I think there's something to consider there for sure of missing the people who you love. But I also think if I were to flip it, I think if I were sitting in my house, in my office or whatever, behind my computer all day, which I just do on the road, but I think I might have the same thought of I'm missing my life. I'm wasting it in the same place every single day, doing the same thing every single day. I think it's this. You just want what you don't have.
Choose your regrets, dude.
Yeah.
So true. You've nailed it. Everybody assumes the thing that's missing in their life is the thing that they want.
Yeah.
And we are like that.
Yeah.
In our ability to be able to wish the grass is greener, despite the fact that we were on the other grass only a week ago.
Yeah.
Right.
I know that it's the fact coming back from tour. You've just finished tour. You're like, thank fuck for that. Oh my god, I'm so tired, and I just want to lie in bed, and I just want to like cuddle my wife or do whatever. And then 7 days later, you're like, I'm bored. Yeah. This sucks. I'm bored. Yeah. I want to be like, I'm not doing enough. I should be in more chaos. You're like, you just did a 7-week tour. And I think this is the same. Everybody feels it is sort of part of the human system to always feel like you're not doing enough. And that not doing enough can be not doing enough peace and also not doing enough work. And mark of a good nervous system, I think, is one that can adapt to both without feeling like it's missing the other.
Yeah.
And you're like,
Push up, bro.
I'm okay with this.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm okay with this.
I know I've heard Hermosi say like something, I'll paraphrase it, of like the grass is always greener on the other side, but because there's a bunch of shit on my side, but there's also a bunch of shit on the other side. It's just different shit. Like, which shit do you want? Because there's shit on both sides, right? And I think we view other people's life through rose-colored glasses, right? I'm sure, Chris, most of your audience would be like, if I could have Chris's life, where I'm talking with interesting people all the time, doing big shit. I got this sick drink company called Newtonic.
Tasty.
Yeah, it's so good. I don't know which one my camera is. This my camera?
Yeah.
So good.
So good. Yeah, wait. Sorry, I'll figure it out. Anyway, I'm sure a million people would be like, I want Chris's life. Yeah, sure, he's got health problems. Yeah, sure, like it maybe been a rough couple years, but they kind of just overlook that part. You know what I mean? And would they still take that trade? Maybe. But I think, again, yeah, we look at other people's lives and are like, I would take all of it, because the good thing seems so good that all the shit with it is worth it. And maybe sometimes that's true. But
people find industries that work for them, right? Like if you're not that much of a touchy-feely, affectionate person, like, well, I would be at home, but I wouldn't, like, the wife's got her thing going on, might not be hanging all that much in any case, so I might as well be away, right? And that's where you see, I wrote this essay a little while ago about people who have the talent but not the constitution to become very successful. Lewis Capaldi was my sort of canonical example of this until he came back and smashed it at Glastonbury this year. I'm really, really happy for him.
Nice.
Lewis Capaldi, great example of phenomenal voice, phenomenal songwriter, but someone who suffered so badly with performance anxiety that he went out on the main stage at Glastonbury not long ago and couldn't get his words out, and he's developed this sort of Tourette's-like nervous tic from how much pressure he's applied to himself. You go, how unfortunate to be someone who's so perfectly constructed. It's like having a really fast engine put into a Honda Civic. It's like a V12 engine. So you have all the power to be able to drive real fast and none of the control to be able to direct it. And that is a unique kind of pain where you go, fuck, like the thing that I want to be a world-class recording artist, touring musician, or what, fucking soldier or sports star or whatever. I have all of the capability. I just don't have the constitution to be able to handle maybe the pressure that comes along with it, or the work rate, or the travel. But you could have really sensitive circadian disruption, like in your sleeping pattern, and that would mean you could not be a touring artist, or like it would just take such a toll on your health that your expiry date would be pretty snap close.
Yeah.
And you're right. There will be bits of shit on either side of the fence, and what is the price that you want to pay in order to have the life that you admire is a fucking really good question about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've heard you say about life on the road and missing funerals, missing friends and birthdays. There's this Keith Urban thing, The Road, on CBS at the moment. The first episode came out this week. So during the premiere episode of The Road on CBS, Urban opened up about the difficulties of life on the road as a touring musician. It's a calling, and you're born to do it, or you're not going to make it, he said. When you wake up on a tour bus at 3:30 in the morning and you're sick as a dog, you're in the middle of nowhere and you've got to play your 5th show later that night, and you haven't slept, and you miss your friends, and you're missing your family, and you're completely lonely and miserable and sick, and you say to yourself, why am I doing this? Urban, who recently split from estranged wife Nicole Kidman, continued, the only answer could be, because this is what I'm born to do. We're going to find out who's made of that stuff, and we're going to find out who's made of that stuff is to do with being on the road. Really interesting that someone who recently split from his estranged wife is sort of being used as the... And look, if you too are sufficiently successful, this could be your life also. Like, really does show how narrow the aperture is that we perceive success through, right? Like, it really is. It doesn't sound to me like... Well, I mean, it's a public interview, so how would you... No, it's not quite the place for someone to drop into their emotions. It doesn't particularly sound to me like Keith Urban would say, I would rather give up my touring or have not toured at all and still have my marriage to Nicole Kidman. But who knows? Maybe in retrospect he'll think something differently. And yeah, the prices that you pay, the things that you miss in order to do the thing that you love. And it's different with you guys versus like some person that works offshore on an oil rig or a soldier, right? Because it's not too dissimilar. They do tours, different sorts of venues. But I think people feel differently about that because that feels like more of a obligation.
Yeah.
There's a nobility attached to that. You guys get less sympathy because you're like fucking about.
Yeah, champagne problems, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do have some sense of guilt sometimes where I'm like, how dare I feel so bad right now? Like, I feel like one of the first times I went through something hard on the road was one of my best friends and living at my place with me took his own life right before we walked on stage in Pittsburgh, and that was like the first time that I like allowed myself to like feel bad about missing things. Like when it was a wedding or something, I was like, oh man, is this really? I'm getting to live my life and my dreams and do these things, and like I don't, shame on me for feeling any type of way. But when that happened, that was like the first time that I was like, no, it's okay to feel bad, and like man. Sorry, I'm thinking about that time. It was really tough, man. But then on the outside, like I said earlier, you just have to suit up and go out there and play and remind yourself how lucky and blessed you are to be doing this. And over the last few years, I've tried to balance that like sense of guilt of living my dreams, let's say, over missing the funerals and the friendships and planning, I go back, I'm just gonna have to rebuild that relationship. Or they understand, my family understands that I'm out here doing big things and trying to live my dreams. But it's always a challenge. It's always a challenge going out on the road and being gone for so long and looking back at the things you're missing, but then reminding yourself like, this is what you signed up for. How lucky are you that a fraction of a % of people get to do this, and enjoy while you can, because tomorrow could just be gone. AI could take over. We're just done.
Yeah, I think it's tricky to balance the responsibility of you have a group of thousands of people who paid however much to like get a release from whatever they're going on in their life, and we are kind of like pioneering that ship in a lot of ways. Like Michael Jordan has that, I actually don't remember what the quote is, but there's that like infamous game where he's puking on the sidelines, but he's still playing because he's like, this might be the only time someone gets to see me. And like, this could have been their past 2 weeks paycheck to be here. So I'm going to play. I'm going to no matter what, like, be here. And so I think it's balancing that responsibility while also not becoming, not valuing their validation in an unhealthy way. So it's like you have a responsibility to them, but I think some people, I can't speak for Keith Urban, but like, I think some marriages can fall apart because a lot of artists are desperate for validation. I mean, we're putting ourselves on a stage in front of people, screaming our name, not my name because I'm the drummer, but screaming your band's name. And it's like, yeah, those group of people like probably want a little bit more validation because of X, Y, and Z in our childhood, right? But I think that's when relationships, marriages can fall apart because you're so desperate for the validation from strangers as opposed to the places that it actually matters from.
Bro, I think so much about how sad it is that some people got one-shotted with status games in high school and never grew out of them. Like, they just need to be accepted by the cool kids, even if the cool kids are a bunch of strangers on the internet.
Yeah.
And they just, you can see, I think they cycle through life ignoring or almost feeling an ick or a kind of allergy to anybody who gives them free and available love. It's like, oh, if you're giving me something, you're offering it to me without withholding it, without there being a price attached. You seem to just like me for me. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Like, no, you're supposed to reject me or not want me, or you're supposed to make me hurt for it or something. And that's a pattern that is really unfortunate because it's going to cause you to ignore the very thing that you want. You're going to disregard the very thing that you're trying to get, which is someone to just see you.
Yeah. Yeah. And that can also be a good thing, though, because some of those people don't actually really see you. You know, if you're like dating someone for a long time, yeah, they probably really see you. But if someone who doesn't know you and is like trying to pour this validation your way, and you really receive that, which there's a healthy degree, but there's also the other side where it's like, well, you don't actually know me. You might be a fan of our songs and our music, which is really cool, but like, if I take all this praise, that's where I think ego can get really dangerous, and we've seen so many people go down that path, where you just accept all of this praise from people who don't know you, but then on the same side, that's when like oftentimes their downfall is, because with almost any rise, there's going to be a time where, well, okay, you got big enough, now the only thing left to do is to turn on you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I feel like it's kind of a tale as old as time, and then you have your period of time where people turn on you and you weather that storm, and then people get bored of turning on you and they go, okay, well, now they're down, so like, let's lift them back up. Now they have somewhere to go again, right?
So I think that's so right. And you can almost see it in these little cycles,
Yeah.
up and down. And I think anybody that gets to a size has to have an ascendancy, right? That's why you get to the size. Everybody has to have a moment where they Icarus it a little, and it is just whether or not they manage to pick back up on that one. And after that, I mean, you can obviously completely like kamikaze yourself if you do something wrong, but after that one, typically I see very few people that just keep going up.
Yeah.
Like almost everybody has one dip, so it's like, okay, get ready for the dip.
Yeah.
I guess with you guys, how do you define your guys' identity as a band now that the lineup's changed, that the dynamics evolved, that the sounds evolved as well? The reason I think about that is artists, podcasters, comedians they capture attention for doing a thing well.
Yeah.
There is a temptation to just do that thing again. and there's been a lot of change from you guys last album to this one. You're stepping up into full vocalist, doing everything mode, plus an evolution in terms of sound. I'm interested in how you think about sort of identity of the band and not being trapped by what you did before, but staying true to your roots, but not being beholden. You know what I mean? Like, how do you navigate all of this?
Yeah, I think it's a challenge that we're finding out right now, learning as we go. But yeah, I think it's difficult on a personal side because you think you haven't changed. Individually, we haven't changed. The writing is we're still writing, and from the outside, a lot's changed, but on the inside, maybe not so much. So when you hear and see out, whether it's fans or fair weather fans or whatever that are like, oh, it's a whole different band. It's different. It's not. It's like, well, we don't feel that different. We know there's change, but we don't feel that different. So that's been a very difficult thing for me personally. Is like, I've been writing in this band since day one, and now all of a sudden I feel like a stranger to my own band just from the perception of a couple nameless people out there, and it's been a struggle personally.
Get back. Push another thing.
How do you feel about this?
I think our identity is shifting. Like, I think to what you were talking about earlier, you have this, you have a lot of times there are like these bands with certain dynamics, right? And like, no doubt the dynamics are now different. And in a lot of ways with that change, we've kind of leaned into the different a little bit from the standpoint of like how we are trying to interact with each other as a group and trying to nourish our relationship with each other as much as possible. But in some ways, I keep talking about gifts. But like you said, the thing that got us here, we don't even, in some ways, our sound is naturally now different. So we don't even have some of like that option to go back to of like, well, we did this thing. And it's like, well, no matter what we do now, it's going to be different. And so we have to, or we get to reanalyze like, what do we want to be moving forward? What do we want to be to each other? How do we want to be with each other? What do we want a sound to be? It kind of breaks open your life in a new way. I liken it to, a relationship where you have a relationship with someone for 10 years, and after a certain period of time, it's like, hey, I actually think you want this and I want this, and we're going to move in those separate directions. And it is a time of self-discovery. The interesting thing about it is that most people in a relationship, they go their separate ways, and there's pain there for sure. But it's kind of up to you to ask yourself, what do you want next? In a band situation, it's interesting. It's almost like you have a big family around you saying, well, I actually liked you better when you were with that person, and I actually want you to do this. And it's like, well, okay, like, I appreciate the feedback, like, understood, but I kind of have to go on this journey. I hope that you can come on this journey with me. Because my family, my fans, the metaphor, you're very important to me, and you've been with me this time. I would love to continue in a relationship with you guys also. Please have a little bit of trust in me that like I'm gonna reinvent myself in a way where I'm gonna try to grow from this experience and do what is authentic to me and us. And that's kind of what the process has been like. And no doubt there's been a ton of challenges in it, but damn, do I think we've grown a ton from it? Absolutely. And really excited for what the path is for us moving forward. I mean, I'm so stoked on this record. Chris, I told you to let me know if it's shit, and you didn't let me know. So I'm just assuming.
It's great. I thought
I'm just insecure. I need more validation.
Please, strangers on the internet, tell me
Yeah,
that I'm
yeah.
good enough. Fucking millions of people a year are not enough. What I thought was interesting with what you guys did, and I think I'm not convinced that Sleep Token quite did this. It'll be interesting to see what Omen's third track comes out tomorrow, I think.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah. What you guys did that was really interesting was you chose 3 very different tracks from the album. And I thought that was kind of unique. I would say President did a not bad job with releasing ahead of their EP. I thought that was good in terms of the sequence. I did find a couple of them a little samey, and I might have hot swapped one of them. I thought Conclave was actually maybe a stronger track that was like hidden deep in the EP, and they could have brought that out. Omens, both of their tracks have been a little samey, but fucking obviously fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
She's great. And I thought he was interesting. I've had this idea in my mind for ages about
Can you take Outpost together?
you as a band decide that you're going to put out 2 or 3 or 4 singles, and then you drop an album. So presumably you have an idea about what your best foot forward in some regard looks like, or at least your best foot forward as a collective. When you take these 3, this is an indication of what the longer record's going to be like. But then you put it out on Spotify, and the fucking
backline.
and you're like, track 8?
Yeah.
Really? You motherfuckers, really? The fucking acoustic track? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Or whatever, right?
Yeah,
they picked the thing.
Well, that's actually the case here. Yeah.
Yeah. I checked this.
Okay, I was gonna say it's way too specific. Yeah. No, it's weird, dude. It's like like I said, we've been writing this. I mean, man, the writing process was just 8 months, but then we recorded it, then we mastered it, then we mixed it, then mastered it, and I mean, all in, a year and 3 months or something like that of just pouring our souls out to each other. You know, a few guys in a room. And it's like, I think this is sick. Is this sick? I think it is. I don't know. Is it? And
All that getting lost in the sauce.
yeah, 100%.
Help.
We're removing tracks. We're like,
help,
this song
what
actually
the fuck?
sucks. Like that song we wrote, and we're like, it's not gonna make the album. Like it's different. Like it's just an acoustic song. Like when are we gonna do that? And Eric was like, he didn't say this, but he felt so. He's like, guys, if this song's not on the album, I'm gonna prove. Like he wasn't really, but
No problem.
but yeah. So it's weird. It's this weird like the insecurity just starts to like build of like, well, let's move this one out. I don't know. And then 2 months later, you're like, let's bring it back in. Like I haven't listened to that one, and you're like, oh, it's actually really good. But yeah, then you get this like confidence once you like have written the whole thing. You're like, I see this as a work of art. I'm really excited to release it. Then once you've written it, the insecurity starts creeping up again.
Fuck, I knew we should have put track 8 in.
Yeah.
What
Can we push?
for a normie like me, what is the sort of number of tracks that you've cut that didn't make a 10 album record, a 10 song album?
Yeah, I think we had like 3 or so, maybe that got to a second chorus.
I think 4 or 5.
4 or 5.
But then don't forget the 7 songs we wrote even before scrapping all of those.
Yeah, true. Good point.
So probably another 10 songs.
Right. That still seems relatively lean to me. That seems like a pretty good hit rate, right? To write 1 and 2 songs makes the album, makes mastered fucking out there.
Yeah.
That seems like, I don't know, is that...
It might be. Yeah, I feel like
Yeah,
every
yeah,
band
yeah.
has something a little bit different. The interesting thing with us is that, like, yes, let's say 1 and 2 songs, but the song that you know it now has also taken 6 different forms. Where it's like, oh, well, the chorus was actually different, and verse 2 is actually a completely different part. We rewrote the bridge 3 times, and so I think as long as we have a nugget that we think is good enough,
Just keep.
mainly
We're building it
for
around
us.
something.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, if we're like, oh, this
Mega,
chorus
mega,
is
mega.
sick, let's keep going back to it. Let's
Go
keep
top,
going back
go
to it.
top
Let's
after
keep going
that,
back
go
to it.
top,
And the
go
nice
top,
thing
go
is like,
top.
you get to see if it stands the test of time.
Yep.
Like,
That's what I mean about
Top,
when
top,
you
top,
put it
top,
out
top,
there
mega,
and
mega,
the
mega.
audience gets to choose. Because that's also, in a really hilarious way, kind of going to determine what the live set looks like. Because if song 8, the acoustic song, eats shit, and you go, wow, I mean, there's fucking no chance that we're playing that live. Right. But if there's the prospect of, oh fuck, like it's our most played track on Spotify ranked at the moment or whatever. We have to do this. Fuck, we have to do this. No, like, oh yeah, or whatever, right? But it's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool because you've had this idea. Look how clever I am. I know my release in advance. I'm going to my little singles. I'm going to make them come out and be in the right order. And then you put the fucking thing out and all of your fans just go, fuck you, dude. I'm going to choose what I want.
Yeah.
I think it's so cool.
Yeah, and it's I don't want to say challenge, but it's like when we start writing the record, and then you start fantasizing about the future. Like a year and a half from now, you start, okay, well, when we do the headliner, we're gonna open with this song. Imagine the set opening like this, and we roll in this song. We pull this deep cut out from 2 records ago, and that goes third. And then we've learned quickly after the last record, we were like, this opening track is gonna be the opening track to the show. And then the album's been out for a couple months, and maybe less than that, a month. And you go out there, people are excited to see you, and they're excited to see some of the new stuff, but they want to see that record that they grew up on or whatever it may be. And then you go out and you play that first song, and you're looking in the crowd, and no one's singing it because they don't know the words, and you're like, oh God, this is going to be a rough 4 minutes.
You got to
educate
educate
the
them,
next one. So now it's like, we have these little nuggets of ideas of like how the set's going to be, when we go out and tour this new record again. But you got to let the fans pick the songs. And then you see okay, these songs are popping off. Hell yeah, we get to play these. Well, where in the set should we play them? We don't want to blow our load early and play all the cool stuff from the first half, and everyone's sitting like, it's building the sets like, taking that emotional roller coaster. We have so many different sounds and different emotions through our lyrics and moods and all that, and you don't want to put all the heavy stuff right up front. You don't want to save all the energetic stuff till the end. It's building that dynamic roller coaster.
The journey feel like to go on. So let me give you this, right? For just in case you guys thought that you had it hard, the way that I have to put together a live show, I come up with ideas in the most sterile environment possible. Just on my own. Maybe it gets clipped and put on the internet. I have an indication that some people think it's cool, or maybe not. Who knows? Then, when I go and test it live, there's no sound, right? Because the single best thing that can happen at unless it's stand-up, and there's some bits of stand-up, but that's not the meat and potatoes of my live show. If I'm going to go and do this, like, the best thing that I can have is pin drop silence.
Yeah.
So I'm inverting what every live artist throughout history has ever tried to go for. I want the most silent. I want deathly quiet.
Yeah.
And then like hanging on what the next bit of the story or the word is going to be. I'm like, was that more quiet than the other bit? Like, I have no fucking idea. And then people finish up and they go, I love the bit about the man that fell over on the street, or whatever the fuck it is that someone comes up with. And I'm like, trying to aggregate that is, for me, a real interesting challenge. I've loved the live element. I've loved being able to put together a set, not too dissimilar to the way that you guys do. I've got like tracks, I've got insights and ideas, and I can piece these together in an interesting manner that hopefully takes people on a journey. And I don't want to have all of the funny stuff up front, and I don't want to have all of the sad boy stuff at the end, and so on and so forth. You'll see on Sunday in Toronto. But the fucking feedback mechanism, dude, is like, I don't know, I feel like a MI6 agent, like Sherlock Holmes, trying to reverse engineer what it is that the audience is thinking about. Are you enjoying this? Do you like it more than the last bit? Who fucking knows?
What does the silence represent to you?
Tension. Presence.
Yeah.
Like real, like there's bits that happen. I haven't got enough of them in this one, but the next show, which is Australia and New Zealand in March, and then Bali, there's a couple of bits where people catch their breath, where you hear like a like that, and I'm like, oh, that's fucking cool.
That's sick.
Like, especially given that the room is fucking pin drop silent, and then you hear this like collective depressurization of the whole room as everyone just gasps a little bit, and I'm like, oh, that's fucking cool. And then there's like laughy bits, and I've got some new. I did the final work in progress show last night, and tested some new stand-up bits, and they fucking destroyed. They were so much fun.
Nice.
They're like, there's some of them that are way too spicy for me to feel comfortable saying in like I tested some Canada stuff, and I'm like, I can't do that in Canada. And I tested some America stuff, and I can't do that in America either. So,
Just flip them.
yeah, but it's real interesting, and I've very much appreciated getting to watch you guys and everyone else, like how much attention gets paid to constructing a set. I was with fucking Sam and Dan from Architects. It transitions, bits in between songs, and yeah, you're just some fucking dude in the crowd bopping away, having a good time, and you don't realize, oh, they played the song from the old album or whatever, and you go, yeah. Do you realize how many conversations and like tens of hours were had just about that one bit
Oh yeah.
of that one section of that show that you went to? It's crazy. It's so cool. It's like it doesn't just effortlessly happen. It's kind of like a comedy set, right? Like there's all of this work that goes into it to make it seem effortless on the front end.
Yeah, I mean, we were already talking about, this winter, getting together and, just, doing some creative stuff, whether it's like demoing or whatever it may be, but it's a live show. We're planning our live show, and we're planning on, okay, well, if we're going to play this song, what's the kind of cool interlude, or how does it go from this song to this song? Okay, there's a guitar change, so we need to eat up some time. Well, maybe I'll talk over that part. Is it going to be dead silent? There's going to be music under it? Is it going to be, and then start talking like, how can we spice up these old songs? We're going to extend the bridge. Am I going to try and get
great jokes about America and Canada if you need to throw something.
But yeah, it's a lot of thought goes into that, and I think that's what makes these shows even more special. I've seen Architects a handful of times, and if I wasn't in the shoes I am now, I probably wouldn't have realized all the little details. But yeah, you can tell if you're looking for it, or you're paying attention to the whole set, you can tell that they've put in a lot of work.
Based on your experience, who do you think has got the greatest attention to detail in the world of alternative music as a member of a band or a collective overall?
Bring to the Horizon, I think.
I was going to say Ollie
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
Ollie's level of attention to detail is like a fucking universe warping thing.
It's insane. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the game. I think like paying attention to those 1% details and like nailing them, it's the difference between bring
To you.
I also like tennis.
But in order to win 80% of his games, he's only won 52% of his points.
Yeah, and that's, and we, don't get me wrong, like we try to play that game. Like I think, right, like yeah, if you're in the audience eating a corn dog, being like, oh, I'm having a lot of fun with this, like you don't realize that not only like we have carefully and painstakingly built the live set, like there have been half the video footage from one of our tours I filmed in my basement with these dudes, like, and we just like paint because we had someone else do it, and we're like, it's just not right, like we're just gonna have to do it ourselves.
What do you mean you filmed it? Filmed what?
So like video content in the in behind us on stage. We've
on the IMAX.
Yeah.
Oh, the equipment.
Well, the IMAX would be like following.
Right.
You
Yeah,
as
but
you're
it's the
flying.
screen that it's in between the IMAX
Yep.
bullshit.
We had like
Yeah.
a character like narrate in between every couple songs, and so that character was
Yeah.
what he
Oh, that's
was.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then even, I mean, yeah, going back to the songwriting process, like I was joking about being like, hey guys, what do you think if I add this one note where I'm playing at 30% velocity on the snare drum? Most people will never even hear it, but I think that they'll feel that it's there, and that might make a difference. And it's like paying attention to those little things, or like, yeah, in Bring Me's case, like what is the thing that builds the lore of this whole
The outfit,
Oh,
the social
yeah.
posts, and then you
Yeah.
take it a step further, I suppose, with somebody like Sleep Token. But you also remove things, right, which allows you to suck in that speculation
100%.
and that vacuum. Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking an awful lot recently about attention to detail and obsession. I have a conflicted relationship with obsession. Quite an obsessive person, which is good, and the attention to detail also good, but it comes with quite a high price. And I think you see this with any of my artist friends that are at that kind of a level. I think it's almost impossible to not have chronic self-doubt and a high attention to detail. I think that the two things are the same thing. I think I think the reason that you're pushing so much and that you're paying attention is like, can this be better? Let me give you an example. Depending on how old the can of Newtonic... Oh, okay, this is interesting. So this is a slightly older badge. I can tell that this is an older badge from the back here. Yeah, okay. So, you see the Instagram logo there? So it's slightly offset outside of the follow us
Yep.
to the left. It might not be on that one. That'll be centralized. That should be centralized. So mine and yours will be off to one side.
Yep.
And yours should be in the middle. Do you see how mine's offset to the left of the F?
Yeah, yep.
Guess who picked that up?
You.
Yes. Like, and this is like millions of cans deep, right? This run's been going for ages, and I'm like, oh, somebody left like half a point to the left. They left aligned it inside of the margin. They didn't center align it inside of the space.
Yeah.
Great. We now have a can that's got this 1%, not even like 0.00001% improvement. Fantastic. When I'm trying to refine the question idea that I've got for Matthew McConaughey, or the way I'm going to word this new, the Atlas complex that I'm going to come up with on a newsletter. Not so fantastic in my personal life,
Yeah.
right? And it's like, hey, obsession, you're great at work. Can I turn you off when, like, I want to fucking chill out on a nighttime?
Yeah.
You don't get to do that. It
Yeah.
permeates all of you. And I think this is one of the reasons that artists get conflicted a lot of the time. And Ollie is a good example of that. He is a fucking good friend. I've known him for like over a decade, and a lovely, lovely, lovely guy. But you pay a high price. If you want to be Ollie Sykes, you pay a high price. If
Yeah.
you want to be Vessel from Sleep Token, you pay a high price.
Yeah.
You don't get extraordinary outcomes with ordinary inputs. And these guys have got extraordinary inputs, but they're not all good.
Yeah. I'm convinced that you can't achieve anything great without having high levels of obsession. And I think it's just, like, what pain do you want? Do you want the pain of not achieving the big thing that you really want to achieve? Or do you want the pain of doing that while knowing that what takes you there also can be an internal struggle every step of the way? Just which pain do you want?
And had a healthy dash of imposter syndrome over it, and it's great.
Yeah.
Mark Manson has this idea. He says, what are you willing to, what pain do you want in your life? What are you willing to suffer and struggle for? Any pursuit, even the most existentially aligned, will regularly feel like work. So if you're oriented toward the pain, you're more likely going to be aligned with what you can do over the long term, as opposed to if you're just oriented toward the pleasure. Yeah. So everybody says, find what looks like work to everyone else but feels like play to you, as a good piece of advice for a competitive advantage which is unique and N of one. But that disregards the fact that even the best pursuits regularly feel like labor. Right? Like being on the bus and these sleepless nights and chaos and being away from the family and all the rest of this stuff. Like, that is the price that you pay. If all it was pleasure, you'd be like, I have no real desire to play a musical instrument. But it would be fun to get the pleasure of just, like, playing on stage. But I don't want to have to spend a decade learning to play an instrument. So, orienting yourself toward the prices is better than orienting yourself toward the profits. Because people get kicked out. It's the exact same with relationships. Relationships don't end because of insufficient good times. They end because of too many sufficient bad times. It's not that you're connecting at too shallow of a level, typically. It's that your disconnections are occurring at too deep of a level. And the way that you handle arguments is the best predictor. I mean, how many people break up because they say, the exciting times, they just weren't that exciting? No, it's because we kept arguing all the time. It's because things were going wrong. It's because we couldn't connect. It's because, it was like an overabundance of problems, not a scarcity of praises, let's say, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I think that you see the same thing with people's pursuits. And it's like, you want to be fucking Vessel? You want to be Ollie Sykes? Okay, this is the mindset that you need to have. And this is the sort of life that you're going to have to lead. This is you want to be Lewis Capaldi. Because you can't separate his anxiety attacks from his songwriting ability.
Yeah.
That his anxiety attacks are his songwriting ability.
Yeah.
It's like just this huge it's a onesie, right? It's not an outfit.
Yeah.
It's not something that you get to piece together.
Yeah.
It's this huge big onesie and you just zip the fucker up and you're like, okay, I guess I'm just him now.
100%. Yeah, I mean, I think about like Bo Burnham comes to mind, where I'm like,
Great example.
a genius. I'm like, you are a genius comedian, and also to be that genius, you have panic attacks on stage, and I mean, God, I have no idea what. He's just gone. He's gone.
Yeah, where the fuck is Bo Burnham?
Yeah. It's I think, or like Michael Jordan, right? Like, you want to be the greatest basketball player, but to be that, you have to, what a large percentage of people who interact with him would maybe say he's an asshole. You know what I mean?
And
it's
still
like,
now, the Last Dance thing seems like still conflicted.
Yeah. And it's interesting. I find it interesting that we are like typically so pain averse as a collective, while also the standard way of life is I'm going to get in a relationship, which means there's going to be a lot of pain in there, like with what you were saying, and then I'm going to have children, which is probably one of the, I'm not a parent, but like one of the greatest
Various.
challenges, and you just accept, you're like, oh, I just don't sleep for years, but like the idea, like it's the same principle that like I'm going to sacrifice my life for X period of time for this longer, greater vision that I think it's going to make my life better in the long run. If I'm not a parent, I think that's what they think. I don't know. But it's interesting to me that for a lot of people that doesn't necessarily apply to other aspects of their life either. Which is, yeah, for me it's kind of like flipped on the reverse though too, where I'm like, oh yeah, well, I'm willing to give the sacrifice for the career and all that type of stuff, and then you throw a kid in my face and I'm like, I don't know if I'm willing to do that right now, you know what I mean? So I don't know, maybe it's just one or the other.
I don't know. I don't have a kid either, dude.
Yeah. The obsession thing, one final point on that I'd love to get your opinion on. So people talk about sort of the relationship between discipline, motivation, obsession. And I think the reason obsession's kind of having a moment right now, Zach Pogrub is a friend of mine, lives in New York, does a lot of running. He's like Mr. Obsession. And I think he's fantastic at what he does. I think his new running app is great and everyone should go and download it. I've always been a little conflicted about the obsession thing because I'm trying to detox myself at least a little bit from obsession. I'm trying to become more of a lifestyle maxi than like a progress maxi, let's say. And the reason that I think people love obsession so much is it's the freest motivation that you're ever going to get. Like if you say that sort of motivation is I kind of want to do this thing, and discipline is I have to do this thing, obsession is I can't not do this thing. So if you think about sort of discipline is you forcing yourself through something, and motivation is you encouraging yourself through something. Obsession is you getting like ripped, like pulled forward by the thing. If that makes sense? It's like being pulled by it. And in some ways that's great, but in other ways I think it's really dangerous because at least with motivation and discipline, largely you at least get to tolerate the gas pedal. But with obsession, you never get to turn it off. It's like, oh, I have to, like I am compelled, I can't not do this thing. Well, what if there's a time when you do want to not do that thing? What if you need a weekend off? What if you have had somebody close in your life pass away and you need to think about that? You could do dealing with your emotions for a couple of weeks or something, and you go, no, I must do more tracks. There's songs to play and get shows to do. I wonder. I worry that the profits that are very obvious from obsession, free motivation, free discipline, consistency without effort, basically, because you're being pulled. I wonder how many people will look back and realize that was like just chronic imbalance that felt easy at the time, and in retrospect, they're like, oh, fuck. I don't know whether that was the best decision, and I didn't really have that much choice. So, like, a little bit more scrutiny around obsession might be worthwhile. Like, this is very wet clay fucking bro science at the moment, all right? So, like, it might be largely bullshit.
What's making you rethink? What's making you want to step back from obsession?
I've done basically the same thing for nearly 2 decades now, which is just completely bury myself at working hard, and that's great. But it can cause you to become myopic and laser focused and blinkered about other things that you could do with your life, and that's not even necessarily other things outside of the project. It's other things within the project. So, for instance, for me to go and do the live shows, it makes my life harder, and financially, it's a horrendous decision.
And there, it's been there for sure.
It's, I mean, even, you know, we're going to do shows between 1,500 and 750-ish caps, so they are perfectly profitable, and apart from the fact that I've got to fly a fucking ton of people out, it's fine. But if I was making a business decision, I would just continue to do the show. If I was making a platform decision, I'd just continue to do the show. If I was making a lifestyle decision, I'd just continue. Like, all of the elements of obsession would point me away from variation. Be like, do more of the thing. But that doesn't necessarily lead you to a varied, well-lived, adventurous life. And yeah, I'm thinking much more about what do I sort of want to look back, what are the memory dividends that I want to give myself in future. And maybe that means letting go of some modes of validation and positive reinforcement that I know work, and rolling the dice on some. And I'm like, I'll see how this makes me feel. Maybe this would just be different or interesting. Maybe this will contribute to longevity, consistency, like stick-with-itness over time. So I'm not going to just like continue to grind away. I've done business and like hard lots of time in front of a laptop, or walking and talking on the phone, coming up with ideas, or writing, or doing whatever. I've done that for a long time. I'm like, I think maybe trying to remove the blinkers a little bit is a bit of a good idea. The equivalent of an acoustic track, I guess, on an album.
Track 8 in particular?
Track 8, yeah.
Do you, in the back of your head, do you think at all of like, well, like if the obsession is still like chirping at you, like, do you still think like, okay, well, yeah, like obviously like I would keep doing the thing, but also knowing that if I'm going to keep doing the thing, like sticking with the main format and repeating what works is really important, but there also has to be room for that 20% experimentation, knowing that 18% of those experiments will flop, but those 2% might be a new format that I can now use and build. Like, do you find the obsession kind of sneaking in that way, or is it purely like, I just want to do this for me because I think it's like a cool thing?
Yeah, it's a really great question. I guess this is the same as, you know, the second album, third album syndrome that bands have, where they go, we got famous for doing that thing.
Yeah.
We just do it again? We could just do it again. Right, we could just run it back. Like, people want more of, they loved that last one, they just want more of the same, right? Yeah, the opportunity to experiment. One of the slight difficulties that you have with this is that there's no such thing as practicing in private. Every single... We didn't go through this. We didn't dry run this in a rehearsal space yesterday. Oh, when you say that, I'm going to make a dick joke, and when you do that, you know, we'll do silly bus time. Like,
Nice stuff.
yeah, it's in. You don't get to do that. So everybody gets to watch you fail in public. You sort of learn out loud over and over again, and that's great because you get to track the journey. And it's like, oh, how interesting is this?
Yeah.
You know, it would be like if every demo. It would be like if every practice session on the drums was published on the internet.
Oh my God.
Right?
Dude.
Because there's no such thing as practicing. There's no such thing as like, you can perform in private. You can't do that here, and you can't even practice in private.
Yeah.
I mean, I could do pod with someone that was just a friend that I wouldn't ever publish, but the stakes aren't there, which means that no one's going to take it as seriously as you need to because you don't have the scrutiny and the fear of the audience.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an interesting one, man. It's a very unique position to be in, and experimentation, new studio, which is just right now being built a couple of miles away from here. That'll be exciting.
Awesome.
Trying to do stuff like the McConaughey thing, running that back. Yeah, just okay. What's new? What's different? Trying to integrate music into the next live show, like the Australia, New Zealand one next year. That'll be interesting. Okay, what are some areas where that 20% exists, where I might be able to find the two? And yeah, it'll be exciting. But that being said, when I see the degrees of freedom and the amount of experimentation that somebody like an Ollie or a Noah or whatever is able to play with, or you guys, like fuck, like it feels. I want to embrace more of that. I think it's very admirable. I think you guys are very fortunate that you have so much artistic freedom. I think that's something that you shouldn't take lightly, because there are much more constricted modes of putting your ideas and your thoughts and your emotions out there, and you guys have one of the ones that's the freest. Like as is shown by the fact that you can release a fucking acoustic track. And it, not just release it and it could be received like unbelievably well. Yeah, trying to embrace that opportunity to be, all right, we can be a bit more experimental. Or you like, what do you wish when you sort of think about the next few years for the band? What would you love to experiment a little bit more with? Like, have you got ideas for how you want the live show to look, ideas for how you want new sounds to come through? Like, what are you working toward?
Yeah, all of it. I mean, from the, you know, now with this sonic change that we have, still rediscovering what the next chapter iteration is going to be. This is just the beginning, you know, what we get to see what works and what may not work, and just with the music alone, but then going to the live shows. And you know, we've done practical stage setups we had a tour where there was a wrestling ring and it was Rage on the stage, and then we went and did the thing where it was just video content, and as crazy as video content we could to incorporate with the songs, whether it was lyrics or just these crazy scenes that we're standing in front of. And now how do we incorporate the two to have this massive look, and how do we keep making the live show better? How do we transition from this song to the next song and make this memorable moment? And yeah, it's just like you said, I think we're very lucky to be in this position, as challenging as it is, also lucky to have all this open ground. It's a little daunting and scary to look at the big picture of it and go, okay, what do we do first? Where do we go from here? What is the best move? Because like you were saying, it's like you're trying things and you're trying them in front of a million people, you know, and they're, you know, failure is going to feel bad, but if you crush it, it's going to feel so rewarding. But if you look at all these different things, you know, in categories, it's exciting to look and see, you know, I'm ready to get back in the studio and start writing. I'm ready to get with the guys in this off time and start playing out the live show. Which songs are going to be in, or what's going to be the encore? What's going to be the first song? What's going to be to the merchandise, to the style? You know, everything. It's just a big open road, and it's exciting to see. It's just exciting to think about what's going to come from our creative hive mind here.
Yeah, I think like thinking about the obsession piece, and I think like for myself, probably for a lot of artists across music or whatever, I feel like obsession comes from scarcity. Like, I have to be obsessed about this because I this could end at any time. We could put out, again, I don't think this is true, but like I think the insecurity on our part is, with everything being an experiment or fully creative, we don't have that format we can keep coming back to, because then people go, like, let me put it this way. If you put out the podcast format, you've got the 3 cameras, you go back and forth, you can bring in a new guest, ask good questions. People aren't going to be like, so sick of you sitting in a room, asking people good questions and hearing thoughtful responses. You don't hear that as much, at least is my assumption, right? But if we
I
come
prefer
back,
the old question.
yeah, exactly. But if we keep trying to recreate the same song, people are like, I just like the original song. Stop trying to do the same thing. I want to hear something new. And so we're constantly in this state of like, okay, let's try to balance these people who like our old music. They might say that they want the same shit, but they don't want the same shit. But then if we give them the new shit, they're like, I don't like it because it's new. And so it's like, it feels like your whole career is balanced on like, we release one bad song and everyone rejects us and hates us. It's not true, but that's the insecurity, and that's like the scarcity of that. This whole thing could end like that at any time, and so I'm going to obsess to try to build as strong of a foundation as possible, so that if an experiment goes wrong, meaning a song is not received well or a tour doesn't sell the way you want it to, that we're still okay. Like we got the next thing coming up, and we got the next song, and so it's a bit. Well, yes, I agree. Like the creativity of it is great. As a fellow YouTuber, I know what it's like to be like, this format works. We're just gonna swap this word in the title. Boom, we got a video. We're good to go. Thumbnail. We know exactly what it's gonna be. But yeah, in the world of like creating a song, it's like, what do we think is cool?
I would really struggle, I think, with the pressure of getting it right. Yeah. Because, yeah, you're right. I put an episode out. Some people liked it, but not everybody liked it.
Sure.
Doesn't matter. It's one of 1,000.
Right. Exactly.
Literally one of 1,000.
You got many more coming that week. People already.
Correct.
Yeah.
You don't like it on a Thursday? Wait 2 days.
Yeah.
There's another one on Saturday. Wait 2 more days. There's another one on Monday.
Yep.
The fucking sphincter tensing concern of album release morning.
Yeah.
What are people going to say? What are the reviews going to be like? What's Reddit going to say about it? What's like fucking, are people going to download it? People going to stream it? What are they going to like? That's a lot, and you've spent all of this time, and you've poured bits of yourself into it, and you've second guessed it, and yeah, that's a real challenge. I think I'd very much struggle with that.
It is. I think we had one experience this year I mentioned that I think kind of put that in perspective. So, we've had this whole situation of like, okay, we're coming out as a band with a new lineup and releasing our first song as like the new lineup the day before our manager dies in a plane crash. And it's like, perspective just dawns on you so fast. I mean, we've been working, right, like I said, for 14, 15 months on this one moment of like, we can't fuck this part up. This is our coming out party of new song, new lineup. And for all of that build up to then have like the tragic event happen the day before, it was a perspective shift of like, dude, I don't care. Like, we put this out, but like, we lost one of our guys. Like, to put it out without him, like, just felt wrong in itself. So I think, like, I don't know. It's a helpful reshift of, man, we are just so self-centered, I think, as people, and just like thinking about like, what are people going to think about this? What are people going to think about this? What are people going to think about this? But like, in that moment, it's just like, oh, dude, none of this actually matters. I enjoy doing it. I want people to connect with it. That is still my goal. I still do have the, with the following singles, like I still had that thought, but it's like, oh, but in the grand scheme of things, like this is a 2.5 minute song.
Yeah.
And if people don't like it, okay. And if people like it, that's super cool. But yeah, kind of like what you were talking about earlier, man. Like, I'm not gonna miss my life because of this one song, because something just tragic happened in my life. I'm gonna make sure that like I'm with my people, like seeing how you guys are doing, seeing how everyone affected is doing. Yeah, perspective can dawn on you real in a single moment pretty quickly.
Yeah, man, that was very, very tough and conflicting time and emotions. You're building up for this, like, oh, excitement. Here we go. About to pull the trigger. Here we go. Countdown begins. 2 weeks away, a week away. We're getting the video back a couple days before and lining up the artwork, getting the single, all this stuff, doing the press the week of to have it all drop the days following, and then waking up 24 hours before the song comes out. I don't think it was 24 hours. I think it was that night it was coming out, I believe.
Yeah, technically midnight.
So, waking up to the worst, waking up to the worst fucking phone call, and then it's all of that's gone. All that the excitement, all the pressure, all the unanswered, the unknown it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter. And yeah, it's been a really, really eye-opening, really difficult release, just with all of that happening on top of the change, the lineup change, the uncertainty, the unknowns, and then having that guy that you just call and text anytime if oh man, I'm sorry, having that rock that you're like, oh man, I'm gonna call him if we're freaking out about this release, or what the comment's gonna be. Oh, I got Dave, I can just hit up and he'll ease my mind over it, and kind of realize what's most important in life. All this, it doesn't matter. Take a shot on something and it flops. It's not the end of the world. There's gonna be more opportunity to come. And yeah, it's been a crazy time. It's been a crazy time in the I Prevail camp.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because I feel like we were talking about it earlier, almost in the opposite sense of like, well, I want to live life, and like doing exciting things is like, that is living life. But then it does always kind of come back to like, yeah, but who is with you?
Yeah.
Like, who are the relationships? Like my perspective is I don't know that unless they're bad relationships, it's worth losing relationships over. I don't know, Keith Urban thinks. Maybe that's that was a even trade for him, and I don't fucking know what his situation was. I can't even begin to comment on it. But like, yeah, I think what's the sacrifice? What's the cost? And like, I think it's fair to ask, like, is it worth it or not? A lot of the times, I think that answer can be yes, but I think it starts to get dicey when it's relationships. Like, if that's the cost of losing good relationships, like, I don't know. Yeah.
Dude, it sounds like it's been a series of being kicked in the dick months so far this year. I'm sorry that you guys have had to go through that. I'm really sorry.
We appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's been tough. It's honestly, in a point where you're supposed to be like, all right, this is the most exciting thing that's going to happen in the next couple months, getting to see what people say and have new music and material, and then that happens, and we each all have personal things going on at the same time, and it's been tough. But I think you find strength through the struggle, and I think our relationship within each other, within the band, has only gotten stronger. I think relationships just outside our inner circle have gotten stronger. Yeah, I've always been someone that's tried to keep that mentality of like positive mental attitude and strength through struggle. You go through something, okay, what am I going to learn right now from this to carry and learn a lesson from, or whatever it may be. But yeah, it's been tough, but I've learned a lot, and I think we've all learned a lot, and I think that's all you can really do is grow from it and learn life lessons the hard way and implement them down the road, and try to be a better person or a better friend or a better family member, whatever it may be, a better bandmate. It's try not to dwell on it and just take the lessons as they come.
Well, I mean, you're going to have one hell of an amount of deep emotional well to tap into when it comes to writing the next record. And, you know, what better of a tribute to somebody that's a huge part of the band than to just keep doing the thing that they wanted you to crush at. You know, I think you see this with Architects.
Oh, absolutely. That was, oh man, tragic. And then hearing the record, I've been a fan of them for a while, so like hearing the records leading up to his passing and then going back and really understanding the lyrics
In context.
home.
They won't play that tribute song live anymore. They refuse to. I think that's track 8 as well on their album, interestingly enough. And they'll play, on this most recent tour, they played the sort of like interlude and then they play an intro. Or they play like a bridge and the intro thing. And then just as the lyrics are about to start, they just kill it. And they just go into the next track.
Yeah.
And yeah, they were like, it's just too fucking heavy to play live. But yeah, man, I'm sure that he's feeling real proud of what you guys have done. I really think he will be.
Thanks, man.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's man, just grateful to like have other people that like we can be open about it with, you know.
Yeah.
Like not everyone has that.
Fuck, dude, imagine if you were a solo artist.
100%.
Oh yeah.
You're just some bloke on a bus
Yeah.
with a new manager,
Yeah.
with the same, or maybe the lighting guy. Maybe you've got like maybe like your fucking your LD or like your TM or something is like kind of cool.
Yeah.
And you have a bit of a chat with them. But no one else really knows what you're going through or the pressure of the performance or anything else. So yeah, when you say like the relationships and the camaraderie that you have in the band, yeah, sure. Would it be great if you didn't have to split the measly, tiny amount of money that the record labels drip feed to you, the fucking end of the human centipede? Would it be nice if it didn't have to go like 4 other ways on top of your way? Maybe, but then how much harder would it be? Like it would be more than 5 times harder.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, bandmates are expensive, but when you look at them in terms of like motivation fuel, they're probably pretty cheap.
Yeah.
I think.
I think like we all are trying to impress each other in a certain way, which like grows all of what we do, because I think a lot of the guys in the band are very impressive individuals and impressive people. So it's like, okay, well, if I'm gonna stay in this, I gotta really show up.
Game up. So that's one thing that I've noticed, at least since spending a bit of time around bands. There is this odd balance between the need to keep morale high, especially on tour, and the understanding that if you suppress your emotions for too long, that it's gonna fuck you up.
Yep.
Because if you're moping, like I know for a fact that there are ancillary, maybe not quite central. In fact, no, I know for a fact too. We all know that there are people that are part of band constructs who are more talented than they need to be, but a sufficiently difficult hang that they actually can't survive in the world of being on the road with the other people that are there. It's like, loved the video girl, thought she was brilliant. Fuck me, she did my head in. She can't stay. Well, we're not going to get someone better at video. I would happily have someone half as good at video who is like fucking 90% less than I.
Yeah.
Or whatever it might be, right? It's just clash of personalities, clash of culture, whatever. And one of the things I think that's in the back of the mind of lots of artists that are spending time on the road is must keep morale high. If I'm struggling and I steam into the fucking back lounge at 11 a.m. and go, today sucks, everything's hard, I'm tired, my back hurts, you just unload all of this. Well, now everybody else is feeling that way. And you don't want to be the guy that brings the vibe down.
Yeah.
But also, if you're in this permanent, like, constant state of denial, at what point are you allowed to actually have I'm struggling, man. I miss whoever it is. I miss this person, or I've been thinking about this, or me and the missus are like, we had a tough conversation last night. You don't have any room for that. So you've got this weird, I got to perform on stage, and then I also kind of have to fucking perform to my bandmates. To and I got to sort of tolerate, temper the fucking dose, right? We got to like dilute down, triage this fucking sadness, the realness, or maybe I can talk to the playback tech, like he's good, like I'm all right to talk to him about how sad I am or whatever, but like I can't unload it on the band because I want to make sure that like Eric got a big night tonight, his family's all coming, he's going to be a bit more nervous than you, like whatever the fuck, like it permeates everything.
Yeah, that's something we've had. I think every band's had, like whether it's crew or band member or something that's just going through something and doesn't know the best time to dump. And over the years, the crew that we've had that returned for multiple years, we have strong relationships with them, the guys within the band and the crew that are on the bus with us. Been doing it for long enough. I feel like we have our own little, I don't want to say cliques, but, you know, Gabe and Steve have a lot of things in common. Dylan and our other guitarist and I have a lot of things in common. John and I have in common things. So there's different types, like days that were, you know, a day off or something. Us two are going to go hang. And if I'm having one of those days, I really need to talk. Sometimes it's like, if I bring it up, I gotta vent about something. Like, are you emotionally available right now for me to like dump on you real quick? Oh yeah, sure. But I think we've been doing this so long that I could just, I don't know. I feel like I was going through it on this last Europe tour, pretty heavy, and I didn't say shit, and because I know everyone's going through it with Dave and everything else going on around the camp, and I just, you know, kind of bit my tongue and kind of stayed shut in. And I'm usually one of the guys that's like, well, I'm gonna go check out this band, we're on this fest today, I'm gonna hop from this stage to this stage, go have some beers with them and do this. And I just didn't do any of it. And I'm grateful to have these guys be so in tune with each other that they see something go on, they know, and before I even know sometimes that I'm falling off the wagon emotionally or doing. They step in like, hey, dude, come have a beer with me. We're going to the bar tonight. Like, come on, come out. And it just gets brought up in conversation. And I talk it out, and it's like, damn, I really fucking needed that. I really needed
being
that.
in tune.
Yeah.
Much. But again, the fucking solo artist thing, dude. And I mean, this is another challenge, like something else that people don't realize with their favorite band. As soon as you move from mid-level to just beyond where you guys are, as opposed to being on the bus, you'll probably be able to get hotels every night.
Yeah.
And wouldn't that be wonderful? God, so much better sleep. Oh, I'm on my own.
Yeah.
I'm in a room I'm on my own. I'm in a room on my own.
Yeah.
And that, again, Velvet Handcuff. Do you know how few fucking you remember being in the fucking transit thing, sleeping on the roof, whatever the fuck? And then
Walmart parking lots, man.
yeah, and you're like, okay, now we've got a bus. Wouldn't it be great if we had hotels? And it, for every level, there's a devil. Is a way to look at it.
I like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Is Taylor Swift getting a ton of sympathy? You know, not really.
No.
But yeah, like someone who's on her own on her private jet, but also alone.
Very lonely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would it be better? I mean, my tour, we get to fly. Me and the guys, we can pick a row. Like, hey, we get to pick our seats.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of nice.
Totally.
Like, you know, you've got it board together. You're in the airport. Maybe you get yourself some fucking, like, tacos or something.
Yeah.
And there is this weird isolation that comes with, not that comes with success, because that sounds like it's like the ethos of being successful
Yeah.
or something. There is a type of isolation that is afforded by luxury. Like, structurally afforded. Well, you know, you don't need to get the bus, you can get an Uber. But you don't need to get the Uber, you can get a driver. So it's the same guy and he knows that you don't want to talk. Or whatever.
Yep.
Like, you don't need to be in the van, you can be in the bus. You don't need to be in the bus, you can be in the hotel. You don't need to be in the hotel, you can be each in your own bus and then on your jet, you know, and you become increasingly isolated.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this can even happen to people at home too, right? It's like, oh, I just want a cool house with like, I'm sick of going to the gym. I want a gym in my house. That'd be cool. Okay, cool. You get a gym in your house. And then you're like, I'm sick of always having to like go out for meals. I'm just going to DoorDash everything. Oh, I'm sick of going out to the pool. I just want a pool in my own house. And before you know it, it's like you just build. This is not from experience, by the way, but like, you know, for people who are successful at home, it's just like, yeah,
compound.
cool. Now I have this place where I don't have to go anywhere, and that actually kind of sucks.
Yeah, I'm sick of getting complained at by my wife when I want to play video games. I just want a video game room.
Yeah.
And you have a video game room and you spend 2 hours less per day with your wife.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah. And yeah, I'm grateful for the complexities of living with a bunch of smelly men, and we have a system for this. So yes, there's navigating like our own emotional internal struggle with each other, and yeah, those I think are done typically through like one-on-ones. You're like, oh, let's go grab lunch or whatever, and hey man, my whole life fucking sucks. And then you talk about that, right? But then how do we all work together and not build resentment together? A lot of testosterone, you know. We're artists, so it's maybe a lot on the lower side, but we've built a system called Sunday Smackdowns. So every Sunday on the road, we will just kind of group together, and it's kind of like, hey, this is the time. Like, how's everything gone this past week? Are we good? Is there anything?
Have a debrief.
Yeah, and I mean, it can either be personal, of like, hey, that thing you said the other day actually like really pissed me off. Like, can we kind of talk about that a little bit? Or, hey, dude, I think like what you're saying during this part of the set is not landing. Like, or Gabe, your timing on this song is actually not great. Or your wardrobe is like pretty lame, actually, right? Like, kind of just an opportunity for us to come together, and it's like creating the umbrella of, we are open for criticism, and we are open, or constructive feedback, whatever you want to say.
Fearless feedback.
Feedback, yeah, and also able to give it, and it disintegrates this awkward thing that I think a lot of us experience in relationships, where, let's say your girlfriend thinks like, you know, hey, everything's all good, then you kind of have to have this awkward moment. You're like, hey, I want to bring something up. And now it's like, oh, she wasn't expecting you to bring something up. And now it's kind of like, well, hey, I was just kind of like wanting to have a nice little Sunday afternoon, and now you're coming to me with this thing that I did yesterday. I don't really feel like talking about it, but it's important to you, so we'll talk about it. But I'm kind of on like, now I'm on edge. But I think honestly, just literally having, hey, this is a thing that we do, and hey, if we sit down, we're like, all good? Yes? Okay, cool. Let's see you later. But it just creates an environment to be able to like open up about it and like not have that like butting of heads
in a non-judgmental way. It's really smart.
Yeah,
that's
especially
really
walking off stage if something frustrated you or you bumped into, like, we don't do like much blocking, but it's like, oh dude, I was gonna step up on the riser with the spotlight, and at that point, or like, you know, whatever it may be, it's like, don't have to walk off stage and it's still burning in my brain, and the other guy doesn't even know he did it, and now I have to bring this up, and well, now you just look back on that show that like it sucked, and then it's gonna roll into your next show and all that. So to have that where it's like, yeah, like a week ago I've been thinking about it, honestly, it didn't even really bother me that much. I'm just gonna say right now, but I cooled off over it too. Like, but then you're not ruining someone's show the next time. Then when you go to perform, you're thinking about that, and you're not thinking about being in the moment of performing. And yeah, I think it's very helpful we started doing that.
Dale Carnegie wrote a lesser-known second book that's called How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. And in it, he advocates for something called worry time. And that's basically what you guys have got, which is if your brain knows when it's going to be able to ruminate about something, it's able to release at least a little bit of the need to ruminate right now, as opposed to you like getting just a tiny bit of sand flicked at you every second.
Yeah.
You just pick this big rock up at the end of the week. And I think that's really smart. There's this fucking wonderful idea from Neil Strauss. He says unspoken expectations are premeditated resentments.
Whoa.
Wow.
That's shit.
Yeah. It's a real like, oh, that's so true.
Yeah.
That's so true. I didn't tell you that I wanted you to do this thing, and then you didn't do it, and I got mad at you. Or I didn't tell you that this thing pissed me off, and I wanted you to stop, and then you kept doing it, and I got mad at you. unspoken expectations or premeditated resentments. And what you're doing is you're allowing yourselves to have a free, non-judgmental forum where people are able to bring up any of the spoken expectations, right? And they're able to get away from those metastasizing into resentments. I think it's fucking, it's clever. I wonder how many bands would have improved their longevity if they'd implemented, what's it, SmackDown Sundays?
Yeah.
SmackDown.
Sunday SmackDown. Yeah, I think. I wonder how
We're licensing it right now.
yeah, the silly bus and
Silly bus time. I got a tattoo to my finger already, so you can't take it. SBT, baby.
that's exactly the same as registering it with the fucking trademark office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As soon as you get it tattooed, and you first person to get it tattooed, and say, sorry, Nike. Fucking someone got it tattooed on them in 1940 or some bullshit. Gabe and Eric, I appreciate the fuck out of both of you. I think the new record's fantastic. Everyone should go and stream it. Are you touring? When are you touring next? Or have you not released that?
Haven't released it at the moment. We're playing Warped Tour in November, but yeah, really busy next year that people will see. We're in Europe.
Yep.
In October. That's announced.
September, October?
Yeah, something like that. And
Unreal.
then yeah, to be determined.
Yeah, lots of stuff coming though, so keep an eye. We'll be touring. We were just saying we're gonna be touring like 4 or 5 months a year. That's a lot more than that this year, I think.
Yeah. I would also just like to sign off by saying, Chris, your calves are magnificent. I'm so jealous. I did not know this about you.
Yeah.
It has not been addressed, at least from what I've seen, and damn.
Thanks, man. I wondered why you were looking at that angle. I thought it was something else. I would say, sort of the forearm and calf, like the extremities.
Oh, yeah.
I do well at the extremities.
That's
As you get
good.
more toward the middle, less conditioned. You get out toward the ends, very, very lean and very well conditioned. Boys, you're great. The new record fucking slaps. I'm so happy to see you. I thought you crushed it when I saw you at Summer of Loud as well, and I'm looking forward to the tour. I'll be there.
Nice.
Thanks for having us.
What is beauty?
It's one hell of a question. I think the word is overused, misunderstood. The best way to think about beauty, the most helpful way, is to think of it as synonymous with the word love. Once you do that, all the complications kind of fade away. I think beauty is basically love manifest in the physical world. But anyway, so that's how I think of beauty, because I think,
Because you're a hopeless romantic.
oh, I'm a hopeless romantic. Well, I'm a hopeful romantic, let's say.
Yeah.
But no, I think the problem is, once you start talking about beauty, like what is beauty, it's kind of like asking what is art. Right? It's a very, very interesting question. But you can end up talking, we could spend the whole 2 hours or however long we're going to be here just talking about, well, maybe beauty is this, maybe beauty is that, but what are this? Same with art. I think it's very helpful to agree on a pretty simple definition and then move on to the more important stuff. So taking beauty, I think people obsess too much over the idea of beauty. Like, is the modern world beautiful? Is architecture beautiful? Is design beautiful? Is this room beautiful? I don't think it's helpful. I think more helpful words are interesting, charming, and meaningful. They're the words I prefer to use.
Delineate those for me.
So, well, I think interesting is the opposite of boring. And I think, a lot of what I write about online, and what generates an awful lot of interest is when you talk about the ugliness of the modern world. But I think boringness is a much more important and powerful word, because again, ugly and beautiful, they feel very subjective. But when you say boring, it's a lot easier to agree on what is boring. And I think something being boring is a bigger problem. I've often said to my friends, the one thing human beings cannot stand is being bored. Like, we can put up with a lot of stuff. We can put up with suffering and misery
And ugliness.
And ugliness. We can put up with that, but being bored is the worst thing. And I think actually being bored has driven a lot of events and movements in human history. I often think a lot of revolutionaries end up being revolutionaries just because they're bored. And a revolution is exciting. It's the chance to be part of something. And anyway, yeah.
Okay, so we've got interesting, which is the opposite of boring, presumably sort of engaging, captures attention, maybe memorable.
Yeah. And then charming. No, I love the word charming. It's probably my favourite word. It's my word of the year. You know charm when you see it. And charm, I think, is a kind of playfulness. It's not too serious. And it also respects the person looking at something or viewing something. When you make it charming, right, there's no obvious use to charm. There's not really a profit margin there.
Functional.
Yeah, exactly. But when it's charming, it's like, oh wow, the person who made this thing has thought about me. They wanted to give me, something to look at, something to make me smile. I think that's charmingness is kind of like playfulness, I guess.
Whimsy in the experience.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be like, Wes Anderson level of whimsy, but it just has to show that there's something about this object that isn't just interesting in the straight sense of like having something to it other than what is basically necessary, but also, makes you smile and kind of reminds you. In a way, charm, what it does, it gets you out of your thoughts, walking around and, miserable, thinking about, got to email this man. I think it's all the time. I hate emails, so I've got to email this person. I've got to read Chris Williamson's text or whatever. And then, then I see something charming and I smile.
Which is also Chris Williamson's text.
Yeah. Indeed. And then you think the world isn't so bad. And then finally, meaningful, which I guess, this conversation is more about the physical world than anything else. And meaningful, basically, could mean a few different things. But a good example is when you walk around a town and you find that the way things have been designed reflects something about that town, its people, and its history. I think that's what meaning is, and it kind of brings you out of this generic, standardized, convenient, hyper-optimized online modern world, and it brings you back into the reality we're living in, the one that we have been since the dawn of civilization. So meaningful, charming, and interesting are much more useful words than beauty. And I think also they're much less inflammatory. Like if I put out on X or something about the modern world is so ugly, or look at this Palace of Versailles so beautiful, people start getting angry about it. If you say it's interesting, it's charming, or you take a sort of a modern building and say, well, this is boring, people say, yeah, actually, you know what, you have a point, it is boring. It's funny how quickly you can take the charge out of these conversations by using better words.
I wonder whether some of this is because beauty and ugliness feels like a moral judgment.
Yes.
It feels like a value. So I got a speech coach who you met at the Leicester Square, London last year, Backstage Mild. And when I started working with him, some of my friends said, working with a speech coach is going to sort of neutralize your identity. What if you lose your speaking cadence? What if you lose who you are? And I found it really fascinating because I realized that there were preferable and less preferable, more optimal and less optimal ways to speak, in the same way there are to write, and in the same ways that there are to sing or play the piano. And nobody would say to you, learning to play the piano, well, why are you going to that piano teacher? What about the lovely natural way that you play the piano? And he said, well, yeah, but it sucks. Or it can be refined. Even if I'm great, it can be refined. So what it taught me was that there are certain things that people attach closely to our sense of self, like the way that we speak, and there are other things that people don't attach so closely to our sense of self, like the way that we play the piano. And it feels to me like beauty is this word that's imbued with moral weight, with judgment. Oh, it's the sense of the building or the piece of art or the poem itself, as opposed to a simple comment on the way that it presents.
Yeah, exactly right. So imagine, before you'd seen this vocal coach, I said, Chris, the way you talk is ugly, man. That feels quite offensive. But if I said to you, the way you talk, you can work, yeah, it's boring. Suddenly, like, oh wow, really? Like,
I should work on that.
Yeah, exactly.
I should work on my ugliness. Doesn't feel quite the same level of. What are you getting at? I want to see. You bought props.
I bought props.
I'm so excited.
Yeah. I went to Snappy Snaps a couple of hours ago.
Oh, thank you.
I spent 2 hours in there because I'm not very good at emailing, and I sent all the wrong files, and there were Google Workspace attachments.
If you spent more time on your emails, you would be better at sending emails when you go to Snappy Snaps.
Well, we can get into that.
Okay.
But the good news is,
here we are.
So in terms of to illustrate, because what I find is that when you talk about these things, having visual illustrations helps so much. The whole saying a picture paints 1,000 words. It's so true. And I've found, in order to make points effectively, all you have to do is contrast two things. Put two images next to each other, and it says everything. So when we talk about things being beautiful versus ugly, interesting versus boring, I have some pictures of drain pipes. Now, I love drain pipes and gutters and air conditioning units and I love all the stuff that the world is filled with. It's amazing, you sort of don't really pay attention to it, but once you start noticing how much freaking stuff that is in the world, go outside on the street, anybody here, listening or watching, when you finish watching, which is hopefully not just yet, go outside and just look at how many things there are on the street outside. There's literally, like, the cars, the signs, the windows, the drains, everything. And all of that has been designed, right? This stuff didn't just appear. Like, everything in this room, it's all man-made. Like, someone had to decide how all this stuff looked. And I guess my big gripe, and the thing that bothers a lot of people, is that all these things around us feel increasingly boring and standardized and generic, regardless of beauty. So, I have some pictures of drain pipes, and I will show them. I mean, I could maybe, I don't know if you can put them on.
we can put them
Yeah, so these are some 19th century drain pipes.
on. Wow.
And, like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you these are beautiful. Like, I think that would be crazy for me to say, "Oh, Chris, isn't this beautiful, isn't it?" But what it is, it's charming, it's interesting, it's fun, and it's meaningful. And it's basically, it shouldn't be a revolutionary idea, but it is, that drain pipes can actually improve the appearance of a town or city or home. But you think of it as something that has to be functional, and you want to get it out of the way, but you still have to see it, and it's like, well, you know, it's kind of ruining this wall. No, our drain pipes can make our towns and cities more beautiful. They can make our lives better.
Make drain pipes beautiful again.
Exactly, yeah. And so here's another one comparing some of the same to some modern, more modern drain pipes.
How would you categorize the difference between the two in terms of what they are, if you were trying to describe them to someone?
What do you mean?
So you have this list on the right and this list on the left. What is the difference between those two? Because they do the same thing.
Well, I don't think they do the same thing.
Functionally, they
yes,
do the same
well,
thing.
but this is the point. So you know this famous line, form follows function, right? Everyone knows that line. And everyone sort of thinks what that means is that the function is what matters and appearance is, you know, doesn't matter. That's kind of how people interpret it. That we shouldn't care about appearances, we should just care about how it works. But the guy who said that, Louis Sullivan, the great American architect, who kind of solved the big skyscraper problem in the late 19th century. So skyscrapers appeared in America, in Chicago first in the late 19th century, and like no one had ever seen a skyscraper before. So no one knew how to make them look. And the first skyscrapers, so if you look, you can go and see them or look at photos. The first skyscrapers in America were basically just like stacks of smaller buildings. You know, sort of take what would normally be a 3-story building and just replicate that for another 10 stories.
Just Command C, Command V.
Yeah, exactly.
Up and up.
And Sullivan realised that this is nonsense. It's not working. And he identified the chief characteristic of skyscrapers as what he called loftiness. You know, their height. And when he said form follows function, he was the guy who said it. What he meant is that its innermost purpose, the appearance, must be suited to that. So what he did was he got rid of this weird multiplication thing and basically just made all the stories the same from the top to the bottom without all these horizontal lines and kind of anyway, in short, he figured out how to make them look good.
I've done an architectural boat tour
Of
Chicago.
oh wow,
I mean, so many people do this tour. It's musically, at least mine was musically accompanied. The guy, maybe it was a harmonica. But I went on my own. I was there on tour, and I went on my own. It's fucking freezing. I wore shorts because I'm an idiot, and I was enthralled. It was brilliant. It was so cool. And you go and you see the fire. This is where the fire was. It goes down. It does a U-turn. You see everything of one side. And you see everything of the other. I think it's got the tallest skyscraper in the world that was designed by a woman. There, it's got the tuning fork building with this sort of unbelievably thin base, and the way that they had to structure that in order for it to go. The most hilarious thing is you're pulling in, very beginning, you go underneath the bridge from the harbour, you pull through, and they're showing you all of the different buildings, and he's going sort of from right to left, all the way around, right at the end, right in the middle, huge, big thing, big letters, Trump Tower, Chicago, and this guy's going, it is the tallest building in the world that was built by a woman, and it is using the granite that was imported from East Germany, and it's and moving over to the left, and he just completely leapfrogs the Trump thing. I'm like, it's probably safe. It's probably safe. Some people are going to hooray you for doing it. Some are going to be not so happy, and they just made the executive decision that we'll forget that building. I thought it was quite funny.
no, it is. But by the way, we may need to mention that name again later in this conversation, because Trump is weirdly and maybe unfortunately important in this conversation. You know, he in both his terms and his executive orders to say that all federal buildings need to be in traditional architectural styles, which is I think in some ways good and in some ways bad. But actually, I will put bookmark there, and we'll come back to it, because on this point about form and function,
Yes.
Sullivan decorated his buildings, right? Like his skyscrapers have this beautiful sort of ornate terracotta paneling and all these floral wreaths and stuff. His point was just that the decoration should be suited to what the building is. The problem he felt in the 19th century why he said that is because people decorated everything the same. He was saying, no, we need to decorate and design things according to their purpose. Not that they shouldn't be decorated. And in my view, with those two different sets of drain pipes, he said, they're both functionally the same. But I disagree. I think any object we design, not in all cases, I don't need the inside of my laptop to look beautiful, right? It's just got to freaking work, which it still does, by the way, all these years later. But I think anything that's in the built environment, our homes, our offices, and our streets, if it's not making that environment more humane, if it's not making the lives of people there better, it is not fulfilling its entire function. So those drain pipes on the right-hand side, I don't seem like I'm picking on them. They do their job, which is great. But my point is very simple. It's just like, if we can also make drain pipes that do their job and make the world a more interesting place to live in, shouldn't we be doing that? And now why things have changed and how to achieve it, we may get into that, but I think that's the first point to establish. And it sounds kind of shocking to people, but drain pipes can be not beautiful but charming. Like all those weird creatures or whatever. Like imagine you're walking down the street and you see those. It does something which doesn't occur when it's just a plain metal or plastic pipe.
Well, it's interesting when you say form follows function, but you ask what is the function? Is the function to add charm to your day? There's no reason that the job of a drain pipe needs to begin and end with water.
Exactly, yeah.
I saw a photo that you are the leader and traffic in the world of viral X posts about beautiful things and interesting, meaningful, charming. And I saw one, I think it was the inside of the latch on a door. So when you look at a door and there was all this engraving, have you ever imagined that this is a common currency that you traffic in? Another thing, you do kind of see it. You do. You don't see it much, right? But doors are left open, especially if it's an internal door, like kitchen door or something like that. So why not make the edge of a door a opportunity to add charm? You go, well, what's the door for? Well, it's to create a boundary line, a territory line between the kitchen and the hallway. Well, but what if it could be
even more than that?
A source of charm?
Yeah, I mean, the analogy here is life itself. Like, I'm not going to ask you what is the point of life right now, but universally, people agree the most important things in life are love and friends, fun and adventure and achieving stuff, all of that. That is beyond the function of life. If I said to you, Chris, what is the meaning of life? And you said, well, it's to not die and reproduce. Some people do believe that, to be fair, but most people don't think that about life. And most people think a good life is one that has love in it and friendship.
More than raw functionality.
So the way we view life that view of life is reflected in drain pipes like those.
Wow, what a take. Drain pipes are life.
Yeah, but it's funny you mentioned the virality of these things is so interesting to me. Because this is kind of how I got started on X, or Twitter as it was then.
No, why don't you tell the story? Tell us, regale us with how you became the cultural tutor.
So, how did I become the cultural tutor? So, my name is Shane Quirk. I was born in Scunthorpe, of all places, actually. Anyway, that's not really relevant. Well, it is maybe relevant, but I won't go into that just yet. So, I went to university, and then when university finished, this weird thing happened where all my friends had plans. And they went into their master's degrees, they went and got jobs in the City of London as lawyers and accountants and all that. And it kind of took me by surprise, because I just did not have a plan at all. So I'd always wanted to be a writer. I've always been writing and reading. Since I was a child, my head has been, my bedroom as a child was filled with nothing but books. And I always wanted to write, and I've been writing since I was, since I could first hold a pen, basically. And I'd always thought it would happen. And then after I left university without a plan, I sort of got into this state of complacency where I was expecting life to just hand it to me on a plate. I sort of thought one day someone would knock on the door and say, Shane, we've heard you're a great writer, here's a book deal. Obviously that's not how the world works. So I got a job as a security guard, sort of, more or less. This was 4 years ago. Doing the night shifts, which I loved. I loved the night shift, the 12-hour night shift. At my old university, actually. So it was when COVID came. And then they ran out of night watchmen or porters, as they're called, because guys were off sick, they didn't want to work, and all the students had gone. And I was still living there, just in like a small house with my girlfriend at the time. And I needed a job, so they rang me and said, Sheehan, we don't have any porters left. Do you want to be one? Normally there are sort of guys who are in the 50s, 60s, semi-retired, retired. I said, sure, like I need a job. So I did that, and I spent a year and a half unblocking toilets and like fixing door handles and sitting through the whole night and doing rounds and making sure no one was trying to break in or steal anything. And in those night shifts I would write and stuff and watch films. But in terms of the big picture, where I wanted to be in life, it wasn't happening. I wasn't unhappy, but things weren't heading in any particular direction. I left that job, and then I realised I didn't have any money. I didn't have a job for about 3 months. Ran out of money. I needed to pay the rent on this house I was living in. I borrowed money from my friends and my family, and I just needed a job as quick as I could, so I just went on Indeed, applied to everything. Pizza Hut rejected me, but McDonald's said yes. And so on the 2nd of January 2022, I went for my interview, and then 2 days later I was there. And I wasn't a burger flipper. I was a maintenance person. So my job was to take in the stock. You know, I'd get in at sort of 6 in the morning. The truck would arrive, bringing all the fries and all the sausages, which were packed in Scunthorpe, as it happens. And the chicken came from Cambodia, which surprised me. You know, I'd get into the freezer, stock it all up, and then I'd have to get out the jet washer and go and clean the car park. You know, there's McFlurries everywhere, and tomato ketchup. The McDonald's tomato ketchup, when it solidifies, is like
Viscous.
Is like rock solid.
Wow.
You have to freaking get like boiling hot water to get that stuff off the walls. So that's what I was doing. And there was just no sign of this ending, and I wasn't earning enough money to actually pay back all my friends, and I guess it was a bit of a spiral. And then I have a very good friend, Harry Dry, who you may know.
Of course.
He is a genius, and also a fiercely loyal, brilliant friend who tells it how it is. And I was one day I was with him, and I was giving him all these ideas like, oh Harry, yeah, I'm gonna write this novel about this, and you know, I think I'm gonna make a film. And he's like Shin, all you're doing is telling me that you're gonna do all these things, not doing anything. And he said this great line. He said, what you lack is deadlines, not ideas. You lack deadlines, not ideas. And it was like maybe one of the most important things anybody said to me. And I had this, what I call my Mulan moment. Have you seen Mulan? The Disney film Mulan, not the most recent one. The animated.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
You might need to...
Well, anyway, so there's this wonderful scene in the film where Mulan, her father gets called to war. He's very old, very sick. He doesn't have any sons. And the eldest male member of the family has to go off to war. Mulan, she loves her father, doesn't want him to go off and die fighting. So she goes in his place, which obviously they don't want her to do. But she has to pretend to be a man. So there's this wonderful scene in the film where the synths kick in, it's the middle of the night, and she goes and gets out her father's armour, gets out his sword, and she cuts off her hair. She cuts off her hair so she can ride off to war as a man. And I kind of had that moment. There was this one day when I thought, you know what, I'm just going to quit my job at McDonald's and going to just give everything I've got to getting to where I think I should be. And I took off my McDonald's beanie for the last time and my big yellow jacket, and it felt like that moment in Mulan. It was like a point of no return. I did a few things. I applied to film school. They rejected me. I applied to the army and went through the whole process. They actually offered me a place at Sandhurst, which I said no to because by then something else had taken off, which was this Twitter account I made. My plan had been to make some money. How can you make some money? Well, by tutoring. Online tutoring is quite a good way to make money. People sometimes pay like freaking £50 an hour for a good online tutor. And I thought, well, I'm going to tutor people, not in maths or I'm terrible at maths or law. I did law at university. I don't want to tutor law. I thought I wanted to do cultural tutoring. I thought some parents might want their kids to be more rounded. So I thought maybe they'll pay me to tutor their kids in poetry and architecture and art, which I've always loved, you know. And so I made this little website offering tutoring lessons. And then how do you get eyes on the website? I made a Twitter account, hoping to drive traffic towards this website so people would book in tutoring sessions and I could finally make some money. What did I call the Twitter account? Well, the cultural tutor, because that's what I thought I was. And I put this little statue of Plato as a profile picture. And within 6 weeks, it became pretty clear that no one wanted me to tutor them, but they did like what I was writing about. And after 6 weeks, I had 100,000 followers on Twitter as it was then. And kind of from there to here, it's been a dream. But what I did, I said, when I made the Twitter account, I was going to post a thread every single day for a month and just see where it gets me. Obviously, the first 10 threads you don't get a single like. So I would stay up all night, like going on Twitter, searching for other people who'd posted about church windows, seeing who'd liked it, then message those people, say, hey, I saw you like this post about church windows. I've just written one too. You might be interested. And sort of, after a week, you're getting 2 likes on a post.
It's really bootstrapping your way
Oh
to
man,
virality.
yeah. I was obsessed. It was like I had this clear-mindedness, which is a very rare thing in life. It's very rare to be able to have that level of focus and determination. And what started out as a month ended up being 2.5 years. So for 2.5 years, I posted every single day online.
What was the first day that you didn't post like?
It was when I was writing my book. It was after I got the book deal. And there was this one day when I thought, like, I have a choice today. I can either make this particular chapter of the book better, or I can post on X. And at that point, I thought, you know what? It's very hard to let go of something like that. Like, it's really hard to let go of a ritual, because that was my life. Like, I would, I said no to all my friends. If ever there's friends going out, I'd say, no, I've got to write on Twitter. Why the hell do you want to tweet instead of hanging out with your friends? Like, I remember sometimes I would go out, and then I'd get home at 5 a.m. and stay up till 8 a.m. putting something out on Twitter. And eventually got to a point where I was where I needed to be. I had my dream, which was to have a book deal, and then that became the focus. And a key part of the story is Mr. David Perel, who you know, of course. He saw I was going viral online, and he reached out to me, and he just, in this fantastically American way, just said, let's get on FaceTime. And so we went on FaceTime, and he said, look, Shane, I really like your work, and I'm guessing you need to make some money from this. But rather than you monetizing your audience and trying to, maybe start a Substack, and then you turning your focus from the wider public to your audience, I'm going to support you. I'll be your patron. I'm going to pay you a living wage, a good wage, and all you have to do is write every single day. And thanks to David and in his patronage of me, I was able to write every single day and then get to where I am now with nearly 2 million followers or whatever, and a book deal and some other exciting projects on the way. So that's how it happened, and it kind of bring us back to where we started. I mean, maybe, I don't know if you want if you have any comments on that or any reflections. It was one hell of a journey. But the post that went viral, the post that took me from, I'd sort of ground my way after 5.5 weeks to 15,000 followers, which is pretty good. But then I did a couple of posts and they got less than 100 likes, and I was thinking, maybe this is it, I'm washed. I don't know if you ever have. I mean, you've been, you're an old hand now, and anyone who works online will know the sort of the dread and anxiety that hangs on your back, right? Because you live by those numbers, and as soon as they dip, even by 0.5%, you're like, this is it. My time, my 15 minutes of fame is done. And I was really mad, and I was staying with my mum at the time. And I thought, and I decided to write about something which had always bothered me. This one, I used to moan to my friends about it all the time, which was this thing we're talking about. Because ever since I was a kid, I'd always thought, why is stuff so boring? I would look at older things and think, well, they're so pretty, so interesting. Why is modern stuff so boring? So I wrote about that online. I did bring a screenshot, actually, of this post to just kind of show the point. This was the post. It's called The
danger of minimalist design and the death of detail, a short thread.
Yeah, so it got 440,000 likes.
Yeah, that'll build a 15k account.
Yeah.
And
it got me 90,000 followers overnight. And what's so funny about it? It's so interesting. And look at the lead image. It's just 2 bollards, right? It's like a typical old bollard. It's not even that interesting. But then it's a typical new bollard. And what it turned out is that people all over the world had been feeling exactly the same way. That things are boring and generic these days, and that people are crying out for the world to be a more interesting, charming, and meaningful place.
A quick aside, I've been drinking AG1 every morning for years. And it just got even better. AG1 Next Gen keeps the same simplicity, 1 scoop once per day, but now comes with 4 clinical trials backing it. In those trials, AG1 Next Gen was clinically shown to fill common nutrient gaps, improve key nutrient levels within 3 months, and increase healthy gut bacteria by 10 times, even in healthy adults. Basically, they've upgraded the formula with better probiotics, more bioavailable nutrients, and clinical validation.
and it's still NSF certified for sport, which means that you know the quality is legit. I actually got to meet the team that runs AG1, all of the top bods at a offsite a couple of months ago here in Austin, and I was really impressed. They took my feedback on board, they were very receptive, and I actually think that they put some of my ideas into the product and the new marketing. So any success that you see going forward from now can be exclusively attributed to me. So hooray for me. And if you're still unsure, they've got a 90-day money-back guarantee. So you can buy it and use it every single day for 3 months. And if you don't like it, they'll just give you your money back. Right now, you can get a year's free supply, vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs, plus that 90-day money-back guarantee by going to the link in the description below or heading to drinkag1.com/modernwisdom. That's drinkag1.com/modernwisdom.
Dude, what a great story. You know, I'd heard this from David's side, but it's really wonderful to hear it from you. It's really inspired me, even hearing what David did with you. I've had a bunch of conversations with the people who look after my accounts.
Yeah.
And in America, you can start a nonprofit and do these things. It's a fucking nightmare, because what I would love to do is start a kind of scholarship thing where maybe once every 12 months, I find somebody or maybe a small group of people who are in your position and liberate them.
Yeah, man.
To be able to go and do the thing. And it's so difficult. It's so difficult to be able to do that, because if they're an employee, then it means this. And if it's a non-profit, then you can't be the person that chooses, because the opportunity for nepotism is, you know, obviously through the roof. It's basically a way for you to tax-free funnel money from your business to other people that you like. And I'm like, well, obviously I like them if I want to support them because I think they're good. But, you're not allowed to like, so you can be the director, but then you need to have a symposium or a board of people and they would choose and you can't have it. I just want to give someone, I just want to enliven one or a few people that I think are making good work to go and do it. And it turns out to be really difficult. So that's a work in progress
But
problem.
you got it, because honestly, like, patronage is like a very old-fashioned way to make things happen. In the modern, sort of throughout the 20th century, you had establishments, you know, you had the publishers and the media, broadcasting organizations. That's where you went to get stuff done. Now we have the online creator economy, as it's called. You become an influencer, you know, like us, I guess. You know, you get sponsorships, or you know, you have a Substack. The old-fashioned way is a guy who has some spare money finds people who are talented and gives them that money, right? And then that's how so many of the world's most famous and beloved works of art appeared. Pretty much all of them. Like, you know, Michelangelo didn't paint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel based on, you know, Substack subscriptions. He didn't have a sponsor. Pope Julius II said, Michelangelo, you're the best artist in Italy right now. I'm going to pay you 400,000 ducats or whatever it was to paint the ceiling of my chapel. And he did it. Same as the Mona Lisa, right? The Mona Lisa, which is, to be honest, a pretty boring and overrated painting. But anyway, it was commissioned by a guy. Leonardo was back in Florence after being in Milan for a while, and this guy, he just got married and was moving to a new house. He said, Leonardo, I want you to paint a portrait of my wife. So here's a load of money, paint a portrait of my wife. Like, this is how great art throughout history, and many books as well, and poems and stuff, that's how they appeared. Somebody with the funds directs it directly to the person who needs it, and then it gets created. Patronage is an old-fashioned system, but I think maybe it has a future in our modern world.
Tell me more about your opinion on the Mona Lisa.
Well, look, I think, I mean, there's a few facts about it. First of all, here's a question. Who is the Mona Lisa? What is she called?
It's not after Mona Lisa?
Well, no, her name is Lisa. But I think there's something interesting about the fact that the most famous painting in the world, in some sense, the woman with the most famous face in history, no one knows what she's called. Her name was Lisa Gerardini, or Lisa del Giocondo, when she got married. And also, the crazy thing is, she never actually saw the painting finished. Leonardo was a famous procrastinator. He would just freaking take forever to do anything. And he actually left Italy with the painting. He went off to live in France, because the King of France asked him to come and work.
In high demand.
Yeah, he hired him and he took the painting. So Lisa Gerardini never saw the finished portrait. Which is kind of crazy, I think. And also,
she died before it was done?
No, sorry. He took it. So Leonardo took the portrait with him to France before it was finished, and then he finished it in France and then gave it to the King of France, Francis I, he was called. Anyway,
here's a painting of someone else's wife.
Well, you know, yeah, I guess, but yeah, it's Leonardo. So even then, the guy was a celebrity. Even then, like, his reputation now,
savant.
It hasn't changed at all. Like, people then worship the guy. But I just think it's a shame that the most famous painting in the world is a relatively boring portrait.
Why is it boring?
Well, if you look at other paintings and the things that might get people interested in art, like you imagine, because like I'm passionate about art, it's my lifeblood. But the way our culture works, like if you want to get someone interested in art, and they kind of start looking into it, and they see that the most famous product of the entire history of art is like a woman smiling. I don't think it's going to excite them particularly.
What do you wish was the replacement? If you were to say, hey, the world is gifted, I can hot swap the Mona Lisa for something else, this would be a good front end of the funnel for people into art.
Sure, I think there's a few contenders. Yes, some of which are already quite well known. Look, it depends on the person. Because I think when someone's, for example, like young, when they're a teenager, I think you need something a bit more brash and exciting. If you look at the paintings of a guy like John Martin, he was a 19th century English painter from County Durham, actually.
Okay.
And he painted these kind of crazy, biblical, catastrophic landscapes. And there's lightning and there's thunder and there's like cities blowing up and there's gigantic waves and it's epic. It's like sort of watching Lord of the Rings but in a single painting. Like that kind of thing is exciting. Also, another painting which is very, very famous, The Garden of Earthly Delights by Hieronymus Bosch. That one is pretty famous, and I think paintings more like that are more likely to get people excited about art.
A little bit more interesting.
Yeah, they're basically more. Because I don't Mona Lisa, and if you like it, then you like it. But I think people should be free to call it boring if they want. This is another problem. Like art, the problem with art, like it's in this space where people feel very intimidated. They feel ignorant.
Yes, I certainly do.
Sure, and then suddenly they feel like they're not allowed to say the Mona Lisa is boring. Because
it feels unrefined, like I don't get the joke that everybody else gets, or I don't get the subtext, I'm not sufficiently sophisticated.
Yeah. Exactly. Whereas my view is, the only thing you need to get into art, you only need two things, your eyes and your heart. That's all you need. And you've got to fall in love with it. And that's a lot of my work has been that, just trying to put art out there, not in the context of art, but in the context of just something that's not that different to
nice
cinema.
drain pipe.
Yeah, exactly. Or a nice freaking drain pipe. Yeah, man, exactly. Anyway, so that's how did the Mona Lisa come up?
You were explaining, I think you were going through a bunch of, it was Da Vinci, Michelangelo, he's laid on the ceiling.
Hey, yeah,
takes it
so
with
this thing you're thinking of doing, man, like good luck with that, because it who knows what it might lead to.
What else have you got by way of example? I'm excited for what comes
so
next.
I've got some really good stuff there.
Okay, yeah, some deep cuts from the world of architecture and art.
So the reason I brought these is, again, just to illustrate the points I'm making. I could say, just Google it, but it's much easier if I show it myself here. Now, a big part of my work online, a big part of the book, but not only the book, and a big part of this documentary, this short film, which is being released tomorrow as we speak. Made it with David Prell.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's a 15-minute short film. And we're treating it as a standalone piece and as a pilot for a future series we want to make about art and architecture. And learning from art and architecture about life in the 21st century. It's called The Modern World, actually, because I think we can learn a lot about life now and how to improve it by looking at art and architecture and things like that in the past. And people are crying out for a sort of a high-quality art documentary series. Anyway, now what I think is really important, my life's work in a way, is to establish, first of all, that there is a problem with the way the world looks today and the way we design it. And then secondly, this is the crucial part, to establish a consensus around this issue. A problem I ran into pretty early on, which I hadn't anticipated, is that as soon as I started writing about this, this like just bollock, like people have very strong views about it. Most people are inclined to agree, and like the polls show very clearly, studies and polls show very clearly that people are dissatisfied with how things look, and that they generally prefer traditional to modern architecture. But I found that as soon as I started writing about it, people have all these connotations based on whether they think they're left-wing or right-wing. There's this idea, for example. No, it's a big issue, because people think if you're to criticize modernism, right, so like modern architecture, to criticize that must mean that you're somehow like a traditionalist, conservative, even a fascist. And also, if you want to revive traditional architecture, you must therefore be a conservative or a fascist. And then people also think if you defend modern architecture, The Conservatives think you're like a radical socialist or a communist. And all of this is it's complete nonsense. It's just not true. Now, so that's the second part. I want to demolish these misguided political associations around the issue and establish a consensus, which is why I brought some little graphics. So the first thing I'll do is this should be quite good fun. I just want to show you these and ask you what you think they are. It's sort of a trick question, and I'm hoping you get it wrong.
They look like towers of castles in some way.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That's how they look. These are water towers. These are 19th century water towers.
Wow.
So all they do is, if people who don't know what a water tower is, like in a town or city, in order to have water pressure, you need to lift all the water up high to the pipe, right? So that's what these are. Unbelievably, these somehow are just bits of like the most boring infrastructure you can imagine, water management infrastructure, and yet they look like they're so much fun, right?
Imagine Northumbrian Water created one of those.
Exactly. And what's most interesting, perhaps, is that these have all been decommissioned now, right? Because obviously, we've got more advanced technologies, and yet they still stand because people love them. They've been converted variously into houses. Some of them are like gallery spaces or viewing platforms. And again, just like the drain pipes, it's crazy to think that in the past people believed that even something as simple and ostensibly boring and functional as a water tower could make a town or city more interesting. But this isn't about past versus present, which is what people assume. All I'm interested in is improving the present by learning from the past. Now,
it's difficult to learn from the future.
Indeed.
We'll get back to talking in just a minute, but first, some things are built for summer. Sunburns, hot girl walks, your ex posting their Euro road trip, and now, lemonade and salt. Element just dropped their brand new lemonade salt flavor, and it's everything that you want on a hot day. Tart, salty, and stupidly refreshing. It's like a grown-up lemonade stand in a stick with actual function behind the flavor. Because, let's be real, if you're sweating through workouts, sauna sessions, or just walking to your car in July, then you are losing more than just water. Element replaces the electrolytes that your body actually needs. Sodium, potassium, and magnesium with no sugar, no junk, and no nonsense. I've been drinking it every single day for years, and in the Texas heat, this lemonade flavor in a cold glass of water is unbelievably good. Best of all, they've got a no questions asked refund policy with an unlimited duration, so you can buy it and try it for as long as you want, and if you don't like it for any reason, they'll give you your money back. You don't even need to return the box. That's how confident they are that you'll love it. Plus, they offer free shipping in the US. Right now, you can get a free sample pack of Element's most popular flavors with your first purchase by going to the link in the description below or heading to drinklmnt.com/modernwisdom. That's drinklmnt.com/modernwisdom.
Now, so the first to establish how there is, look at this. This is another screenshot of a tweet I did. Okay. So it's just like I can't read. What does it say?
Why are cities all around the world starting to look the same?
Yeah.
You've got the USA, Japan, Russia, Colombia, Germany, Ethiopia, Brazil, Taiwan, Poland, Australia, Spain, China. These are high-rise skyscrapers.
Yeah, they just want, like, it all looks the same, right? And so I did this.
Glass, steel, vertical lines.
And it's got like 174,000 likes. So like people really care about this issue. Like people feel very, very strong. Like the easiest way to get traction online is just to post two images. One of like a nice old thing, one of a crappy new thing, and everyone loves it because everyone feels it to be true. Yeah, and crucially, it's just like a global issue as well. So like with those water towers, with those drain pipes, the reason I wanted to show them to you is just to kind of give an example of two things. First of all, the fact that things have changed, that we don't design things how we used to. And secondly, to show that it's possible to make boring things, to make infrastructure interesting, meaningful, charming. So that is the problem. Now, at this point, people start getting really angry. And if I can sort of address the two sides, one after the other, this is what I would say. So I think it's very important to defend modern architecture. Right? It's not popular with the public, even though a certain sort of group of architects and planners love it. The general public do not like modern architecture. Look at any study, any poll. Look at where people go. Look at where tourists take photos. Right? When tourists come to London, where do they want to go and take photos? In front of the pretty old buildings? Where do people want to go on holiday? They go to Paris, they go to Rome, they go to Venice, they go to Kyoto. They want to see beautiful old buildings, right? What the public want is very clear. That being said, I think it's very important to defend modern architecture. There's this idea, I think, maybe among conservatives and what you might call more right-wing or traditionalist people, which are all such unhelpful terms. Anyway, that modern architecture, these big sort of boring concrete tower blocks, skyscrapers, that they replaced these Baroque palaces and these charming cottages. But the truth is that this is the kind of thing they replaced. This photo was taken in the Netherlands in the 1930s.
Okay, this is a mud hut?
Yeah.
It's a family of 3, 2 adults and an infant. I'm not doing this for the visually impaired, I'm doing it because some people are just listening. Black and white photo of what looks like farmland, in the middle of a field essentially. I think there's a wheel. Is that a wheel?
Yeah,
on the top of the house. Yeah, so it's very low. It's basically the height of, maybe even slightly lower than the height of people. It's an A-frame sort of, seems to be a bigger bit at the back, but I mean it's halfway between a mound of dirt and a tent made out of wood.
Yeah.
With a chimney.
Would you want to live there?
No.
Probably not. Now, most people throughout history were living in conditions not totally dissimilar to this. Like, throughout most of history until the last century, people were living in conditions of absolute squalor and material misery. And all these modern buildings, which are very easy to criticize aesthetically, they look pretty nice when you compare them to that sort of thing. Modern architecture, using concrete and steel and glass and plastic, building quickly and cheaply and efficiently, basically gave the world a roof over its head. It lifted humanity out of material squalor and into a world where they could have, they weren't living in places like that, where you're warm and you're dry and there's no danger of imminent collapse. So it's really important, I think, that more conservative or traditionalist people recognise that modern architecture has actually been a blessing for humankind insofar as quality of life is concerned. I also think a lot of modernist buildings are very beautiful, but that's kind of a separate point. I think they can be lovely, and I think like I like the Shard, and I like the Gherkin. These buildings are so much fun, and I wouldn't want to see a world where we didn't build those. So
definitely not boring though.
No, exactly, they're not boring. Exactly, that's also
and they're charming.
And they're charming. Yeah.
Meaningful.
But what I love about these buildings is that, like, London has this fantastic practice of giving buildings nicknames, right? So the Gherkin, the Shard, the freaking walkie-talkie, the cheese grater, that I think is meaning emerging, basically, when we give them those names. The Gherkin feels like a part of London. You can't imagine London without the Gherkin now, even though 20 years ago a lot of people didn't like it. So that's my sort of piece aimed at the traditionalists, who are, I think, too overly critical of modern architecture. But now the problem is that maybe the slightly bigger problem is that as soon as you start talking about this issue, a lot of more progressive people, generally conservative, progressive, maybe socialist, left-leaning liberal people, think that to call for traditionalism is some kind of like retrogressive, conservative, fascistic worldview, which I think is clearly not the case. Like, asking for the world to be more beautiful, especially the streets where ordinary people live and work. Like, the rich can freaking afford whatever paintings they want. They can afford lovely houses. The people suffering most right now are ordinary people all over the world, whose streets and homes and offices are literally making them depressed. Like, studies have shown, I mean, you don't even need studies to prove it, but I suppose it's helpful. Like, we are more stressed, more anxious, less productive, less happy when we're in boring environments. Like, why do prisons look the way they look? Like, why does solitary confinement have nothing in it and harsh lighting? But there's this crazy situation where we literally design buildings these days in the same way that we designed prisons. I mean, it's kind of sad to think about, but there's this game that some people play, which is it a prison or is it a school? And if you look at prisons and schools built in the UK over the last 50 or 60 years, and I show you a photo of each, you can't tell which is which. They look pretty similar. Anyway, more to the point about why I think liberal people should embrace, and progressive people should embrace this some traditional architecture. Bunch of reasons. One, it's more sustainable. Like, look at those water towers, right? You build something that's beautiful that people like, you don't have to demolish it. It lasts decades or hundreds of years, which is way more sustainable than building things like we do now, which are going to be demolished in 20, 30 years because they're crappy and no one likes them. It's also more environmentally friendly. Traditional architecture is way more interested in using local materials. It's also more suited to the local climate. Like, why do all old houses or buildings in Northern Europe have very steep roofs, steep gables? Because it snows, right? And you don't want snow to build up on the roof. Now we have flat roofs, so we spend a crap ton, having to, we have to clear it or we have to heat it so it melts. It's a mess. Anyway, so it's more environmentally sustainable. And also, the final thing, I realise I'm going on a bit, but this is so important. Like, when you have beautiful stuff, like those beautiful hinges, we talk about, the beautiful latches in the doors. William Morris, the great William Morris, 19th century poet and designer and campaigner, also a massive communist and Marxist as well. The reason he loved beautiful medieval old-fashioned design is because he felt it made people's lives more interesting when they have to use stuff, but it also made people's lives better when they had to make stuff. Like right now, we're forcing people all around the world, on other sides of the world to be fair, in other countries, paying them like crappy wages to make crappy, boring stuff. As soon as your job involves making something interesting and beautiful, and you've got some creative say in it, like imagine if the bricklayers in this country, we just we ask them to make plain brick walls. Throughout the Middle Ages, bricklayers, what they did, they would make patterns in the walls. You can do wonderful things with bricks. They sound boring, but bricks can be so charming, so much fun. And now, we don't do that. But in a world where we embrace beautiful design, everyone benefits. The people who have to make stuff and the people who have to use stuff. Anyway, that is, I think, most of what is needed to be said. That I want to establish a consensus that the world can be so much more interesting, that we will all benefit from it, and that it's not a political issue. Anyway, I didn't get through all my
I want to see
slides.
more of your examples. Go do the presentation.
Here's one. So here are some. Do you know what they are?
Water fountain.
Yeah.
So there's a variety. Sort of a green. The classic green's okay. It's a little sterile and minimalist, but it's not bad. And then there's one that's sort of a real aqua blue and looks a little bit like a cartoon.
Yeah. So these are some water fountains that have been installed around London in the past sort of 10 to 20 years, and around the UK actually. And they're fine. Like they do their job. But on the whole, I wouldn't say that they necessarily make the place where they are prettier or more interesting. But now here are some Victorian water fountains, which
they look like mini chapels.
they do. Yeah, they do. They're beautiful, and they're really
Four-sided. Yeah, I mean that almost looks like a fountain that you would go to.
yes.
Like, where ducks would swim and
Yeah, exactly. And there's a few points on this, but I'll keep it relatively brief. And the main one to me is that when you see something like this, when this much care and thought has been put into designing water fountains, which are one of the most important kinds of public architecture you can have, right? Like water is a sacred thing. It is the source of life. When you treat the public and treat water in this way, I think everyone is much happier. And now the other slides, I can probably kind of speed through them.
There's no speeding through anything. We can indulge as much as you want.
We can, but there's just so much exciting stuff to talk about here. So this one is kind of fun. So you remember I showed you the screenshot of how all modern architecture looks the same, all these skyscrapers. Well, it turns out in the past things weren't actually necessarily so different. Like here's one of classical
Ireland, Mexico, Greece, India, Russia, Cuba, USA, Philippines, Argentina, and these are all quite sort of Baroque style pillars with the classics A-frame Greek. What is that? What's
pediment.
the pediment?
Yeah, and they all look the same basically, all over the world. And it's the same here.
Difference being, I think people don't mind when they think it's pretty.
No, they don't mind exactly. But I think it's important to recognise that we shouldn't romanticize the past. Even though I'm prone to doing that, I think I've got better in recent years at being much more realistic about what things were like. But it's interesting, first of all, that people don't mind homogeneous architecture when it's pretty, but also that things in the past were also, it's not like there was necessarily more variety. And these ones are kind of more to the point. Again, it's just like freaking loads of buildings that look the same.
Wow, look at that. Sort of Gothic style cathedrals. UK, Norway, Slovakia, Germany, Czechia.
Oh, Czechia. I guess that's the Czech Republic.
Czechia, Italy. That one in Italy's insane.
Yeah, that's in Milan.
Hungary, Portugal, and Belgium. All.
Again, they're all very, very similar, right? Because they're all part of the same. And that was kind of. And then, sorry, there is one more of these, which is now Byzantine style architecture.
Okay, so this is with domes.
Yeah.
A little bit lighter color, a lot of white, some yellows in there as well.
And again, they all look very similar. So I kind of like making that point, just because, again, perhaps some people who are more traditionally aligned tend to forget that there were phases in the past when buildings looked the same all around the world. But then the equal point that you made straight away is that people don't mind architecture. They don't mind when it's homogeneous if it's pretty. Then the final thing, it came out a bit blurry, unfortunately. But anyway, what do you think this building is? What do you think that is?
I think it's a church.
Sure. That's what anyone would think.
Okay, you tell me it's
So
showers or something?
So this
Bathhouse?
is a still from a documentary. Actually, it's been my dream for years to visit this place and to film there.
Where is it?
So that it's called Crossness Pumping Station. This is a sewage facility. When London's new sewers were built in the 19th century, they needed a pumping station. A few miles, like about 20 miles east, closer to the mouth of the Thames, and the Victorians thought this was how you should design a sewage facility. And it's just absolutely gorgeous. And this, in a way, sums up the change. And I think we've lost the belief, the conviction that even sewers can be beautiful, can be charming, interesting, meaningful. People work in sewers, and
What's the excuse other than convenience and cost?
yeah. Well, so this is where it gets really interesting. The cost point is frequently raised, that we can't afford to build like that or design like that anymore. But this kind of isn't true. Like, there are two things to say about it. First of all, one point, it is a bit more expensive, but like, anything is too expensive if you don't want it. And then the question is the extra investment worth making? Well, if it's going to cost 1% more, which is usually what it's like to decorate, like decoration is so much cheaper than every other part of a building, right? You just got to stick some pretty stuff on the front of it. Now that's all cast iron. It's mass manufactured. This isn't made by some artist slaving away for years. You literally melt the iron, stick it in a mold, pull it out, paint it a bit, looks beautiful. Like, is an extra percent worth an increase in human happiness and joy? Worth increasing, the lifespan of the building will be expanded by, decades. I dare say that that's a wise investment. And also, speaking purely commercially, think of what it does for tourism. Like, cities, especially like in Europe, in Europe, people don't make stuff anymore, don't manufacture stuff. Where does all the money come from? It comes from tourism. Like, you put up beautiful buildings, and people from around the world will come flocking, spending all the hard-earned money just to spend one night in this one freaking pretty street in your city. So, like, it's one of the best investments you can make is in decoration. That's the one people usually raise as cost. It's kind of the biggest one, and it really is that simple. I think there's also other things we could get into that probably aren't worth addressing right now. But so the point I want to make is that it is a choice. We act like it isn't a choice. And the problem with that, however, is that we live in a consumerist society. And again, this is why I think traditionalists and liberals, conservatives and progressives should be united. The biggest problem with modern design isn't isn't people who want to return to the past. It's not socialism, it's not communism. The biggest problem is consumerism. Like, we live in a society where we have a culture of obsolescence. Nothing's built to last. Because you can make more money, obviously, if you don't build things to last. But the cheapest, most convenient, quickest route is the one that we always take with everything we do. Like, everyone stands to benefit from that kind of meaningful, beautiful design. Apart from if you're a property developer or a planner, whatever it is, and you want to spend as little money as possible and get back as much as possible in a short time span, you make it boring, you make it ugly, you don't care about how it looks. That's the consumerism, I think, is the biggest problem.
In other news, this episode is brought to you by Momentous. If your sleep's not dialed, taking ages to nod off, you're waking up at random times and feeling groggy in the morning, Momentous' sleep packs, how did I miss both of those? Are here to help. They're not your typical knock-you-out supplement overloaded with melatonin, just the most evidence-based ingredients at perfect doses to help you fall asleep more quickly, stay asleep throughout the night, and wake up feeling more rested and revitalized in the morning, which is why I take these things every single night and why I trust Momentous with my life, or at least with my sleep, because they make the highest quality supplements on the planet. What you read on the label is what's in the product and absolutely nothing else. And if you're still unsure, they've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can buy it completely risk-free, use it, and if you do not like it for any reason, they will give you your money back. Plus, they ship internationally. Right now, you can get 35% off your first subscription and that 30-day money-back guarantee by going to the link in the description below, or heading to livemomentous.com/modernwisdom, using the code modernwisdom at checkout. That's livemomentous.com/modernwisdom and modern wisdom at checkout.
Where do you think on the planet has got a good balance of beauty, of charm, meaning, interestingness? I imagine some unsophisticated idiot like me is immediately going to say Rome, because it's so obvious and in my face. I went to Vienna for the first time this
hell
year.
yeah. What do you make of it?
That kind of very, I've just read my first philosophy book, .com, unnecessarily Baroque architecture thing. For me, it's easy to enjoy. I find it, right. I find the detail very pleasant. The fact that every street that you turn down is really wonderful. I thought that was lovely. I really, really enjoyed Venice. I thought Venice was fantastic, and small, quaint streets and higgledy-piggledy buildings almost leaning up against each other, and they're being supported by bits of wood, and the wood supported by iron, and the iron brackets are on the side of the house, and no two streets look the same, and all of the pavements are cracked, and that felt quaint to me, which was charming. I think that would be very, very charming. Where else has got it right that I like? I'm a fan of Harrogate.
Nice.
I think Harrogate in the UK, Edinburgh.
Yeah, Edinburgh's
phenomenal.
Just when your spirits lift when you go to Edinburgh, you're excited.
Correct.
Every corner.
But these are maybe not for Americans, but these are maybe more obvious examples.
No, but they're good examples, man. Like you made such a good point. Like when you said about Vienna, like it's easy to enjoy. You know, I'm deep into this stuff, and I don't like Baroque architecture. I'm much more of a Gothicist. I much prefer the Gothic. And I could sit here and talk for 12 hours about why that is. But it kind of doesn't matter what I think.
Just like it. I like it because I liked it.
Like, it makes you smile. You think, and you get out your phone, you start taking photos. You know, and that is what matters here. So Edinburgh, Rome, Vienna, other cities in the world as well, all over the world.
Where else? Give us some maybe less obvious, beautiful locations that people could.
That you wouldn't think of.
Yeah.
So I love Sofia in Bulgaria.
Okay.
That's got a wonderful mix. It's got a mix of architecture, which is why I like it, because for a long time it was under the Ottoman Empire, and the same is true all around Bulgaria. You've got a lot of Ottoman era kind of Turkish influenced buildings, but then you've also got, after it was independent, you've got all these 19th century Neo-Byzantine, all big domed cathedrals, and then you've got Art Nouveau, all spiraling and flowery and pastel colours,